Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I, Saiyan Prince, The Wind Rises Ultra Ego 3. Chapter 81. Dad, Mr. Goku, have you seen him? Trunks asked hastily. He's Saiyan from the 6th universe, Son Goku explained. HMPH, that fool. He actually ran into the world of Trunks. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, this time, I will defeat him with my own hands. What 6th universe? Trunks was a little confused. So, since that guy has become a villain, let's just help you get rid of that guy. Son Goku squeezed his fist, with a confident look on his face. Leave this kind of thing to me. No, actually I can't go back. Trunks hung his head. Why? Son Goku asked. The time machine only has enough fuel for this one-way trip, Trunks replied. So what did you come to this age for? Vegeta asked. My mother said let me survive. As long as I survive, there will be hope. I really have nowhere to go, so I have to come to this era. Trunks said a little unwillingly. So, you escaped here, so you don't want to take revenge. Vegeta said angrily. Wait a minute, stop arguing, Trunks has done his best. Bulma persuaded, he's exhausted. Can't you give him a break? Don't treat him like you fighting maniac. Yes, Son Goku nodded hastily. Yeah, sorry. Vegeta bowed his head and apologized. Trunks showed a question mark on his face. Dad, your personality is broken. Are you still my dad? How dare you apologize to my mother? It's really rare. Trunks don't need to go back, just go with Vegeta, isn't it Vegeta? Son Goku smiled. Of course, Vegeta nodded. By the way, Trunks, what fuel does your time machine use? Son Goku asked Trunks again. Saiyan number 15 electrohydraulic, Trunks said. It's Saiyan number 15 electrohydraulic, that's a new energy source that our company is developing. Bulma was taken aback, and replied, it's very troublesome to produce that kind of energy. If so, it will take at least a day. 1 day, can it be fully filled in just 1 day? So fast. Trunks was amazed, in our world, it would take nearly 10 years to fully fill 10.5. So we can still go back. Son Goku smiled, let's go together, Vegeta. Well, Bulma, now that things are done like this, can we go? Vegeta asked for Bulma's opinion. It's up to you, Bulma said. Anyway, I know it's useless to stop you. But you must come back alive. Obey. Son Goku and Vegeta immediately stood up and answered loudly. Trunks, my dad has really changed. Wait a minute, Trunks said hastily. He's really strong, and I've worked hard to cultivate, and he's strong to a certain extent, but he's still far inferior to him. Trunks, you don't understand this. Son Goku laughed. Let me give you a brief introduction. Popularity. What? Trunks froze. Things about Super Saiyan. Son Goku replied. Super Saiyan, what's wrong? Trunks was puzzled. Look, it's Super Saiyan. Son Goku said and immediately turned into Super Saiyan. This transformation is also what you became when you first came to our time. Trunks nodded. Next is, Son Goku's body was twisted by electric arcs, and he became Super Saiyan 2. This is what Mr. Gohan became when he beat Cell, Trunks said. That's right, judging by your expression, it should have become like this, right? After all, it's been a long time. Vegeta asked. Yes Dad, I'll be like this too, Trunks replied. It's called Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku explained. Ah, Trunks was thoughtful. Mr. Goku means that where there is soil, there is a master. Smart. Son Goku nodded with a smile. Boom. More powerful energy erupted from Son Goku's body, and his hair grew back quickly, and soon his hair grew past his waist. Trunks was stunned. And this transformation? He, this is the 3rd Super Saiyan you mentioned. Son Goku laughed. That's it. It seems that judging from the breath, it's not that strong. Trunks scratched his head. And after saying this, the energy on Trunks also surged crazily. At the same time, around Trunks, a layer of light blue light emerged. Son Goku was stunned for a moment. That kid. His transformation. I didn't expect to be able to evolve into this form. The strength of the aura has reached the same level as Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta was stunned. Trunks, you can do it. Son Goku smiled slightly. It really scares me that you have reached this level. Even so, I still can't beat that guy named Gabe you mentioned. Trunks shook his head. Yeah, It's true that the gap is quite large. Son Goku nodded. By the way, Mr. Goku, you haven't said what kind of transformation he is. Trunks asked. He claimed to be the fourth of Super Saiyan. Son Goku replied. What, is there such a transformation? Trunks was stunned. Snapped. Son Goku didn't hesitate either, and immediately became Super Saiyan God. Trunks' eyes widened, revealing a look of confusion. Why is there another transformation? You all have me confused. My name is Super Saiyan God, Son Goku explained. Trunks nodded vigorously, then shook his head in confusion. Snapped. Blue rays of light bloomed on Son Goku's body, and he had already turned into Super Saiyan blue color. This is based on Super Saiyan God and becomes Super Saiyan again, which is the color of Super Saiyan blue. Son Goku continued. Trunks widened his eyes, astonished as much as he could. Mr. Goku's presence was completely gone. Just like Master Supreme Kai back then. Has it been replaced by divine power? What does Mr. Goku mean? Trunks asked. I fought against that Gabe, and his Super Saiyan 4 is not much different from my Super Saiyan blue color. Son Goku explained. So, we can win, right? Trunks asked. Don't worry. But it will be a little dangerous. Son Goku smiled, then turned his head to look at Beerus, and suggested, Master Beerus, do you want to go with us? If there is danger, you can rescue him. Quote. Are you kidding me? Let me declare in advance that what happens to the Earth in another world has nothing to do with me. Beerus snorted, I don't have time to meddle in the trivial matters of the Gull people. Why are you so mean? Son Goku looked helpless. What's more, I said that traveling through time and space is a felony, but you still want to use this time machine. I can't accept this. Beerus snorted coldly, I didn't destroy you on the spot, so I gave you a lot of face. You still want me to go with you? Trunks, tell me how you beat Dapra. Son Goku immediately turned to ask Trunks. Beerus, boy, are you listening to me? Beerus' face darkened. I heard Master Beerus, it doesn't matter if you don't go, as long as I go with Vegeta. Son Goku smiled and waved his hands. Trunks, continue talking. Trunks had no choice but to tell Son Goku everything about his defeat of Dabura. In the future world where Trunks lives, with the help of Supreme Kai, Impra's movements are temporarily blocked. Trunks broke out with all his strength and wiped out Dapra. But Supreme Kai also consumed all his power, and his life came to an end. What? Supreme Kai is dead? Beerus was taken aback. This idiot, self-deprecating fellow. Make me disappear too. Ah, future me. Not long after that, this man named Gabe appeared and started killing innocent humans. Trunks said in a deep voice. I can't figure it out more and more. I always feel that it doesn't seem like Gabe did something. At least I don't feel the evil in his heart. Son Goku scratched his head and said. HMPH, didn't I say that? It's normal for him to be paranoid because of something, and his personality will change drastically. Vegeta snorted, clenched his fists tightly, and raised his forehead slightly, said coldly, anyway, he killed so many people, and he also killed the future Bulma, I will never forgive him. That's true. Son Goku nodded. But then again, Mr. Trunks' world no longer has Lord Beerus. Whis sighed. It seems that the guy named Gabe probably knew that I don't exist, so he chose that world. Beerus snorted. However, very few people know that gods of destruction will disappear when Supreme Kai dies. Even among the gods, only the gods with high positions know this. Whis explained. The guy named Gabe probably heard about it from their prince. Beerus guessed. After all, the Saiyan prince in the 6th universe is a disciple of Champa, so it's normal to know such things. Mr. Trunks, is there no gods of destruction in your world? Whis asked. Yes, it's the first time I've heard of it too. Trunks nodded. Looks like I have to go to the 6th universe, to see the Shadara planet in the 6th universe. Beerus pondered. Okay, it's getting late, let's stop here first, anyway, we can't do anything until the time machine is full of energy reserves. Bulma greeted, Trunks, you go change a piece of clothing first. Thank you, Mom. Trunks replied, okay then, let's go to the 6th universe tomorrow, and stay and eat something today. Beerus suggested. Anyway, this kind of thing is not in a hurry. 6th universe can't run again. Early the next morning, the Bulma family has already asked the chef to prepare a hearty breakfast. Trunks is happy to eat. It's been a long time since Trunks had such good food. Trunks, do you really have no other companions in your future? Son Goku asked casually while eating. Yes, that Gabe said that he wiped out all the gods, and no one can hinder him from eliminating humans. Trunks said in a deep voice, I'm afraid there are only warriors. I am left alone. Quote, it seems, the Supreme Kais of other universes were also killed. Whis pondered. Beerus, no wonder in your world, that kind of messy guy can run amok. Beerus said with a dark face, no, it's not necessarily limited to that world, Gabe's family. The guy may appear in other parallel time and space to do the same thing in the future. Quote, let's go to the sixth universe to ask about Gabe. Whis suggested. I'll go right after dinner. Beerus nodded without objecting. After about an hour, Whis and Beerus are just about to leave for the sixth universe. At this moment, the scepter in Whis' hand moved slightly. Oh, it's Grand Priest calling. Whis said. What, Master Grand Priest? Beerus' face changed color. Hello Grand Priest, it's been a long time. Whis immediately got in touch with Grand Priest. Grand Priest explained to Whis and ended the call. This is nerve-wracking. Whis sighed. What is Master Grand Priest looking for from you? Beerus was stunned and asked. Mr. Goku. Whis turned to Son Goku. Me. Son Goku pointed to his nose. I don't know what Grand Priest is. Master Zeno said he wanted to see you, and asked you to go to Zeno Temple immediately. Whis said. Master Zeno. Son Goku was taken aback again. What? Beerus was stunned. Why are you looking for me? Son Goku looked reluctant. Could it be because of the martial arts tournament of the whole universe? I don't know either. Whis shook his head. Tell him I'm busy, let's talk about it next time. Son Goku replied. You idiot. Beerus yelled angrily, you go to see Master Zeno right now. No matter what you have to do, go there immediately. How can there be such a thing? Son Goku scratched his head and asked again, is it far away? Even for me it would take 2 days to travel, Whis explained. 2 days. Son Goku felt bad, I really can't run that far now. I'll tell you again, you have to go there no matter what. Beerus yelled angrily, it's impossible to let Supreme Kai come to pick you up, that guy is not a full instant transmission code. That way you'll still have time to go to Tokyomi in the trunks. This is also a good way. Whis nodded, then I will contact Lord Supreme Kai now. After speaking, Whis got in touch with Supreme Kai. Master Supreme Kai, we are going to a very far place, can I trouble you to give us a ride? Whis proposed. Fine, I'll be right there. Supreme Kai readily agreed. Shua. Supreme Kai immediately appeared beside Son Goku and others through instant transmission. Hello Goku, Master Beerus and Mr. Whis. Supreme Kai greeted, where are we going? Go to Lord Zeno's temple. Son Goku said. Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai felt that the whole person was not good, and wanted to run away immediately. You are too stupid. Actually let me take you to that kind of place. I'm scared. Okay. Master Supreme Kai has no objection. Whis asked. No. Supreme Kai wanted to cry. Even if I have an opinion, can I say it? Whis, you go with me too. Beerus ordered to Whis. Okay, is Master Beerus going? Whis asked. Are you kidding? I won't go. Beerus shook his head vigorously, and told Son Goku, Goku, you kid, don't offend Master Zeno. You have to know that your attitude affects the whole universe fate. Okay, then let's go and come back quickly. Son Goku nodded, let's go, Lord Supreme Kai. Quote. Wait, are you going to wear this outfit? Go change into a formal outfit. Beerus yelled. If it's really that troublesome, I won't go. Son Goku shook his head. After all, the appointment was rushed this time, and I will apologize to Master Zeno on his behalf. Whis smiled. Well, you must keep the matter about Gabe a secret. Beerus warned again, if Lord Zeno finds out, he will definitely erase the first A in a fit of anger. Indeed. Whis nodded. Why is Master Beerus so nervous? If that's the case, it is the 6th universe that will be erased, not our 7th universe. Son Goku joked. Cut. What do you know? Beerus said with a black face, our 2 universes belong to the mirror universe, if the 6th universe disappears. Will our universe disappear too? Son Goku was taken aback. That won't be. But there may be some implicated, such as Master Zeno may feel that our 7th universe is not doing well enough, so he will also give away our 7th universe. Beerus guessed. Son Goku. Erase the 7th universe casually. This is too scary, right? Okay, I see. Son Goku confirmed. One last reminder, Beerus said. Are you finished? Son Goku was speechless. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Supreme Kai. Beerus said. Supreme Kai was stunned for 2 seconds. What am I doing? I have nothing to say to you. Don't jump around. If you die, I have to disappear too. Beerus said with a dark face. Supreme Kai, why do you say that? When did I jump around? It's like I'm going to kill myself. Forget it, I have nothing to say to this guy. Understood. Supreme Kai nodded. So Supreme Kai, shall we go now? Son Goku urged. Mr. Whis, may I ask when did I provoke Lord Beerus? Supreme Kai asked Whis. He, please don't care about these details. Whis smiled, but didn't mean to explain. Shua. The next moment, Supreme Kai took Son Goku and Whis to cast instant transmission, and arrived at the gate of Xeno Temple in just a moment. The Grand Priest is already waiting at the door. Welcome. Grand Priest smiled. It's been a long time. Whis bowed and saluted. Supreme Kai also saluted immediately. As that person who looks like a child, the Grand Priest? Son Goku turned to ask Supreme Kai beside him. Yes, Goku, you salute quickly. Supreme Kai Quizu. Ah, Son Goku scratched his head. Are you Mr. Son Goku? Grand Priest smiled and looked at Son Goku. Hi, I'm Goku. Son Goku waved to Grand Priest. What are you talking about? Goku, you have to understand the rules. Say hello well, Supreme Kai reprimanded. Ah, hello, nice to meet you. Son Goku quickly saluted. Sorry, it happened so suddenly, he didn't prepare formal attire, please forgive me. Whis said apologetically. Please don't mind, for him, maybe that's his formal attire. Grand Priest smiled. Hey, that's right. Son Goku nodded and laughed. Goku, you can't say that. Supreme Kai was anxious and corrected from the side. Then what am I going to say? Son Goku couldn't do it anymore. This way please, Master Zeno is waiting for you. Grand Priest didn't care about these details, and greeted with a smile. Led by the Grand Priest, Son Goku and others entered the Temple of Zeno. He looks ordinary, but he feels stronger. Son Goku scratched his head and whispered to Whis. You can see that. Whis smiled. As far as I know, Lord Grand Priest is the most powerful god in the universe. Really? Son Goku was taken aback. You mustn't say something that you want to challenge him, that would be rude. Whis urged. Understood. Son Goku nodded solemnly. All I can say is that it's hard for even me to be a match for Lord Grand Priest. Whis smiled. Looks like it was worth the trip. Son Goku grinned. Whis smiled, but didn't answer. But if that's the case, should he help with Gabe's affairs? Son Goku suggested. Unfortunately, our angel must remain neutral at all times and must not take part in the war. Whis explained. Angel. Mr. Whis is angel. Son Goku was stunned. Shish, keep your voice down. Supreme Kai felt bad all over. Can you speak a little softer? Are you afraid of being heard when your voice is so loud? What's the matter? So no matter what danger we encounter in the future, you can't help us? Son Goku asked. That's right, have you ever seen me fight when I wasn't training you? Whis asked. It doesn't seem to be true. Son Goku nodded. Besides, if that matter is told to Master Grand Priest, there is a certain chance that it will reach the ears of Master Zeno, and the universe with problems may be cleared. Whis said seriously. Master Beerus also said now, if the 6th universe disappears, then our 7th universe may be wiped out along with it. I see. I'm not going to say it anymore. Son Goku was taken aback. But then again, you can see that Lord Grand Priest is very strong, but you can't see that Prince Feng Yang of the 6th universe is also very strong. Whis smiled. That Prince Feng Yang is very strong. I can see it. Son Goku scratched his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Whis didn't say anything more. Going forward for a further distance, Son Goku saw Zeno. Welcome, you are finally here, Goku. Asfor greeted excitedly. Hi, hello. Son Goku didn't know how to greet him. I want to find a friend. I admire you very much, can you be my friend? Zeno asked. So, Son Goku was taken aback. So what? Zeno was puzzled. Let me be your friend, what do I need to do? Son Goku asked. Supreme Kai was kneeling aside, his face turned green. Goku, what are you talking about? Zeno-sama wants to be your friend, shouldn't you be happy? Zeno's two guards glared at Son Goku even more, wishing they could fix him up. I also asked Grand Priest to contact Feng Yang just now, but he just took office as Supreme Kai and didn't have time to come over, so I had to call you over. Zeno said to Son Goku. Huh, Prince Saiyan from the 6th universe has become Supreme Kai. Son Goku was stunned for 2 seconds. Yeah, Zeno nodded. Supreme Kai Shin showed a question mark on his face. Whis is also a little bit confused. How did Prince Feng Yang become Supreme Kai? Shouldn't it be Gods of Destruction? Feeling a little messed up. Isn't he a disciple of Lord Gods of Destruction Champa? How did you become Supreme Kai? Don't understand. Whis didn't ask any further. Every universe has its own rules. Whoever wants to be the Supreme Kai and whoever wants to be Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe has the final say on the side of the 6th universe. Whis, as the angel of the 7th universe, naturally wouldn't interfere too much. I won't play with Feng Yang this time, so I called you over, let's play together, Zeno greeted. Ah, yes, is that why you asked me? Son Goku wiped his sweat. Feng Yang cannot come. Why I want to come? It's not fair. Can you not come if you are Supreme Kai? I still have important things to do. Can't you? Zeno asked. Don't dare. Supreme Kai hastily replied in place of Son Goku, this. Goku feels extremely honored to be a friend of Master Zeno. You shut up. Zeno glared. Yes, as ordered. Supreme Kai hurriedly knelt down and saluted, trembling with fright. What do you want to say? Son Goku. Zeno asked. You can call me Goku. Son Goku smiled. Goku. Okay, then you can call me by my nickname. Zeno nodded. What are you going to call me? That. I'll call you Xiaochuan. Son Goku replied. The two guards couldn't stand listening any longer, and each took a step forward with angry expressions. After Supreme Kai heard Son Goku's words, his brain went blank, rolled his eyes, and passed out directly. If I knew I shouldn't have come here. Xiaochuan, that's a good name. Zeno nodded in satisfaction. Xiaochuan, you didn't call me for the martial arts tournament in the whole universe, did you? Son Goku asked. Before that I want to play with you first. Zeno said. But what do you want to play? Feng Yang's guys are not here, and there are not enough players to play football. Son Goku said. What you said seems to make sense. Zeno nodded thoughtfully. And I'm sorry, I'm really busy right now. Son Goku begged, why don't you come over to play with you after I finish my work? Son, watch your tone and attitude. The two guards couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily. It's so noisy. Zeno's face darkened, and he turned to the two guards and said coldly. The two guards were taken aback and apologized quickly. Then, play with me after you finish your work. Feng Yang should be fine at that time. As for the proposal. Okay, then I'll see if I can find a new friend. Son Goku nodded. Really? Zeno was surprised and delighted. Of course, the new friends are on me. Son Goku smiled. Then, we have agreed. Ji Wang stretched out his tail. Son Goku and Zeno held hands together. But then again, it's really boring here, De Nuo Jiao, let's go to Earth to play some other day. Son Goku suggested. Alright, Zeno nodded, took out a button, and handed it to Son Goku, you take this. What is this? Son Goku was taken aback. Just press the purple button on it, and I will come to you immediately, and the red button will come to my temple immediately. Zeno explained. Oh, I see. Son Goku immediately put the button away carefully, and asked again, then can I go back? It's a deal, Zeno said. Of course. Goodbye then. Son Goku waved his hand, stepped forward to pick up the fainted Supreme Kai, strode out, and woke him up outside. Whis, your friend is quite interesting. Grand Priest smiled. Yes. Whis nodded. Then we'll see you next time. Grand Priest nodded. At this time, Supreme Kai finally woke up and was ready for instant transmission. Excuse me first. Whis saluted Grand Priest. Grand Priest put his hands behind his back and tapped his forehead. Shua Giant. In just an instant, Inwangshan brought Son Goku and Whis back to the 7th universe. Beerus. Are you all right? Beerus asked with lingering fear. Xiaochuan is really a good person. Son Goku laughed. Xiao Quan. Beerus' face turned pale instantly. What are your nicknames? Mr. Goku promised Master Zeno to find a new friend. Are you planning to bring him in? Whis asked. I haven't decided who it is yet. Do you know any suitable candidates? Son Goku asked. So you just said it casually. Whis wiped his sweat. Because he didn't do that, he might not let me go. Son Goku nodded. Are you kidding, Goku? Supreme Kai was anxious. If Master Zeno finds out, he will definitely wipe out our 7th universe in a fit of anger. I see, I will seriously find a suitable friend for Master Zeno. Son Goku said, by the way, how is Master Beerus? Don't you usually have a lot of free time? Stop kidding, I won't go no matter what. Beerus shouted. Forget it, think about it later. Son Goku shook his head. Okay, let's wait until Gabe's matter is over. Whis nodded and said to Beerus, so, Master Beerus, shall we set off for the 6th universe right now? That's right, it's time to go to the 6th universe. Beerus nodded. Go to the Shadara planet in the 6th universe first and ask the prince named Feng Yang, how does he manage his people? Okay, Whis replied. I'll take you there. Supreme Kai suggested, although I don't know what you are busy with. Alright, Whis replied. That would be great, otherwise you'd have to fly for hours. Beerus nodded without objecting. I wanted to go with you, but the time machine should be full of energy, so let's go directly to the time and space of Trunks. Son Goku said to Whis. Okay, Whis smiled. Supreme Kai revealed a look of confusion. Time and space of Trunks. What's the meaning? Forget it, I still don't ask. KK. Supreme Kai cast instant transmission, took Whis and Beerus and disappeared in an instant. Not long after Supreme Kai, Whis, and Beerus left, the energy of the time machine was fully replenished. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks step into the time machine separately. Kakarot, have you brought fairy beans? Vegeta asked. You have to know that his Super Saiyan 4 fight protracted battle is more advantageous. Bring it. Son Goku took out a fairy bean bag, definitely enough for us to eat. Be careful, all of you, work hard. Bulma urged. We'll be back soon. Son Goku waved his hand. The time machine takes off. Shua, the time machine of Trunks traveled through time and space in an instant, and disappeared without a trace. 6th universe, stars, the back garden of the palace. Blue rays of light bloomed on the king's body, and he had already turned into Super Saiyan blue color. The queen transforms just like the king. The two are sparring in the back garden. There are streaks of blue light and shadow in the sky. The 4 guards watched the battle below, showing shock on their faces. As expected of His Majesty, the Super Saiyan blue color has been used to the extreme. Dongfeng sighed. The Empress is also very powerful, it has only been a long time before she can compete with Her Majesty. Zaifeng said. I don't know how much difference there is between His Majesty and Queen and His Royal Highness. Nan Feng pondered. There should be a big gap. After all, Super Saiyan Blue is no match for gods of destruction. Baifeng said. The 4 guards were talking. Shua, Supreme Kai brought Whis and Beerus to perform instant transmission and appeared on the scene. Master Beerus, Mr. Whis, this is the palace of planet Shadara. Supreme Kai introduced. Okay, just send it here. Beerus nodded. You go about your own business and leave us alone. Okay, Lord Beerus. Supreme Kai didn't object, and waved goodbye at that time. Shua, in just an instant, Supreme Kai disappeared. After Supreme Kai left, Beerus noticed the fighting king and queen in the sky. Oh, is that Super Saiyan Blue? Beerus was taken aback, looking up at the king and queen who had turned into Super Saiyan Blue. They can already become like this. 1. Oh, they are amazing. Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta took a lot of effort to become like this. Whis sighed. HMPH, they must have learned the Super Saiyan Blue transformation from the last competition. Beerus snorted. Whis didn't answer the call. Papa Papa, Beerus applauds. The king and queen, who were sparring in the air, stopped immediately and looked down at Beerus. Seeing this, the king and queen were also stunned. Isn't that the gods of destruction an angel from the 7th universe? How did they come here? Immediately the king and queen fell from the sky and returned to normal, walking quickly to bow in front of Beerus. The 4 guards bowed on one side. "Greetings, Lord Gods of Destruction," the king said respectfully. "I don't know what the Lord Gods of Destruction is doing when he comes to planet Shadara," the queen asked a little strangely. "Where's your prince?" Beerus snorted. "I remember the person in charge as your prince." "The prince is not on Shadara planet now," the king replied. "Where is he?" Beerus asked again. "It should be in the Gods of Destruction world," the queen guessed. "That's right, I remembered, that kid Feng Yang is Champa's disciple, and he should be in the Gods of Destruction world now." Beerus nodded, not surprised. "Shall we call the prince back?" asked the queen. "Don't worry, I have something to ask you first." Beerus snorted, looked at the king and said. "What is it, Lord Gods of Destruction?" The king was startled. "Gabby is Saiyan from your 6th universe, right?" Beerus asked. "Gabe." The king was a little confused. "Why did you suddenly ask about Gabe? Didn't Gabe ask King Kai from the 10th universe to swap his body?" "You say yes or no," Beerus said. "Yes, Gabe is indeed the Saiyan of our 6th universe." The king nodded. "That is to say, he is your citizen, right?" Beerus asked again. "That's right," replied the king. "Very well, do you know what he did?" Beerus asked. "I know, this matter is indeed very serious." The king nodded, and looked at Beerus in a strange way. "It's just, how did Lord Gods of Destruction know about Gabe?" The king was indeed a little puzzled. Isn't that what happened in the 10th universe and the 6th universe? Why did it all reach the 7th universe? "You actually know." Beerus' face darkened. "You know and you still don't stop him. How do you manage your people?" "Master Beerus, let's talk after you ask clearly." Whis also felt that something was wrong, not as simple as he thought. "Isn't this already clear?" Beerus snorted. "It was the fault of the king and prince's management that caused Gabe to go to the time and space of Trunks and kill all the Supreme Kai." "What? Killed all the Supreme Kai?" The king was stunned. "HMPH, do you understand the seriousness of the matter now?" Beerus said coldly. "He is your subject, and you have to bear certain responsibilities for what he did." Seeing that the situation was not good, the queen quickly got in touch with Feng Yang and told Feng Yang about Beerus's visit to planet Sarah. "What? This queen is in contact with your prince, right?" Beerus snorted. "Even if that kid Feng Yang comes back, he has to explain the matter clearly to me. Don't think that I can do whatever I want because I owe him a favor." "Beerus, who do you think will do whatever they want?" Feng Yang's voice suddenly sounded behind Beerus. At the same time, Feng Yang's body gradually changed from illusion to entity. Beerus was slightly taken aback, and immediately turned to look at Feng Yang behind him. Seeing this, Beerus was a little confused. Beerus' eyes widened, showing shock on his face. "Supreme Kai." Beerus recognized Feng Yang's outfit at a glance. Plus Feng Yang wears 2 Patara earrings on his ears. If this kid isn't Supreme Kai, no one is Supreme Kai. You became the Supreme Kai." Beerus lost his voice in astonishment. "What, do you have an opinion?" Feng Yang smiled. "Aren't you a disciple of that guy Champa? How did you become Supreme Kai?" Beerus was a little puzzled. Whis didn't speak from the side. Whis had heard from Zeno before that Feng Yang became Supreme Kai. But Whis didn't talk too much, and didn't say anything about it. "I am willing," Feng Yang said with a smile. "Forget it, I'm surprised, but that's not the point anymore." Beerus shook his head, and said to Feng Yang, "I came to you because of Gabe, you should know, right?" Quote. "What a coincidence, I became Supreme Kai because of Gabe," Feng Yang said with a smile. What do you mean?" Beerus was a little confused. "Simply put, that Gabe is not the real Gabe, but was exchanged by King Kai Zamasu of the 10th universe, and the real Gabe has been killed by him." Feng Yang did not hide it, saying to Beerus. "Swapped bodies, how did he do it?" Beerus was slightly taken aback. "Oops, did this King Kai Zamasu of the 10th universe use the Super Dragon Ball?" Whis got it right. "Yes." Feng Yang nodded. "So that's the case." Whis suddenly realized, no wonder Mr. Goku also said that Mr. Gabe is not like that kind of person. "I have also tracked Zamasu's whereabouts. He should have gone to a parallel time and space. Since you came to look for me, he should have gone to the 7th universe in a parallel time and space," Feng Yang said. That's right, Zamasu killed all the Supreme Kai in that time and space, so all the gods of destruction also disappeared. Whis replied. So it's the King Kai from the 10th universe. Beerus gritted his teeth and asked again, so, where did the Supreme Kai from the 10th universe go? Killed by him. Feng Yang replied. Dead. Beerus was stunned. That's right, dead. Feng Yang nodded. So, that guy Rumshi has disappeared. Beerus was stunned. I remember that there is only one Supreme Kai in the 10th universe. Yes, Master Rumshi has indeed disappeared. Whis took a look with the scepter and nodded slightly. Beerus, this guy is so sad. Then, let's go to the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe together. Feng Yang suggested. What are you doing there? Now that you know the identity of the murderer, it will be much easier. Beerus snorted. I thought it was Gabe who went to harm other parallel time and space. Go, you will be pleasantly surprised when you reach the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe. Feng Yang said with a smile. Surprise, you mean surprise? Beerus was taken aback. It takes a long time to fly, so forget it. Quote, have you forgotten that I am Supreme Kai? I know instant transmission, and I can take you to the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe in just an instant. Feng Yang grinned. Again, why did you suddenly become Supreme Kai? Shouldn't you be gods of destruction? Beerus asked curiously. You will know when we go to the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe. Feng Yang said. Okay, it's up to you, then go and have a look, I'd like to see what surprises there will be. Beerus nodded without any objection. The king and queen looked at each other. The king and queen knew nothing more than their son. It seems that the son wants to go to the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe to repair this Beerus. This guy was very rude to us just now. The son should be very angry. But there will be some scruples in fighting on the Shadara planet. However, after going to the gods of destruction battle in the 10th universe, there are not so many scruples. Then, let's go. Feng Yang greeted, and stepped forward to put his hand on Beerus' shoulder, while the other hand grabbed Whis' arm. If there are no surprises, I don't mind fixing you up. What happened last time? I thought about it after I went back, and the more I thought about it, the more wrong it became. Beerus snorted. Although your boy prevented Master Zeno from erasing me, but you are not the one who caused all this. Yeah, Feng Yang nodded, and said to his parents, Father, Queen, I will come back as soon as I go. Be careful, come on. The king said. Don't worry, even if the two of them work together, I'm confident that I can defeat them. Feng Yang nodded. Boy, what are you talking about? Beerus was taken aback. KK. Feng Yang didn't say much, and immediately cast instant transmission. Shua. In just a split second, Feng Yang brought Whis and Beerus to the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe. After Beerus came here, he glanced at Kes in the distance. Beerus showed a question mark on his face. Kessie didn't fall asleep. Could it be that the 10th universe gave birth to a new gods of destruction? Sister, long time no see. Whis stepped forward to greet her. Oh, who am I? Isn't this Whis and Master Beerus? Kessie smiled slightly. Beautiful angel, we meet again, do you miss me? Feng Yang stepped forward and said. Kes, Whis, do you think it's appropriate for you to tease my sister in front of me? Beerus was also speechless. This kid is very courageous. Do you even dare to tease Angel? Ahem, Your Highness, didn't you agree to gather in the gods of destruction realm of the 6th universe? Kessie asked. No, now we have found the parallel time and space where Zamasu is. Feng Yang explained. Oh, could it be that he went to a 7th universe in a parallel time and space? Kessie suddenly realized, and looked at Beerus. That's right, that guy did go to a parallel time and space and killed all the Supreme Kai. Beerus nodded. Killed all the Supreme Kai. Kessie was surprised, he was really messed up. It seems that what his father worried about happened. Quote. What, does Lord Grand Priest know about this? Beerus was taken aback. Whis was also a little surprised. Although I don't know it very clearly, it should be obvious that there is something wrong with Zamasu. Kessie nodded. Master Grand Priest and Master Zeno came to play in the 10th universe before, and I specially reminded Master Jeevius to let him pay attention to Zamasu. But it is clear that Mr. Quaz did not take it seriously, which led to the tragedy today. It seems that we have to get rid of that Zamasu guy as soon as possible, otherwise our universes will be in danger if it reaches Master Zeno's ears. Beerus' expression changed 10 times. Yeah, Cass nodded. But then again, didn't Rumshi disappear? You found the new gods of destruction so quickly. Beerus looked at Kessie asked. Oops, isn't this thanks to Vado's help? Kessie smiled. Where is the new gods of destruction? Is it in the castle? Let him come out, and I will teach him. Beerus greeted. Lord Champa, there are guests here. Kessie shouted in the direction of the castle. Beerus pricked up his ears right then. Champa, did you say Champa? I have you confused. Call out. Champa flew out of the castle quickly. Snapped. Champa landed in front of Beerus. What, Champa, is it really you? Beerus' eyes widened in surprise. Who am I? Isn't this Beerus? What wind brought you here? Champa smiled, looked at Beerus and said. What's the matter, Champa? Why are you in the 10th universe? Beerus asked strangely. Hey, don't you understand? Champa smiled triumphantly. I won't tell you. Beerus, stop that fart and talk. Beerus urged. Hey, Beerus, I have become the gods of destruction of the 10th universe. Champa smiled. What did you say? Beerus was stunned, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You said you became the gods of destruction of the 10th universe. Don't be kidding, so what about your 6th universe? Well, the 6th universe has a new gods of destruction on board. Champa said. So, you gave up the gods of destruction of the 6th universe to the newcomer, and become the gods of destruction in the 10th universe. Beerus was still a little confused. That's right, that's it. Champa nodded. It's only fresh if you change to another universe. Beerus, forget it, it's up to you. Beerus shook his head and asked again, so, who is the new gods of destruction in the 6th universe? Do I know him? You should have seen that she went to the match against your 7th universe, but she didn't participate in the match. Champa said. I've seen it. Beerus scratched his head, took another look at Feng Yang, and asked Champa, isn't Feng Yang your disciple? Why didn't he become gods of destruction and became Supreme Kai instead? He wants to be Supreme Kai. This is his freedom. Champa twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. So, Feng Yang, you are now the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Beerus asked. No, I am the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe. Feng Yang replied, the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe is Fuwa, the Supreme Kai of the original 6th universe. Beerus, you are so interesting. Transferred both Supreme Kai and gods of destruction from the 6th universe to the 10th universe. What a talent. Boy, bring the newly appointed gods of destruction from your 6th universe here, and let me get to know each other. Beerus ordered to Feng Yang. Alright, you should get to know each other well. Feng Yang nodded without any objection. Wait here for a while, I'll bring her here right away. After speaking, Feng Yang cast instant transmission and disappeared. Soon, Feng Yang returned to gods of destruction in the 6th universe. In the gods of destruction realm of the 6th universe, Xiao and Caulifla are practicing. At this time, the two had turned into Super Saiyan blue colors, and they had a fierce confrontation in the air. For a time, the two were almost on par. Feng Yang is back. Caulifla saw Feng Yang who had returned at a glance. The two girls immediately stopped fighting and fell slowly from the air. Vados also looked at Feng Yang, but did not speak. Are you two ready? I will take you to challenge the strongest gods of destruction. Feng Yang said. Really? Caulifla looked forward to it. Now, Ziyao's expression became a little dignified. That's the strongest gods of destruction. Can we really beat him? Vados, are you going? Feng Yang asked Vados. Didn't you make an appointment with Kessie to gather in our universe? Vados was slightly taken aback. No, now we basically know the whereabouts of Zamasu. Feng Yang replied. Also, Son Goku and Vegeta should have gone to the time and space where Zamasu is. Let the two of them play with Zamasu first, and wait for the two of them to lose. Quote. So, Zamasu went to the 7th universe in a parallel time and space. Vados mused. Yes. Feng Yang nodded. Now that Beerus and Whis are both in the 10th universe, I'm going to take Caulifla and Xiao to challenge him. Okay, I'll go and have a look too. Vados nodded. Come on, all three of you give me a warm hug. Feng Yang stretched out his arms and greeted the three girls. Vados, Xiao, Only Caulifla stepped forward to embrace Feng Yang generously. What are you doing twitching? Isn't it just a hug? Vados and Xiao didn't hesitate any longer, they stepped forward and took Feng Yang's arms respectively. Okay, let's go, Feng Yang greeted. Shua. The next moment, Feng Yang took Vados, Xiao, and Caulifla to cast instant transmission, and they appeared in the Gods of Destruction realm of the 10th universe in just an instant. Oh, Vados, you're here too, Kessie hurriedly pointed at Vados. Vados stepped forward and stood with Kes. Kes, we meet again. Feng Yang also immediately stepped forward to greet Kes. Kes, we've only been separated for less than 2 minutes, okay. Is there anyone as close as you? Whis, Lord Beerus, let me introduce you. This Miss Caulifla is the newly appointed Lord Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. Vados introduced to Whis and Beerus. Hello, Lord Caulifla. Whis saluted. HMPH, so it's a woman. Beerus snorted. It doesn't look like much. Speaking of which, Gods of Destruction Hareth of the 1st universe is also a woman. You are the strongest Gods of Destruction Beerus, I have seen you. Caulifla pointed to Beerus. The strongest Gods of Destruction. This title is very satisfying to me. Beerus nodded with a smile, and admitted, yes, it is not an exaggeration to say that I am the strongest Gods of Destruction. So, as long as I defeat you, I will be the strongest Gods of Destruction, right? Caulifla said. Oh, so you want to challenge me? Beerus snorted. Yes, Caulifla nodded. You, a newly appointed Gods of Destruction, dare to challenge the strongest Gods of Destruction. I have to admire your courage, little girl. Beerus smiled. Can we start? Caulifla said. Of course, you can start anytime. Beerus didn't object. Feng Yang, what are you kidding? You asked your woman to challenge Beerus. Champa was a little confused at the side, and quickly whispered to Feng Yang, Beerus is very powerful, now you let Caulifla, isn't it a little too early to challenge Beerus? It's nothing, even if I lose, don't I still have me? I have long thought that Beerus is not pleasing to the eye. Before that, let Caulifla play with him and give him a little confidence, and then I will press him on the ground and rub, erase his only bit of self-confidence. Feng Yang said with a smile. You are still ruthless. HMPH, let alone you, the newly appointed Gods of Destruction, even if you join forces with your Supreme Kai Feng Yang, I can easily defeat you. Beerus said confidently. You don't need Feng Yang to make a move at all, just let me meet you. Caulifla said. Blue light bloomed on her body, and she had already turned into Super Saiyan blue color. What did I think it was? It turned out to be Super Saiyan blue. Beerus laughed. You really think that you can defeat the strongest Gods of Destruction by becoming like this? Don't say it's me, you can't even look like this, even Champa can't beat it. Of course I know the current state, no matter how hard I try, I can't be your opponent. Caulifla nodded. Then, how about this? Boom. As Caulifla said, blue light flickered on her body again. Sheila. A streak of lightning quickly wrapped around Caulifla's body. The powerful divine power centered on Caulifla and spread to the surroundings. After sensing Caulifla's powerful divine power, Beerus widened his eyes and showed surprise. Champa looked even more stunned. What, can this woman, Caulifla, become like this? Shall we begin? Beerus. Caulifla grinned. Beerus. There was a brief silence. Sure enough, you are qualified to challenge me. Beerus snorted, but you think you can defeat me by doing this? Then try, Caulifla said without the slightest hesitation, and immediately turned into a blue streamer. Call out. In just an instant, Caulifla drew closer to Beerus. Boom. Caulifla punched with a punch, heading towards Beerus' chest. Snapped. Beerus also reacted extremely quickly, and quickly raised his hand to block Caulifla's fist. That's right, the strength is so strong, it really surprised me. Beerus commented, however, you are still far behind. Boom. As Beerus said, he kicked over and hit Caulifla on the arm. Caulifla's body rolled a few somersaults in the air, and quickly adjusted her body. Shish. Caulifla shot out energy bullets one by one. The energy bomb roared towards where Beerus was. Bang bang bang. Beerus smiled contemptuously, and slapped the bombs away with one slap. HMPH, small tricks. Beerus sneered. However, at the moment Beerus's voice just fell, Beerus' face also changed color slightly. Beerus sensed a powerful surge of energy behind him. Snapped. Beerus raised his hand back and caught Caulifla's attacking fist with his own arm. Snapped. Beerus grabbed Caulifla's arm and threw her to the ground. Caulifla spit out a mouthful of acid water at that time, and felt that the whole person was not good. Boom. Beerus kicked over again and kicked Caulifla in the abdomen. Caulifla's body flew backwards rapidly, submerged in the lake water behind her, and sank quickly. HMPH, that's all. Beerus smiled triumphantly. Gods of destruction, who just took office, also came to challenge me, Beerus. How ridiculous. Your Highness, Caulifla is no match for him at all. Ziyao said in a deep voice, as expected of the strongest gods of destruction. Caulifla even took out the second color of Super Saiyan Blue, still at a disadvantage. Yeah, otherwise why call him the strongest gods of destruction? Feng Yang nodded. Why don't you let Caulifla stop quickly, before the loss is not bad enough? Ziyao suggested. No, Caulifla didn't show her real strength. Gang Yang said. What, didn't Caulifla show her true strength? Ziyao's face changed slightly. Boom. However, at this moment, only a loud noise was heard in the lake. The next moment, Caulifla shot up from the lake and quickly appeared high above the sky. Sure enough, it is the strongest gods of destruction. It really impresses me. Caulifla's expression became unusually dignified. What, do you want to keep fighting? Beerus smiled lightly. Of course, do you think I'm only at this level? Caulifla said with a smile. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Oh, so you didn't show your real strength. Beerus was also a little surprised. Well, you hurry up and show your real strength, I'll have to see how far your level has reached. Quote. Boom. Caulifla no longer hesitated, and the energy on her body surged wildly. Blue light continuously sprayed out from Caulifla's body. The entire sky was immediately dyed blue. Kyla Kyla. A bolt of blue lightning crackled in the air. Even a lot of lightning hit Champa's castle. Boom. One of the lightning bolts blew up a corner of the castle to pieces. Champa was so distressed that he hurriedly appeared right above the castle, and knocked away the other lightning bolts. Why do you always have trouble with my castle? And also, what is this transformation of Caulifla? Why is it so scary? Such a powerful divine power. Chila, Chila. Electric arcs wrapped around Caulifla's body. When I looked again, Caulifla's hair continued to extend backwards, and soon the hair grew past her waist. The third color of Super Saiyan Blue. Ziyao was stunned. When can Caulifla become like this? I do not know how. When she was cultivating in a different dimension, she couldn't become like this. At that time, she could only become the second color of Super Saiyan Blue. I can also turn into Super Saiyan Blue too. Beerus also widened his eyes, showing disbelief on his face. The most surprising thing here is Champa. This joke is a bit big. 120. How could a woman who just became gods of destruction be so powerful? I feel that his divine power has far exceeded my gods of destruction. Champa couldn't help shivering. I can't beat that kid Feng Yang. Can I even beat this girl doll now? Oh, what an amazing divine power. Kessie opened her small mouth slightly, and was immediately stunned. Vados laughed secretly. Kess glanced over at Vados over her shoulder. No wonder you gave me Master Champa. So you have such a strong candidate to become gods of destruction. I feel that her strength seems to have surpassed Master Champa. Vados, you are so cunning. Kessie wiped off her sweat. I was so naive to thank you there. Hee, unexpected accident. Vados smiled even brighter. Kess, do you call it an accident? You should have seen it already. Whis was also a little shocked. Originally thought that Prince Feng Yang was already very powerful. I didn't expect that gods of destruction who just took office would be so powerful. Are the humans in the sixth universe against the sky? Beerus' expression became more serious. This is the third color of Super Saiyan Blue that I just achieved. Caulifla smiled. Beerus fell silent. It's nothing surprising. I transformed all the energy I had after I became gods of destruction into this transformation. Caulifla said with a smile. I see, so you won't use destructive energy. Beerus suddenly realized. Although I don't know how to use destruction, my energy intensity can already reach the effect of destruction. Caulifla grinned, and waved lightly at a big rock from the air. Snapped. Immediately, the stone turned into dregs. Beerus glanced in the direction of the stone, but didn't say much. Ziyao also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It turns out that Caulifla transformed the destructive energy after becoming gods of destruction into this transformation. I thought you reached this level through your own cultivation. Caulifla, you are stupid. It is too shameless to improve one's transformation through this method. But Ziyao felt a little better. These are not the energies cultivated by Caulifla herself. It is the effect achieved with the help of the divine power of gods of destruction. I just learned this transformation, and I can last for about a minute at most, so let's decide the winner as soon as possible. Caulifla said to Beerus. Oh, only for a minute, that's a shame. Beerus smiled. Call out. Caulifla drew a blue flame, which appeared right above where Beerus was in just an instant. Snapped. Caulifla stepped forward and pinned Beerus' forehead, and slammed it on the ground. Boom. Beerus' head made intimate contact with the ground. Snapped. Caulifla clawed forward and grabbed Beerus by the tail. Bang 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 bang. Caulifla just grabbed Beerus by the tail and beat his body back and forth. Immediately afterwards, Caulifla rims on the spot. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Call out. Caulifla let go. Beerus rushed out like a shooting star, and plunged into the lake water in the distance. The water of the lake rose to a height of 10,000 feet. Boom. But soon, Beerus rushed out of the lake. Purple-red rays of light burst from his body, and quickly appeared in front of Caulifla. Boom. Beerus' fist and Caulifla's fist collided, and more powerful energy erupted. The energy spread to the surroundings, shaking Champa's castle to pieces in an instant. Champa. In Champa's heart, 10,000 grass mud horses passed by. You are so wicked. You actually chose to fight in my territory. And got my castle drunk. Are you making trouble with my castle? Champa was shaking with anger. Bang bang bang. The battle between Beerus and Caulifla continues. The two fought from the air to the ground, and then fought from the ground to the air. Their figures kept changing, leaving shadows in the air. 2 shadows, one is blue and the other is purple, intertwined with each other. Boom. The two punched each other again. This time, Beerus punched Caulifla in the face. Caulifla also punched Beerus in the chest. The two flew backwards at the same time. Beerus rolled somersaults in the air, then came to a steady stop. Caulifla fell directly from the air to the ground, and then slid backwards 100 meters on the ground, and then she slammed her right foot on the ground, finally stopping. Yes, you do have the qualifications to challenge me. Beerus snorted. HMPH, let's continue. Caulifla clenched her fists. Then continue. Beerus nodded, and suddenly became interested. I have to say that your talent is really outstanding. You have just become gods of destruction, and you can stand undefeated under my attack. I will defeat you with my own hands one day. Caulifla said. I'm afraid that day will never come. Beerus smiled slightly. Shua. After the voice fell, Beerus' figure flickered and disappeared on the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Beerus appeared behind Caulifla. The speed was so fast that Caulifla was a little sluggish. Boom. Beerus slapped Caulifla in the back with a palm. Caulifla staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Shua. Beerus reappeared in front of Caulifla in an instant. Boom. Beerus kicked over and landed on Caulifla's shoulder. Boom. Caulifla finally stumbled and fell to the ground. Caulifla gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. However, at the moment when Caulifla just got up, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Caulifla felt surprised that Beerus had already appeared on her body. Not good. Caulifla's face changed color. Hit me. Beerus smiled, and punched him again. Snapped. Caulifla made a gorgeous turn and caught Beerus' attacking fist. The reaction speed is quite sensitive. Beerus smiled lightly, and suddenly pushed his knee up, hitting Caulifla's abdomen at that time. Quote. Caulifla spit out a mouthful of acid water again. Boom. Beerus kicked over again, kicking Caulifla to the ground. Caulifla gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. Super Saiyan Blue Color 3. Beerus sneered. Do you think that becoming such a long hair can defeat me, Beerus? Do you think that I, Beerus, the strongest gods of destruction, is for nothing? Saying that, Beerus kicked fiercely, about to kick Caulifla to the ground. Snapped. At this moment, the blue flame on Caulifla's body collapsed and returned to normal. Caulifla gasped heavily, her energy exhausted to the extreme. The third color of Super Saiyan Blue, for the current Caulifla, it is already very remarkable to persist for such a long time. What? The transformation is over. Beerus smiled, and the kicked foot stopped 3 centimeters away from Caulifla's face. Caulifla smiled bitterly, knowing that she had already lost. It is indeed the strongest gods of destruction. Even Super Saiyan Blue is no match for him. But Caulifla also has a little bit of self-confidence. If I can stabilize the third color of Super Saiyan Blue, I don't think I will lose to Beerus. The main reason is that I am not yet proficient in this transformation, and the energy release is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The reason why he lost to him in the end was also because the energy could not keep up with the output. If my Super Saiyan Blue tertiary energy can be balanced, I have a certain chance of winning. Humph. Beerus smiled lightly, retracted his legs, and stopped attacking. Facing Beerus' performance, Feng Yang's squinted eyes also slowly loosened. If you dare to make up for it at this time, I will beat you to death today. As for the losses suffered by the two of them fighting Caulifla before, Feng Yang knew that these were inevitable. In fighting, there will always be someone who suffers. It is impossible to touch even a little physical contact, so what is the fight? But Feng Yang is always narrow-minded. Since the wife suffered a loss, then she should punish the other party severely and return the loss. Papa Papa. Feng Yang clapped his hands and applauded. Not bad, it is indeed the strongest gods of destruction, as expected. Strength is not simple. Feng Yang smiled. You don't need to praise, you are a supreme Kai, so don't join in the fun. Beerus snorted and gave Feng Yang a sideways look. Do you want me, Supreme Kai, to play with you? Feng Yang grinned. Are you serious? Beerus smiled. Yeah. Feng Yang nodded. You better stop being funny. Beerus laughed loudly. Do you think you can compete with me after learning from Vados for a few days without a mature free mind? How do you know if you don't try? Feng Yang smiled. I didn't do anything serious a year ago. Don't think that you are strong because you dodged my attack. Beerus smiled and said, if Master Zeno hadn't come over at that time, you will definitely be rubbed hard by me on the ground. Quote. Then, let's try again here. Feng Yang suggested, I believe no one will disturb us this time. Ha ha ha, you are so interesting. Beerus laughed wildly, I don't know who gave you confidence. Champa shook his head and sighed in the distance. Bad luck for Beerus. Then, I'll show off my true strength a little bit. Feng Yang smiled slightly, his body bursting with purple-red light. Chila, Chila. A streak of purple lightning also wrapped around the whole body in an instant. Selfishness too. The powerful destructive energy is also centered on Feng Yang and spreads to the surroundings. Beerus' smile gradually froze. Come on, Beerus. Feng Yang greeted. Beerus was dumbfounded at the time, showing disbelief on his face. Are you coming, or am I? Feng Yang asked with interest. Beerus. There was a brief silence. Hey, Champa, are you sure he's your disciple? Beerus shouted. I never said he was my disciple. Champa quickly denied. What did you say? Beerus' face changed again and again, and he immediately looked at Vados. Vados, you liar. You actually said Feng Yang is Champa's disciple. Oh, Lord Champa was knocked out by Prince Feng Yang, so he had no choice but to let Prince Feng Yang lead the team to compete with the 7th universe. At that time, I didn't know how to give him. It is appropriate to put in some identity, so let's say he is the disciple of Master Champa. Vados grinned and replied, I hope Lord Beerus doesn't mind. Quote. You said Champa was knocked out by this guy. Beerus was stunned. Vados, needless to say so detailed. Champa shouted angrily. So what's the point of saying something embarrassing? What a faux pas. Vados smiled broadly. Vados, Champa's face darkened. So, Champa came here to hold a match against our 7th universe because he passed out. Beerus finally figured it out. Yeah. Vados nodded vigorously. Beerus' face became extremely serious. Beerus also suddenly remembered that Whis asked me before how long it would take me to knock that guy Champa unconscious. Could it be that Whis already knew about this? Whis. Beerus immediately turned to look at Whis again. Oh, I did know about it a long time ago. I'm sorry, Master Beerus. I haven't found a chance to say it. Whis sighed. The main reason is that I'm afraid it will put pressure on Master Beerus. Whis, you fool, you didn't tell me about such an important matter. Beerus said with a dark face, what kind of pressure will there be on such a matter? Beerus, do your best. Champa said to Beerus. HMPH. Beerus snorted. Kessie on the side also opened her eyes wide at this time, showing shock on her face. This man named Feng Yang is so powerful. I really underestimated him. He hid it so deeply that even I didn't see his true strength. It's just, he is such a powerful human being, why did he run to be Supreme Kai instead of being gods of destruction? I really don't understand him. Have you talked enough? Let's start. Feng Yang smiled and said to Beerus. HMPH, kid, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I really underestimated you. Beerus snorted. Then, I'm going to attack. Feng Yang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Shua. After finishing speaking, Feng Yang didn't have anything to do with politeness, and directly used instant transmission to disappear on the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yang appeared behind Beerus. The speed was so fast that Beerus' pupils shrank together. Beerus is worthy of being the strongest gods of destruction, and he reacted immediately, kicking Feng Yang fiercely. Snapped. Feng Yang raised his arm lightly, just like that, resisting Beerus' kick. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yang grabbed Beerus' ankle lightly with his big hand. Feng Yang drove over with a big foot and kicked Beerus on the lower abdomen. Ah! Beerus screamed in pain and jumped into the sky. Beerus rolled in the air and did not know how many somersaults before he finally stopped. Snapped. Beerus' body was suspended above the sky, his face was extremely ugly. Immediately afterwards, a purple-red light bloomed on Beerus' body. Not bad, Beerus, the ability to resist beating is much stronger than Champa. Feng Yang's voice suddenly came from above Beerus. Beerus' pupils constricted sharply, his face turned pale, and he raised his head mechanically to look at Feng Yang who appeared above. Hey! Feng Yang pressed down with his big hand, and an invisible energy quickly covered Beerus' body. Beerus fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! Beerus' body hit the ground of gods of destruction heavily, and left a bottomless crater on the ground. Shua! Feng Yang cast instant transmission again, returning to the ground in an instant. Look, Vados, it's better to be Supreme Kai, this instant transmission is really handy. Feng Yang said to Vados with a smile. Vados, what you said is so reasonable that I don't even know how to answer this question. Vados suddenly felt that Feng Yang's choice was still very effective. Perhaps for Feng Yang, the little energy gained from becoming gods of destruction is really not as much as he gained from his own cultivation. Therefore, instead of becoming gods of destruction, Feng Yang becomes Supreme Kai, which can give full play to his own advantages. Boom! At this moment, Beerus soared up from the big pit below, and roared towards Feng Yang. Feng Yang also reacted extremely quickly, dodging Beerus' attack in a flash. Snapped. Feng Yang stretched out his big hand and grabbed Beerus' head. Boom! Feng Yang graciously smashed Beerus' head on the ground of gods of destruction. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yang rubbed Beerus' head on the ground. Beerus howled in pain. Boom! Feng Yang punched Beerus in the stomach again. Ah! Beerus howled in pain. Snapped. Feng Yang grabbed Beerus' wrist and hit him back and forth, left and right. I don't know how many times he was beaten. Feng Yang followed Beerus and threw it into the air. Call out! A jet of energy from Feng Yang's hand flew over and hit Beerus' body. Smoke came from Beerus' body, and he drew an arc in the air before rolling to the ground. Beerus looked more and more embarrassed than ever. The series of attacks just now made Beerus feel the terror of hell. You fool! I can't spare you! Beerus was furious, and purple energy surged from his body again. Wow! Beerus got angry, and rushed towards Feng Yang quickly. Bang bang bang! Beerus increased the speed and power of his attack against Feng Yang. Feng Yang blocked back and forth with his arms, easily blocking all of Beerus' attacks. Boom! The next moment, Feng Yang kicked and hit Beerus in the stomach. Ah! Beerus screamed in pain, clutching his stomach and nearly falling to the ground. Boom! Chongyang punched again, knocking out one of Beerus' teeth on the spot. Blood was running from Beerus' mouth. Beerus never expected this kid to be so powerful. I really underestimated him. Okay, let's call it a day. Feng Yang shook his head. My temper is much better now. If it was a year ago, you would have been beaten to death by me. All the people present were more speechless than one. You've beaten Beerus half to death. It's hard enough. However, this also allowed the three angels present to see how powerful Feng Yang is. Champa trembled even more. Even that Beerus guy isn't his match. Thanks to Rumsshi, that guy didn't come with me to trouble him. I feel that even if I team up with Rumsshi, it may not be his opponent. This kid's strength is simply too strong. Moreover, his strength seems to have improved a lot this year. How strong do you have to be before you give up? The winner hasn't been decided yet. Beerus gritted his teeth, feeling a little annoyed. It seems that you are the type that resists beatings. Feng Yang smiled. Since you want me to beat you up so much, then I will give it to you. Ah ah ah. Beerus let out a roar, and more and stronger destructive energy emerged from his body. In just the blink of an eye, Beerus's body was covered with a layer of purple-red flame. This layer of purple-red flame is darker than the previous color. Looking at Beerus' body again, it has become more muscular than before. I haven't shown my real strength yet. Beerus smiled. It's been a long time since I was so happy. The battle just now has stimulated my inner potential. Oh, really? This state seems to be qualified to challenge me. Feng Yang smiled slightly. Let's start over. Beerus snorted. Feng Yang's expression also became a little dignified. Far away, the three angels, Whis, Kessie and Vados, stand together. Master Beerus' strength has improved to a great extent. Kessie pondered. As far as the current destructive energy intensity of the two sides is concerned, Master Beerus' destructive energy has a slight upper hand. Yes, although Master Beerus has been sleeping all the time, he is also a genius in cultivation. Whis nodded. It seems that what happened to Master Feng Yang this time really stimulated him, and made him use it for a long time. The potential energy is released. Vados was silent. Vados, what do you think? Which of the two of them do you think will win? Kes asked. I think Master Feng Yang should win. Vados replied. It seems that your relationship is quite good. Kessie said with a smile. You have been molested by him a lot, haven't you? B.A. Vados gave Kes a blank look. Talk like you're not being teased by him. Oh, from the intensity of their destructive energy, it can be seen that Master Beerus has gained the upper hand now. Do you still think that Master Feng Yang can win? Whis smiled. You guys take a good look. Vados shook his head. Both Whis and Kes were slightly taken aback. What's the meaning? What shall we see? The two looked at Vados strangely. I can tell you very responsibly that Feng Yang's strength is infinitely close to that of our angel. Vados said. Whis was stunned. Kessie's beautiful eyes widened even more, showing disbelief on her face. Feng Yang's strength is already infinitely close to our angel. Then, Master Beerus is definitely not his opponent. But, how could Feng Yang be so powerful? And, I'm talking about Feng Yang from a year ago. Vados whispered. Whis was stunned again. Kessie also opened her small mouth slightly, not wanting to be surprised. Or for Feng Yang, he has no upper limit. Vados sighed. It was very good for Feng Yang's transformation to be able to draw with Lord Beerus before, but now he can beat Lord Beerus. Whis stopped talking. Kessie was also completely stunned. Also, what I want to say is that Feng Yang still has a level of transformation that is useless. Vados said. Oh my, this is really amazing. Whis was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Kessie's pupils constricted even more, and she couldn't say anything. Feng Yang still has a layer of transformation that is useless. How strong does he want to be? Could it be that his strength is already close to Lord Grand Priest? Kessie asked. That's not the case. Vados smiled. If that's the case, Kessie wiped her sweat. The Grand Priest should be the one who should be worried. Whis said with a smile. The next moment, the three angels nodded together. Above the sky, Beerus launched a fierce attack on Feng Yang. Feng Yang resisted. However, this state of Beerus is really strong, and Feng Yang is a little bit overwhelmed. After fighting for a few rounds, Beerus punched Feng Yang hard in the chest. Hey, I hit you. Beerus grinned. Really? Feng Yang chuckled. With a sound, he slapped his backhand, and slapped Beerus hard on the face. There were several bright red handprints on Beerus' face. Boom. Feng Yang kicked over again and landed on Beerus' arm. Beerus staggered and flew backwards. But soon, Beerus adjusted his body in the air, turned into a purple-red streamer, and flew towards Feng Yang. Bang bang bang. The two clashed fiercely again. This times, Beerus's attack rhythm seems to be very effective, and the time is naturally pressed against Feng Yang. How? Feng Yang. Beerus laughed. Do you really think you can beat me, the strongest gods of destruction? I've been the strongest gods of destruction for a long time. Just a supreme Kai. Boom. The next moment, Beerus slammed his hand down, and the invisible divine power quickly covered Feng Yang's body. Feng Yang turned into a meteor at that time, smashing down from the sky. Only a loud bang was heard, and Feng Yang's body left a bottomless crater on the ground of gods of destruction. Snapped. Beerus fell slowly and appeared on the edge of the big pit. Hurry up, Feng Yang, it's very interesting to fight with you, let's continue. Beerus smiled. Boom. The moment Beerus' voice just fell, the entire gods of destruction world was shaken violently. Crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the sky, and the world of gods of destruction seemed to be shattered at any time. What's going on here? Beerus was stunned. Feng Yang, stop quickly. The gods of destruction world can't bear such a powerful energy. Vado's face changed color, and he shouted hastily. After a short period of sluggishness, the scepter in her hand immediately released the power of Angel to repair the cracks that appeared in the sky. Soon, these cracks in the sky were repaired by Kessie. Keith breathed a sigh of relief. Shua. Feng Yang turned into a purple-red streamer, appearing behind Beerus in an instant. Boom. Feng Yang slapped it, directly on the back of Beerus' neck. Beerus was hit on the spot without even reacting. Beerus' consciousness went blank, he fell limply to the ground, and passed out. Everyone present was dumbfounded. No, only Vado's expression was slightly less shocked. Because Vados has felt the strength of Feng Yang's transformation before. At that time, Vados and Feng Yang had a simple sparring in a different dimension, and even released a protective shield on purpose. Even so, the shield was easily shattered by Feng Yang. The current Feng Yang looks almost the same as before. It's just that the three angels could keenly feel how powerful Feng Yang's destructive energy was just now. Moreover, Vados, Whis, and Kessie, who were angels, saw a moment that shocked them even more. At that time, Feng Yang's body was full of purple-red flames, lightning entangled his whole body, and his hair stretched back over his waist. Yes, it's similar to Caulifla's Super Saiyan Blue Color 3 hair. Of course, in just an instant, Feng Yang's appearance disappeared, and he returned to his current appearance. Did you just faint? Feng Yang shook his head, stepped forward and stepped on Beerus' face, but found that he still didn't respond. Champa was completely frightened aside. It's just horrible. This guy is a monster. I still think about fighting this monster one day. It looks like my chances of beating him are pretty much zero. Even Beerus was knocked out by his slap. What happened to his sudden increase in energy just now? Snapped. Feng Yang returned to normal, showing a smile on his face. By the way, Vados, can we revive Gabe? Feng Yang asked. Vados. It took Vados a long time to recover from the surprise just now. Why are you asking this question all of a sudden? You're a little hasty when you turn this corner. I can't keep up with you. In principle, it is possible, but the body of Gabe after resurrection should belong to Zamasu. Vados pondered. Throw away his Zamasu's body and rebuild a new one for him. Feng Yang suggested. That's no problem, because his soul has not been killed, so it can be resurrected. Vados nodded. Do you need a Dragon Ball? Or can you angel revive him directly? Feng Yang asked again. We need his soul. As long as his soul comes back, we can create a body for him, let his soul and body blend together, and then he will be resurrected, Vados replied. He died in the 7th universe, right? Feng Yang pondered. At that time, Zamasu was the god dragon summoned in the 7th universe, and exchanged bodies with Gabe of the 6th universe. Then, Zamasu, who switched bodies, returned to the side of the dragon in an instant, and killed Gabe with a sneak attack. So after Gabe's death, he went to the underworld of the 7th universe. Yes, Vados nodded. I'm going to the 7th universe hell right now. Feng Yang suggested, resuscitate Gabe first, and then deal with Zamasu's matter. Okay, Master Feng Yang. Vados did not object. Shua. Feng Yang quickly disappeared on the spot. After seeing Feng Yang leave, Whis stepped forward to heal Beerus with the scepter. Soon Beerus recovered from his injuries. Beerus immediately opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground, his pupils filled with horror. But Beerus looked around, but did not find Feng Yang. What about the others? Beerus asked, a little scared. Master Beerus is referring to Master Feng Yang. Whis asked. Need to talk. Beerus shouted angrily. Master Feng Yang has gone to the underworld. Whis said. What? He's dead. Whoa, that's great. Beerus was overjoyed. Whis. Vados. Kes. Ziyao and Caulifla also sighed helplessly. How do you think Feng Yang is dead? How dare you think about it? Champa sighed helplessly. I found the shadow of my past in Beerus. I was that scared back then. Feng Yang's kid is not human at all. Definitely a freak. How could there be such a powerful human being? How easy it is to beat our gods of destruction. Even Beerus has lost to him now. Master Feng Yang went to the underworld to pick up Gabe's soul, and he wants to resurrect Gabe. Whis explained. What? I naively thought he was dead. Beerus smiled wryly. Fortunately, Master Feng Yang probably didn't hear it. Whis smiled. Whis, 10th is not fun, let's go back quickly. Beerus said hastily. As for Gabe and Zamasu, it has nothing to do with us. Whis, do you want to leave the picker and leave? Go, Whis. Beerus urged. If you don't leave, Feng Yang will be back soon. Or hurry up and slip away. Okay, Master Beerus. Whis sighed helplessly. Since Master Beerus is leaving, let's leave as soon as possible. Anyway, it doesn't make much sense to stay. Moreover, if Prince Feng Yang handles the matter about Zamasu, I believe it should be resolved soon. Besides, wasn't there a time when Goku and Vegeta went to the trunks? I don't know what happened to the two of them. Then, Sister Vados, Sister Kessie, let's go first. Whis saluted the two sisters. Okay, take care. Kes nodded. When you get back, Master Beerus, please do your best. Vados smiled. Beerus snorted and said nothing. Ha ha ha, Beerus, you guys are also afraid sometimes. Champa stepped forward and laughed. You shameless guy. That guy Feng Yang is so powerful, you didn't tell me earlier. Beerus gritted his teeth with hatred. Hey, I just want to see your shocked expression. Champa smiled brightly. Go away, I don't have a brother like you. You, Beerus shouted angrily, and urged Whis, are you all right? When you're done, leave now. Leave immediately, Master Beerus. Whis replied. Whoa. The next moment, Whis and Beerus turned into a streamer as bright as a star, and quickly disappeared without a trace. After Beerus left the gods of destruction world of the 10th universe, his hanging heart finally let go. Temple of Zeno. Zeno is playing bored. At this time, Grand Priest suddenly looked in the direction of the 10th universe, with a hint of surprise on his face. Grand Priest, what's wrong with you? You look surprised. Zeno stepped forward and asked. Just now, a very powerful energy appeared in the gods of destruction world on the 10th universe. Grand Priest smiled. Really, can you be as strong as you? Zeno smiled. That's not so. But his energy intensity is already infinitely close to Angel. Grand Priest pondered. Who is it? Zeno was taken aback. Is it Beerus? Not Beerus. Grand Priest shook his head. Not Beerus. That's strange. Zeno was a little confused. Is it Rumsshi? Isn't Rumshi's strength inferior to Beerus? Not Rumsshi either. Grand Priest shook his head again. Who would that be? Has a new gods of destruction been born? Zeno asked again. Not gods of destruction, but a Supreme Kai. Grand Priest said. Supreme Kai. Will Supreme Kai be stronger than gods of destruction? Zeno was a little confused. I don't believe it. Quote. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Grand Priest didn't say anything more. 7th Universe, Hell, Yama King Hall. And outside the Hall of King Yama, there are many souls queuing up. There was a long queue of white souls. Come on, open your mouth. The first soul in line opened its mouth. This soul is Gabe. Gabe waited in line for a long time before finally getting him. The staff took a cotton swab and swiped it in Gabe's mouth a few times. Through this method, some experience of the soul's previous life can be obtained, which can be better fed back to Lord Yama. Yama, based on these experiences and the records in the Book of Life and Death, judged this soul. Okay, next one, the staff member said. The next soul moves on. And the soul of Gabe just now appeared in the Hall of King Yama. Gabe, Yan Luowang opened the Book of Life and Death, looking for Gabe's name and file in the Book of Life and Death. However, King Yan Luo searched around but couldn't find it. It's strange, why is there no information about you in the Book of Life and Death? King Yan Luo was a little confused. Gabe also showed confusion on his face. I don't even know how I died. How do I know that there is no information about me in the Book of Life and Death? Did you miss me? Yama had no choice but to use the information given by the cotton swab to check and process those experiences during his lifetime. Saiyan from planet Shadara. King Yama was taken aback again. In my impression, isn't planet Shadara destroyed long ago? Hello, Lord Yama, I am from the 6th universe Shadara planet. Gabe replied. 6th universe. Yan Luo Wang suddenly realized, no wonder I don't have your information in my Book of Life and Death, so you are from the 6th universe, and died in our 7th universe. Ah, this is the 7th universe. Why did I come to the 7th universe? Gabe asked a little strangely. As for why you came to the 7th universe, then I don't know. King Yan Luo shook his head, checked Gabe's experience again, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you did a lot of good things during your lifetime. The peacekeeping force went to maintain the peace of the universe, and also rebuilt some disastrous planets, and made great achievements on the Shadara planet. According to the regulations, you can go to heaven. Thank you, Lord Yama. Gabe thanked quickly. Send him to heaven, King Yan Luo ordered. Immediately, 2 staff members stepped forward and were about to send Gabe to heaven. Well, can I go to the paradise of the 6th universe? Gabe asked. I'm from the 6th universe after all. No, the hells of our 2 universes are separate. If you leave our universe, the hells will disappear. King Yama shook his head. Gabe showed disappointment on his face. After a short silence. Then, can I ask who killed me? I don't even know how I died. Gabe asked with some distress. You, according to the records above, it seems that you were killed by yourself. King Yan Luo looked through Gabe's experience and replied. Gabe, I was killed by myself. Why can't I believe it? I just feel very uncomfortable. By the time I realized it, there was already a purple-red energy knife on my chest. Someone apparently stabbed me in the back. And at the moment of my death, I felt as if my body turned green. In short, the body is very uncomfortable and various discomforts. And then I just died. If there is no problem, report to heaven as soon as possible. King Yama ordered. Okay, Lord Yama. Gabe had no choice but to nod helplessly. Shua. At this time, the space fluctuated for a while. Feng Yang cast instant transmission, and he appeared in Yama's hull in an instant. After seeing Feng Yang appear. Afterwards, Gabby burst into tears at that time. Of course, Gabe is a soul, so he didn't shed any tears, he just felt very excited. Your Highness. Gabe hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Yeah, Feng Yang nodded lightly, and looked up at King Yama sitting in the center of the hall. What, Lord Supreme Kai? King Yama was taken aback, hurriedly got up from his seat, and knelt down to salute. Get up, King Yama. Feng Yang smiled. I am Supreme Kai from the 6th universe, Gabe is from our universe, so I will take him away. Do you have any objection? I don't have an opinion. Yan Luo Wang shook his head vigorously. You are Supreme Kai, you call the shots. What can I say? Goodbye. After Feng Yang finished speaking, he immediately pulled Jabe to cast instant transmission and left. In just an instant, Feng Yang brought Gabe back to the Gods of Destruction world of the 10th universe. Gabe looked back and forth, left and right, with a look of surprise on his face. Where is this again? Where are the Beerus people? After Feng Yang came back, he found that Beerus was gone. Oh, Master Beerus said that he has important matters to deal with, so he left first. Kessie explained. Feng Yang didn't chase after him either. Anyway, he has been repaired severely. I hope he will be more honest with me in the future. Let's revive Gabe first. Feng Yang suggested to Vados. Okay. Vados nodded lightly, but did not object. Snapped. The scepter crystal ball in Vados' hand pointed lightly at Gabe. In an instant, Gabe's body was rebuilt by Vados, and his soul and body were fused together again. Gabe revived. Even Gabe's clothes are also made by Vados himself. Soon, Gabe was no different from before he died. Hey, have I been resurrected? Gabe was stunned. Congratulations on getting Gabe. Congratulations on being resurrected. Caulifla stepped forward and patted Gabe on the shoulder. Miss Caulifla. Gabe was taken aback. looked at Caulifla strangely, and asked, "What's the matter with your attire? I remember that your usual clothes are not like this." "Childs. Hey, can't you imagine?" Caulifla grinned. "Your clothes are a bit like Lord Champa's Gods of Destruction costume." Gabe was stunned. "That's right, I'm the Gods of Destruction now." Caulifla smiled, "And I'm also the Gods of Destruction of our 6th universe." Gabe was stunned, his eyes widened, and he didn't recover for a long time. "So you have to kowtow to salute when you see me in the future, do you understand?" Caulifla said triumphantly. Gabe quickly turned to look at Champa. "She was right," Champa replied. "Ah, you have really become Gods of Destruction." Gabe was shocked, and immediately knelt down without any hesitation. "Well, I finally feel like Gods of Destruction." Caulifla grinned. "I just heard Lord Yan Luo from the underworld say, His Royal Highness seems to be Supreme Kai." Gabe was taken aback, then turned to look at Feng Yang. "Yes, Feng Yang is now the Supreme Kai, and also the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe." Caulifla nodded. "Greetings to Lord Supreme Kai, greetings to His Royal Highness, thank you for saving your life." Gabe kowtowed again. "Get up," Feng Yang greeted. "I heard what you said in the Hall of King Yama, but you don't even know how you died." Gabby wanted to cry. "I really don't know how I died. By the time I realized it, I had already gone to the underworld to arrange a number." "Caulifla, tell him," Feng Yang ordered to Caulifla. Caulifla should go and tell him everything that happened to Gabe. Gabe was completely speechless. "It turns out that I was exchanged by a god called Kaio. And this king of the realm is also the god of the 10th universe. It's just shameless. I want to defeat him with my own hands." Gabe gritted his teeth with hatred. Currently, Son Goku and Vegeta of the 7th universe have gone to the time and space where Zamasu is, and they should be fighting Zamasu. Feng Yang pondered, "Let's go to the Earth of the 7th universe and wait for them. When they are defeated, go again. Everything is at the discretion of His Highness the Prince." Gabe replied respectfully. "In the future, Trunks time and space. 7th universe, Earth. Shua." A time machine quickly appeared above the sky. The time machine descended slowly. Son Goku and Vegeta and Trunks flew out of the time machine. Vegeta immediately flew into the sky, looking at the abandoned city that had been beaten into shape. A trace of anger appeared on his face. "It's so miserable." Son Goku also shook his head and frowned. Then Son Goku turned his head and glanced into the distance. "There is a strong aura on the mountain over there, it should be Gabe." Son Goku scratched his head. "It feels a bit different from Gabe's aura. He is flying towards us, he should have noticed our existence." Vegeta snorted, regardless of why he is not as angry as Gabe. Anyway, he made the future like this, no matter what, he's going to be set on fire. "Trunks, for hiding the time machine," Son Goku said to Trunks. "Yes." Trunks descended from the sky, and immediately pressed a button on the time machine. The time machine shrank into a capsule and was collected by Trunks. Trunks suddenly felt that something was wrong in front of him, and immediately walked forward. And at a corner ahead, Trunks saw Xiao Wu in the past. "Mr. Goku, give me a fairy bean," Trunks said hastily. Son Goku and Vegeta froze for a moment, and immediately fell from the sky. "What happened?" Son Goku asked. "It's Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is still alive," Trunks said excitedly. Son Goku quickly took out a fairy bean and handed it to Trunks. Trunks chewed the fairy beans and sent them to Xiao Wu's mouth. "Ah, he's lip to mouth with that girl," Son Goku exclaimed. What's all this fuss about, as if you never did?" Vegeta cast a glance at Son Goku. "No, I've never had one." Son Goku shook his head. "Why do you want to do this? Aren't you all married?" Vegeta wiped his sweat. "Does this have anything to do with marriage?" Son Goku was even more puzzled. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore. "Forget it, pretend I didn't say it," Vegeta replied with a dark face. With the help of Trunks, Xiao Wu finally regained consciousness. "Trunks," Xiao Wu was extremely surprised. "Xiao Wu, woo. Great." Trunks and Xiao Wu hugged each other tightly. How are you here? Didn't you go back to the past? Did you fail?" Xiao Wu asked nervously. "No, I've gone back, thanks to my past mother, I can go back to our time," Trunks explained. "Really? So everything is going well, right?" Xiao Wu cried with joy, and asked some inexplicable questions, but why did you come back? We're here to defeat that Gabe guy, Son Goku said from the sidelines. Hey, it's you. Xiao Wu was taken aback and lost her voice. Just now, Xiao Wu only had eyes on Trunks. Only after hearing Son Goku speak, did he notice Son Goku and Vegeta. Xiao Wu knew Son Goku. After all, Xiao Wu had dealt with Son Goku long ago. At that time, Xiao Wu remembered that Son Goku was still a kid. It's grown up now. Do you know me? Son Goku asked. Ah, I don't know. I heard about Trunks before. Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly. So that's it. No wonder I think she looks familiar. It turns out that she is the future version of the three little ghosts who borrowed from my house. Vegeta said. This is? Xiao Wu asked. He's my dad, and they all came here 17 years ago to help, Trunks explained. Hide here, let's go and defeat that guy named Gabe. Vegeta said. Is that person called Gabe? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Yeah, we already know his identity, he is Saiyan from the 6th universe, and his name is Gabe. Trunks said. 6th universe, what do you mean? We called him the Dark Man before. Xiao Wu didn't understand. I'll talk to you later. Trunks responded, and said to Vegeta, Dad, I want to fight side by side with you. You don't need to fight first, let's talk when there is danger, you stay here to protect this girl. Vegeta ordered, if Kakarot and I really lose to that guy, you and this girl will return to us immediately through the time machine. Did you hear that, Era? Trunks fell silent. Dad, your character design has completely collapsed. You were not like this before. Trunks, you see he can say this kind of thing now, has he evolved? Son Goku said with a smile. Trunks nodded vigorously. Go ahead, Kakarot, Vegeta greeted. Good, Son Goku responded. Whoa, whoa. The two of them turned into two beams of light, and quickly flew towards the distance. Can they defeat that dark man? Xiao Wu asked. No problem, Trunks replied. I heard from Mr. Goku that they had a match with the 6th universe before that. The dark man Gabe defeated his father who didn't have much energy, and finally lost to Mr. Goku. Really? Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Papa and Mr. Goku will definitely win, Trunks said. At this time, Hey Gabe was suspended above the sky, and turned into the 4th form of Super Saiyan. Hey Gabe usually maintains this form. After all, once this form of Super Saiyan IV is transformed, it can continue to be maintained even when sleeping. Because Super Saiyan 4 is based on the transformation of the giant ape, which maximizes the release of the nature of the Saiyans. Those two powerful auras are moving fast, who could they be? Hey Gabe pondered. The next moment, Hey Gabe flew towards the direction where Son Goku and Vegeta were. Soon, Black Gabe saw Son Goku and Vegeta in the air. Why are you two here? Hey Gabe was taken aback. It is said that there should not be two people, Son Goku and Vegeta, in this world. How did they get here? It's really Gabe. Vegeta snorted. You are quite courageous, you dare to come here to play wild. Yeah, it looks exactly the same as that Gabe, but the breath is completely different. Son Goku pondered. Kakarot, let me go first. Vegeta said, the last time I fought against the 6th universe, I had already consumed a lot of energy. The face I lost a year ago, I will completely regain it today come. Are you really Gabe? Son Goku asked aloud. HMPH, whatever you want to imagine. Black Gabe smiled, and slowly fell from the air, appearing opposite Son Goku and Vegeta. Then, let me see what you are capable of. Vegeta snorted coldly. Golden light bloomed on his body, and electric arcs wrapped around his body. Super Saiyan 2. After Vegeta became Super Saiyan 2, he immediately turned into a golden light and roared in the direction of Hey Gabe. Son Goku, you're too reckless, you haven't decided who will go first. Boom. Hey Gabe slapped Vegeta on the ground with a slap. The next moment, Hey Gabe stepped on Vegeta's body with endless contempt on his face. Are you an idiot? Black Gabe sneered, you are only Super Saiyan 2, why do you think you can beat my Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta, careless. This is so. You don't play by the rules. Don't we all start from the most basic form when we start fighting? I forgot that this is the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan. Trunks. Trunks looked over from a distance, and was speechless at that time. Trunks, your father was slapped by him. Xiao Wu smiled wryly. Dad must have been careless. Trunks said in a deep voice. Wow. Vegeta's body immediately burst into blue light. Snapped. Vegeta grabbed forward with his big hand and grabbed Hey Gabe's tail. What? Black Gabe's face changed slightly. Boom. Vegeta drove over with a big kick, kicking Hey Gabe into the sky at that time. Bang bang bang. Vegeta soared into the sky and dealt a violent blow to Hey Gabe. For a moment, Hey Gabe was so beaten that he was unable to resist. Boom. Vegeta intertwined his hands into a fist, facing Hey Gabe. There came a violent blow. Boom. Hey Gabe fell from the sky like a meteor, hitting the ground heavily, leaving a hole in the ground. Snapped. Hey Gabe jumped out of the big pit and got up calmly. Vegeta landed slowly opposite Hey Gabe. How is it, Gabe? Vegeta smiled, as the few hits just enough for you. HMPH, it's nothing special. Hey Gabe smiled lightly and patted the dust off his body. What did you say? Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling a little upset. You lost to Gabe in the match against 6th Universe. No, you lost to me. Do you think that you are my opponent in this time and space? Hey Gabe smiled lightly. You shut up. Vegeta shouted angrily, and quickly rushed towards Hey Gabe. With a heavy punch, Vegeta directly hit Gabe's abdomen heavily. Puff. Hey Gabe spat out a mouthful of acidic water, and his body trembled violently. Boom. Vegeta kicked over again, and kicked Gabe in the face at that time. Hey Gabe was kicked to the ground. Stand up, Gabe, weren't you very good in the ring? Vegeta smiled lightly, and walked in the direction of Hey Gabe. I don't think you have any. What a big deal, but even weaker than before. Hey Gabe's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his whole body was trembling. You keep your tail because you can turn into a giant ape, right? Vegeta snorted. I think the first thing to do in Super Saiyan 4's transformation is to become a giant ape. Is it because of the power of the great ape that it became like this? Hey Gabe didn't say a word. Is it because the moon in this time and space is not round enough? Vegeta smiled. That's why your strength is greatly reduced. Black Gabe. God, the moon is not round enough. It is because my adaptation to this body has not yet reached a perfect level. Do you think you'll beat me if it's perfect? No, actually it's not that your strength has decreased, but mine has been greatly improved. Vegeta said with a smile, after this year of training, I have put the Super Saiyan Blue is used more skillfully. HMPH, I've already defeated all the gods, how could I lose to a human like you? Hey Gabe yelled angrily. But you didn't defeat gods of destruction with your own strength, but you killed Supreme Kai, making gods of destruction disappear together. Son Goku said lightly from the side. Black Gabe glanced at Son Goku. You're despicable, Son Goku said. No matter what the process is, I am already the most powerful existence. Hey Gabe gritted his teeth. Only you can become the most powerful existence. Vegeta smiled. You are no match for me at all. Hey Gabe roared, and energy was continuously sprayed out from his hands. Waves of energy roared towards Vegeta's direction. With a flash of his body, Vegeta quickly avoided all the energy attacks. HMPH, it seems you've become restless, Gabe. Vegeta smiled. Shut up, you stupid human being. Hey Gabe yelled angrily, as a god, everything is justice. God, you say you are a god. Vegeta was taken aback. When did you become a god? Wow. Hey Gabe let out a roar, rushed towards Vegeta again, and launched a fierce attack on Vegeta. With his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, Vegeta easily blocked all of Hegabe's attacks. Son Goku watched the battle silently under Fang Mo. Mr. Goku. Trunks stepped forward. How did you come here? Son Goku asked. Mr. Goku, please listen to me. Trunks said. Gabe's fourth Super Saiyan form seems to be stronger than before. Oh, it doesn't feel right, he is much weaker than when he was playing against us. Son Goku shook his head, although I don't know what's going on, but at present, he and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue there is still a big difference in color, so it should be fine. I have a bad premonition. Trunks said in a deep voice, it's better for Dad to get a solution as soon as possible. Quote. Okay, I got it. Son Goku nodded, and shouted loudly to Vegeta in the sky, Vegeta, don't leave it to me, kill him quickly, so that the night will not be a long dream. HMPH, I never planned to keep it for you from the beginning. Vegeta smiled. You fool. Son Goku said. Boom. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Hey-Gabe by the collar, and slammed his forehead on his face. Hey-Gabe's tears fell, and he felt that he was not well. Boom. Vegeta kicked Hey-Gabe with a big kick, kicking Hey-Gabe high into the air. Let me send you back with a big bang attack. Vegeta snorted, stretched his arms, and condensed blue energy in his hands. It's a pity, I thought that after this year, you would have made great progress. What? You really let me down, Gabe. Is Saiyan from the 6th universe just like that? With that said, the energy in Vegeta's hand has been condensed. Hey-Gabe showed a face of unwillingness. It's a pity that your prince didn't come. Everyone is also a prince, and they are all princes of Saiyan. I want to meet your prince from the 6th universe Saiyan. Vegeta smiled. Okay, then you won't either. Nothing to regret. Big bang attack. Vegeta ejected a burst of extremely powerful energy from his hands. The energy roared towards Hey-Gabe above the sky. Hey-Gabe was already powerless to resist. Looking at the moment when Hey-Gabe was about to be hit by the big bang attack. Shua, a green figure suddenly appeared beside Hey-Gabe, saving him from danger. Call out. Zamasu landed on a tall building in the distance with Hey-Gabe. Both Son Goku and Vegeta were stunned. Trunks and Xiao Wu also showed confusion on their faces. This guy has accomplices. Who is he? Vegeta was taken aback. This is really a close call. You almost died. Zamasu sighed, but it is worth mentioning that it is not easy to maintain this state after you have been injured like this. Stop rambling. Give me treatment quickly. I feel like I'm dying soon. Hey-Ja urged his feet. I'll treat you a few more times, and your body will be close to perfection. Zamasu said with a smile, I'm looking forward to your transformation on Super Saiyan 4. Snapped. The healing flames in Zamasu's hands quickly covered Gabe's body. Hey-Gabe's body also recovered immediately. Gabe still has an accomplice. Son Goku was taken aback. That accomplice looks a bit strange, he doesn't look like Saiyan. It's the first time I know he has accomplices. Trunks also said in a daze. Gabe's strength has fully recovered, and his injury has healed. Vegeta frowned. Thank you. Hey-Gabe thanked Zamasu. We are all one, thank you so much. Zamasu smiled and said, if you die, our previous efforts will be wasted. Yes. Hey-Gabe nodded. Project Zero requires the two of us to implement it together. Zamasu smiled. Son Goku, Vegeta and others also looked at Zamasu, who appeared in surprise. Who the hell is that guy? Vegeta was completely confused. I've never seen him. Trunks shook his head in bewilderment. It doesn't look like a Saiyan at all. Vegeta said in a deep voice. It's really strange, things seem to be more complicated than we thought. Son Goku said. HMPH, never mind. Vegeta snorted, it doesn't matter if it's one or two, it's just one more miscellaneous fish, that guy is nothing special. Above the roof. That's Son Goku and Vegeta. How did they get here? Zamasu asked. I don't know, they showed up suddenly. Hey-Gabe replied, Trunks too, and that woman is still alive for some reason, I remember I killed him. They have to die anyway, Zamasu said. But why have you been there for so long? Hey-Gabe asked. Well, because I went to confirm other parallel time and space. Compared with the time and space you stayed in before, there is no obstacle worth mentioning, and it should be easy to dominate. Zamasu smiled. Parallel time and space. How did you travel to parallel time and space? Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Zamasu, Shin asked in surprise. Startled, Zamasu jumped back hastily, putting some distance between him and Vegeta. Do you have a time machine too? Vegeta snorted. Time machine. So you came to this era by time machine. Hey-Gabe understood. Tell me, what are you? Vegeta looked at Zamasu and asked. HMPH, imagine yourself slowly, it's better for you to imagine your own situation. Zamasu said with a smile, you will be killed by Gabe soon. Didn't you see the fight just now? Vegeta smiled lightly, do you think he can beat me? Then let's try again. Hey-Gabe showed a confident smile. Just try it. Vegeta sneered, and flew in the direction of Hey-Gabe. Hey-Gabe soared into the sky at that time, and quickly flew into the sky. Vegeta jumped to nothing. But that's okay. Vegeta followed immediately, and quickly got closer to Hey-Gabe. Bang bang bang. The two had a fierce confrontation in the air. Black Gabe is still the fourth form of Super Saiyan. Vegeta is the color of Super Saiyan Blue. As the battle continued, Vegeta seemed to be a bit out of touch with the output. And after a few rounds of fighting, boom, Hegab kicked over and kicked Vegeta out of the air. Vegeta adjusts her body in the air, both feet hit the ground hard. At the moment when Vegeta just landed, Hegab waved his big hand downwards, spraying out energy bombs one by one. The energy bomb roared towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta hurriedly flashed a blue streamer, rushed up from one side, and quickly appeared beside Hegab. Hegab grinned, and waved his big hand downwards. A powerful energy controlled Vegeta above the sky at that time. Vegeta couldn't even move. This guy's fighting style is completely different from the previous Gabe. Son Goku frowned, and it didn't look like Saiyan's fighting style. Hegab has become stronger again, Trunks said in a deep voice. Become stronger? Son Goku was also slightly taken aback, seeing that something was wrong. Vegeta, you still want to challenge me just because you look like you? Black Gabe laughed. What's so great about the Super Saiyan blue color? Only by following my route can I better play Saiyan's excellent performance. The energy burst out from Vegeta's body, dissipating the energy covered by Hegab on his body. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta fell from the air immediately, panting heavily, feeling waves of exhaustion. HMPH, although the transformation of the gods you take is more desirable, but it ignores the most basic nature of Saiyan. Hegab smiled. Let me give you Saiyans a good treatment now. Last lesson, you know how powerful Super Saiyan IV is. Bah, stop talking nonsense, didn't you get beaten all over the place by me before? Vegeta spat. No, that's because the degree of fusion between me and this body is not perfect. Hegab smiled. Fusion is not perfect? What do you mean? Vegeta was a little confused. You're not Gabe, are you? Son Goku asked coldly. HMPH. Hegab sneered. I won't tell you. Take your time to guess for yourself. You are definitely not Gabe. Son Goku said. Gabe's fighting style is completely different from yours. I have fought with him, and I know his fighting style. Whatever you think. Hegab smiled, but I can tell you one thing, my strength was really not that good. I could barely become a Super Saiyan, but I accidentally discovered the Super Saiyan. A way to increase your strength. What? Vegeta was taken aback. That is to be reborn from the brink of death, and Saiyan's energy will be greatly improved. Hegab laughed. Boom. As he said that, Hegab kicked Vegeta to the ground again. Vegeta's physical strength could no longer keep up, and the blue flame on his body almost collapsed. Vegeta, hurry up and eat the beans. Son Goku hurried forward and gave the beans to Vegeta. Vegeta didn't have any hesitation either. After eating the fairy beans, blue light burst out from his body again. Call out. Vegeta rushed. Go up, and start a fierce confrontation with Hegab again. Bang bang bang. This time, the two were evenly matched. However, Hegab can have a slight upper hand. Trunks, didn't you just say that Saiyan will get a lot of energy boost when reborn from the brink of death? Your father's energy doesn't seem to be boosted. Xiao Wu wondered. Asked. I don't think my dad can increase his energy by being near death. Trunks shook his head. My dad and Mr. Goku have already cultivated to the extreme. How could this be? Xiao Wu's expression changed again and again. Snapped. Hegab and Vegeta fell from the sky, both of them were seriously injured. Asshole. Vegeta covered his painful head, trembling with anger. Hegab also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but there was an endless smile on his face. That's great. This strength of yours is just used to boost my energy, Vegeta. Hegab said with a smile. Snapped. Zamasu fell from the sky and landed beside Hegab. Shua. With a wave of his hand, Zamasu quickly treated Hegab. Oops. Son Goku exclaimed. Vegeta. Very good, very good. Hegab burst out with extremely powerful energy again. Vegeta's face changed color slightly. Those damaged cells will be gradually controlled by me every time they are regenerated. God's heart and Saiyan's body are perfectly fused. Hegab laughed more and more wildly. Immediately afterwards, Hegab slowly closed his eyes, and raised his head to feel the sky. Vegeta froze for a moment. He said the heart of God. Son Goku frowned. He seems to keep calling himself a god, Trunks mused. I have reached a realm that you human beings will never be able to reach. Hegab said with a smile. Ah! Black Gabe let out a scream. Snapped. The next moment, a pink light suddenly appeared on Gabe's body. At the same time, the color of Black Gabe's hair and tail also turned pink. What? The expressions of Son Goku and Vegeta changed again and again. He transformed again. Son Goku said in a deep voice. Oh, this is really surprising. Zamasu was very pleasantly surprised. When God's heart controlled Saiyan's body, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and all the energy in his body was transformed into divine power. Zamasu said with a smile. I decided to name my new transformation Super Saiyan number 5 according to the previous naming method. Gabe said with a smile. Son Goku, Vegeta, the faces of the two became more and more serious. Bah, shit, Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta spat, what kind of Super Saiyan 5 are you? Every transformation of Super Saiyan will greatly improve. You can only convert energy into its just divine power. Is it the 5th of Super Saiyan? Try it and you'll know. Gabe smiled. Vegeta, I think we should deal with him together. Gabe is stronger than we thought. Son Goku suggested. Are you kidding? You go find a way to deal with the other guy. Vegeta snorted. Every time he gets hurt, another guy will heal him, and this goes on endlessly. I see. Son Goku nodded and pointed at Zamasu. Hey, what's your name? Zamasu. It's okay to tell you, I'm Zamasu. Zamasu smiled. Okay, Zamasu, let's try it both. Son Goku said. Okay. Zamasu nodded. At that time, the other me was still hesitating, whether to choose Son Goku or Gabe to switch bodies. In the end, he listened to the words of the old guy Kavas and chose Gabe. But this guy named Son Goku is also very strong. Let me see how powerful this Son Goku is. Whoa, whoa, Zamasu and Son Goku quickly flew to the top of the building. Snapped. Son Goku has turned into Super Saiyan blue color. Zamasu was also ready to fight. Gabe and Vegeta also had endless fighting spirit written on their faces. The two sides launched a fierce attack on each other. Zamasu released the purple hand knife and stabbed, 963, towards Son Goku in one fell swoop. Son Goku dodged Zamasu's attack and knocked him out of the air in a circle. Zamasu hit the ground with a look of unwillingness. Am I a god who can't even beat a human? You are nothing compared to that Gabe. Son Goku said lightly, I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill you. 11. Zamasu's face was cold, and he controlled the surrounding construction waste to levitate. Shish. The construction debris flew towards Son Goku quickly. Son Goku easily avoided the invasion of construction debris. Zamasu was still not reconciled. He grasped the air with his right hand and controlled an iron rod. Call out. The iron rod roared towards Son Goku's direction. Snapped. With a light wave of his hand, he directly bounced the iron rod back. PFF'd. The iron rod directly gave Zamasu a chill. Zamasu. Snapped. Son Goku quickly fell from the sky, the blue light on his body disappeared, and he returned to Super Saiyan. You lost, Mass. Son Goku smiled. HMPH, do you really think that I will lose to you? Zamasu smiled lightly, and pulled the iron bar out of his body. Snapped. Zamasu's body returned to normal and the wounds completely disappeared. What? You have the ability to regenerate? Son Goku asked in surprise. HMPH, isn't it amazing? Zamasu smiled, but this is not rebirth, but immortality. Son Goku's expression changed again and again. Trunks was even more taken aback. Xiao Wu was at a loss. What did he just say? Xiao Wu asked in disbelief. Immortal, he said he was immortal, Trunks explained. What, is there really such a person? Xiao Wu shook her head. Are you born immortal? Son Goku asked. Snapped. Zamasu hooked his fingers at Son Goku's body in the air. Shua, the fairy bean bag on Son Goku's body fell into Zamasu's hand in an instant. Son Goku was taken aback. Isn't that my fairy bean? Son Goku was stunned. How? I am a god, there is nothing I cannot do. Zamasu said with a smile. Shua. The next moment, the energy in Zamasu's hands burst out slightly, directly turning the beanbag and the bean inside into dregs. Ah! You fool! Son Goku exclaimed. So you have no way to heal anymore. Zamasu smiled lightly. Hey! As he said that, Zamasu waved his hands in the air, and a powerful divine power acted on Son Goku at that time. Son Goku felt that it was difficult for him to move. What the hell is going on? Why can't I move my body? Son Goku yelled, feeling a wave of shock. Zamasu stepped forward unhurriedly and kicked Son Goku hard. Son Goku drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground. What did you say just now? You said my strength is mediocre. Zamasu chuckled lightly. It is true that my strength is very mediocre, but God has his own way of fighting. Son Goku got up from the ground. Far away, Vegeta is being beaten by Black Gabe. Hegabe pinned Vegeta's head and rubbed vigorously on the ground. Vegeta screamed in pain. Ha ha ha, it's an incredible superpower. I've become extremely powerful now. Hegabe laughed wildly. You stay in your time and space dishonestly, and you have to come to this time and space to die. But it doesn't matter, alright. After this time and space is cleaned up, we will go to clean up your time and space. As he said that, Hegabe rubbed Vegeta's head on the ground again. Rubbing for a while. Finally, Vegeta couldn't resist anymore. The blue flames on his body collapsed and returned to normal. Vegeta fainted. HMPH, are you dizzy now? I'm so disappointed. Hegabe shook his head, pinched Vegeta's head, and raised it high. Boom. Hegabe threw Vegeta far away, like throwing garbage. Vegeta fell to the ground without making a sound. Dad. Trunks was shocked and rushed up. Isn't this Trunks? You're still alive and well. Hegabe smiled. Mr. Goku, let's retreat first. Trunks suggested, if we stay here, we will all die here. Retreat. Son Goku was taken aback. But Son Goku took a closer look and found that Vegeta had indeed passed out. Son Goku can only be the default. Shua. Zamasu suddenly appeared beside Hegabe. You don't need Trunks anymore, do you? Zamasu asked. Yes, you are right. Hegabe nodded. The strength of Trunks is really a bit far-fetched for the energy improvement of my Super Saiyan IV, but he also provided me with some energy to make the transformation of the body, and the Super Demihuman 4 can achieve fusion perfectly. So you didn't let me get away with it, but let me go on purpose. Trunks understood. Yes, you finally understand. Hegabe smiled lightly. Mr. Goku, Xiao Wu, close your eyes. Trunks said. Son Goku and Xiao Wu immediately closed their eyes. Solar flare. Trunks put his hands next to his cheeks, and a dazzling light quickly spread out. Unfortunately, Zamasu and Hegabe were recruited. Their pupils turned white and they lost their sight for a short time. What a weird move. Zamasu gritted his teeth and rubbed his eyes. No, they're going to run away. Hegabe said in a deep voice. After the two opened their eyes, they found that Son Goku and the others had already fled. The two searched for Son Goku and Trunks around. In the city's sewers, Son Goku and Trunks and others came down from above. Let's go back, Mr. Goku. Trunks suggested, still carrying the fainted Vegeta. Okay. Son Goku nodded, and asked in surprise, you actually know how to use solar flare? Yes, Gohan Big Brother taught me a long time ago. Trunks nodded. It's just that what I can't imagine is that Hegabe has such a powerful power hidden in him, and there is an immortal accomplice. Who the hell are they? They claim to be gods. The issue of identity is not very important, we just need to find a way to deal with them when we go back. Son Goku asked. But how do we deal with that undead body? Xiao Wu asked. No matter what, he can't be killed, right? Besides, he is also a healer, who can restore Hegabe in an instant. There is a way. In the past, Piccolo's father was a villain, and he was sealed by Master Roshi's master. This trick is called Mo Fengbo. Son Goku said, and I went to ask Master Roshi for advice after I went back. Teach me to learn magic sealing waves, it will be a good choice to seal that guy named Zamasu up at that time. That's a good idea, let's go back quickly. Trunks suggested. Okay, Son Goku nodded. But Mr. Goku, I hope you can take my father back. Trunks' expression suddenly became serious. Trunks, won't you go back with us? Son Goku was taken aback. It's useless, I'm afraid it's hard to escape if we're together. Trunks shook his head. Why? Son Goku was puzzled. Because Xiao Wu has breath fluctuations on her body, and she doesn't hide her breath, that Black Gabe can sense our presence, so it's easy to find Xiao Wu. Trunks said, I want to stay with Xiao Wu to procrastinate its time. Mr. Goku took my father back quickly. You will be killed, Son Goku said in a deep voice. After Mr. Goku goes back, just adjust the time forward, and he will come back in an instant, isn't it? Trunks smiled. Son Goku's eyes lit up. This method is not bad. Anyway, it's just a moment. And Dad was injured so badly that he had to go back for treatment, Trunks said. Okay, I see, this matter is on me. Son Goku didn't object. Hey, Trunks, didn't you say that the time machine can't adjust the time? Once a certain time space is selected, it will always be synchronized with the time of that time space. Xiao Wu lowered her voice and asked. I lied to him, otherwise he won't go back. Trunks asked in a low voice. So that's the case. Xiao Wu nodded, understanding. What are you talking about? Son Goku asked. No, nothing, Trunks said, took out the time machine capsule, and handed it to Son Goku. You guys must be careful, the main thing is to delay the time. Son Goku took it with a serious expression. Then, let's go out this way, Mr. Goku. Take another exit and take my dad away immediately, said Trunks. Okay, Son Goku nodded. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku no longer hesitated. Son Goku immediately took Vegeta and went out from another exit. Son Goku took out the time machine. Son Goku carried Vegeta into the time machine and pressed the start button. The time machine takes off. Main time and space. 7th Universe, Earth, Universal Capsule Group Headquarters. Shua, Fangyang cast instant transmission, bringing Vados, Xiao, Caulifla, and Gabe to Bulma's side in an instant. Bulma was taken aback, but after seeing clearly that it was Fangyang and the others, Bulma's hanging heart was relieved. Yes, it's you, aren't you from the 6th Universe? Bulma asked curiously. Yes, Miss Bulma, I heard Whis talk about you before. Vados replied politely. Are you Whis' sister? Bulma smiled. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you here. Vados said. What's the matter? Bulma was taken aback and asked. It's not a big deal, we're here for the Zamasu thing. Vados, be honest. Zamasu, who is he? Bulma asked strangely. Simply speaking, Zamasu is the King Kai of the 10th Universe, and we exchange bodies with Gabe of the universe through the Dragon of the Gods. Vados explained. After the body exchange, Zamasu went through Supreme Kai's space-time ring, went to the space-time of Trunks, and killed all the Supreme Kais there. Quote. Ah, I finally know the truth. Bulma suddenly realized, but Goku and Vegeta have gone to the time and space of Trunks, and there is no news yet. Then wait for them here. Vados nodded. Okay, I'm really sorry to bother you, our Earth has a lot of rich food, you should have a good meal here first. Bulma said. That's exactly what I meant, so please trouble Miss Bulma. Vados smiled. Bulma registered and ordered the chef to prepare food for Fangyang and others. It didn't take long for all kinds of delicacies to be served. After tasting these delicacies, Vados suddenly felt very ordinary. Your Highness, I don't think the food here is as delicious as the legend says. Ziyao whispered. Of course, the cuisine of our Sadara is also one of the best. After my improvement, it has surpassed the cuisine of the earth. Fangyang smiled. Chapter 91. Yeah, I feel the same way, Vados exclaims. The food here is pretty good though. But for Vados, it felt like that. Perhaps the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Fangyang and others enjoyed the food here. And in the distant starry sky, Whis and Beerus are speeding forward. Master Beerus, where are we going next? Whis asked. Where else can I go? Let's go to Earth first. Beerus replied, I'm going to have a good meal. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis didn't object. Call out. The two flew towards the direction of the Earth. After about 10 minutes, Whis brought Beerus down from the sky and landed in the huge courtyard of Bulma's house. And at the moment of landing, Beerus froze for a moment. Isn't that guy Fangyang? How did he come here? What bad luck. Beerus is neither going nor staying. I don't want to see you. In the end, you actually appeared on Earth. Beerus wanted to cry. Hey, isn't this Lord Beerus? Fangyang smiled and said, you guys just flew back from the 10th universe. Beerus, did you have to fly for several hours? Fangyang smiled, we have all eaten here for a long time, and we are almost full. Beerus didn't know what to say. You said you were going to come to Earth, wouldn't it be more convenient for me to bring you back? Fangyang shook his head, and tore a chicken leg casually. Come on, Lord Beerus, take this chicken leg and taste it. With that said, Feng Yang casually threw the chicken leg to Beerus. Beerus hastily took it with both hands. Bulma just came forward from a distance and saw such a strange scene. What's the situation? That Saiyan prince actually threw a chicken leg to Master Beerus. How did you feed the dog? Lord Beerus actually picked it up. Don't understand. When did Master Beerus become so easygoing? Whis and Beerus Sama are back. Bulma stepped forward to greet him. Yes, believe the cause and process of the matter, Prince Feng Yang and Ms. Bulma said. Whis said. What? It's the 10th universe's fault. Bulma sighed. At first we thought it was Gabe who went to the Trunks time and space. I'm really sorry, this incident is somewhat due to me. Gabe scratched his head embarrassingly. Boom. Feng Yang slapped Jia Bei's body to the ground. Gabby showed a look of confusion. Your Highness, why did you hit me? Are you an idiot? Feng Yang scolded. Gabe scratched his head. What does this matter have to do with you? Don't take everything on yourself. Feng Yang said. Yes, I understand, Your Royal Highness. Gabe nodded vigorously and apologized a little embarrassedly. Your Highness is right, this matter has nothing to do with you. Caulifla replied, that guy named Zamasu did all of this. I will go to the future time and space to destroy him later. Let him jump around. Can I beat him with my own hands? Gabe asked. Let's talk about it after Son Goku and Vegeta come back. Feng Yang suggested. You mean, Goku and Vegeta will lose to Zamasu? Bulma asked. Did you ignore one thing? Feng Yang smiled. There will be 2 Zamasu in the future. Since one Zamasu and Gabe exchange bodies, what will the other 10 Zamasu do? Quote. 2 Zamasu. Bulma was taken aback. Oh, what Prince Feng Yang said is right. Whis nodded. Mr. Trunks' future time and space indeed have 2 Zamasu. One is the Zamasu from our era, and the other is the Zamasu that existed in that time and space. If that Zamasu made a wish like the dragon of the gods, it is indeed what Prince Feng Yang said. Goku and Vegeta are probably in danger. What? Bulma's expression changed again and again. Whis didn't speak, but turned to look at Feng Yang. You are Supreme Kai. You should be able to reach that time and space in an instant with the space-time ring. What do you see me doing? Feng Yang saw it and asked. It's okay. Whis smiled, but didn't say it clearly. You want me to save them? Feng Yang said with a smile. Oh, if His Royal Highness Prince Feng Yang can make a move, I believe the danger of Goku and Vegeta will be solved. Whis nodded. No, let's talk about it when they come back. Feng Yang shook his head. If my guess is correct, they will be back soon. Whis was slightly taken aback. Why are you so sure? But since you have said so, I can't refute it. Beerus let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it's going to be okay for now. I still don't want to provoke Feng Yang. I pretend not to exist. Let's eat together. Feng Yang greeted. Whis and Beerus glanced at the messy dining table, and were speechless for a while. Do you let us eat leftovers? Don't be polite, just treat this as your own home. Feng Yang said. Whisper. Beerus. Bulma. This is my house. Why do you feel a little anti-customer oriented? Go prepare new delicacies. Bulma ordered to the chef. Yes. The chef immediately ran to work. Snapped. At this moment, the sky suddenly twisted and deformed. The time machine emerged. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of Feng Yang and others. The time machine slowly fell from the sky. Son Goku flew out of the time machine with Vegeta on his back. Vegeta is still dazed. Daddy, little Trunks exclaimed. Old grandson, Vegeta. Bulma also changed color on his face. Immediately afterwards, Bulma looked to the time machine for Trunks. Where's Trunks? Bulma didn't find Trunks, and became even more anxious. Trunks didn't come back. Get the fairy beans first, and I'll talk about it in detail later. Son Goku said. Bulma immediately sent the little Trunks to get the jelly beans. Little Trunks quickly brought the fairy beans over. Son Goku and Vegeta ate the fairy beans respectively. Fortunately, I left some fairy beans here at the time. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, and asked Son Goku quickly, what's the matter with Son Goku? Where's the Trunks? Trunks said he wants to stay, because if we run away together, it may be difficult to come back. Son Goku explained, I want to come back and learn Mafubo, and I will go back immediately after I learn it. Even if you rush back, it will take a whole day. Bulma felt that he was not well. Kakarot, are you still leaving Trunks there knowing this? Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins. Trunks said, when the time comes, adjust the time of the time machine to the time we just came back, wouldn't it be enough? Son Goku smiled. Trunks is lying to you. Bulma sighed, the existence of that time machine is just equivalent to moving in parallel time and space, not going back to the future or the past. If once adjusted time, you can no longer go to the time and space where the Trunks are located. Therefore, you must not change the settings. If you live here for a day, you will live the same day in the future. Son Goku fell silent, and sweat broke out on his face. Can I interject? Gabe stepped forward shyly. The sudden appearance of Gabe made the faces of Son Goku and Vegeta change again and again. After the two came back just now, they didn't see Gabe who was dining here. And now Gabby is the norm. Black Gabe is the fourth form of Super Saiyan. Son Goku and Vegeta didn't look carefully before, so they didn't notice that much. At this time, Gabe's words made Son Goku and Vegeta notice him immediately, and they immediately came back to their senses. Boy, how dare you come here? The veins on Vegeta's forehead popped out, and blue light burst out from his body immediately, turning into Super Saiyan blue color. Vegeta, wait a minute, the situation is not what you think. Son Goku hastily pulled Vegeta. Son Goku also found out that this man named Gabe is not as bad as the Gabe in Trunks' time and space at all. At least judging from his breath, his energy is very pure. Call out. Vegeta didn't wait with Son Goku, and roared towards Gabe's position. Snapped. Vegeta's heavy punch directly landed on Caulifla's hand. At this critical moment, Caulifla blocked Vegeta's attack on Gabe's behalf. What? You are from the 6th universe? Vegeta was taken aback, and looked up at Caulifla. Don't be impulsive, let's talk about it after clarifying the problem. Caulifla smiled slightly. Understood. If you knew what happened in the future, you wouldn't be so calm. Vegeta snorted coldly, and shouted angrily, it's really time for Saiyan from your 6th universe to come. That's fine, let me do it today, give you a good meal one by one. Boom, a more intense blue light erupted from Vegeta's body. Vegeta, I'm afraid things are not what you think. Son Goku persuaded from the side. Shut up, Vegeta snapped. Son Goku had no choice but to cover his mouth. I still don't say anything. I really don't know how to live or die. Caulifla shook her head. Boom. As Caulifla spoke, without the slightest hesitation, blue flames also erupted from her body. What? You can also play Super Saiyan Blue? You learned it from us, right? Vegeta snorted. I learned from you. Don't be kidding, I would have become like this a long time ago. Caulifla smiled lightly. Since they will all become like this, let's see who is more powerful. Vegeta suddenly became interested. Forget it, I still won't play with you anymore. Caulifla said with a smile, I'll let you see it now, you probably haven't reached the level yet. Boom. After Caulifla finished speaking, a more intense blue light emerged from her body. Kyla. Caulifla's body was entwined with lightning, and her hair stood up even more. The second color of Super Saiyan Blue. What? Vegeta was stunned. As you wish, I have now become the second color of Super Saiyan Blue, then I will accompany you to have fun, the 7th universe. Prince of the Asians. Caulifla smiled. Shua. The next moment, Caulifla's figure flickered, and she quickly appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply at that time, and the eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets, showing a look of astonishment. What about people? Why is it missing? What a fast speed. Son Goku's face also changed color. Beerus shook his head and sighed, but didn't speak. You two idiots. This girl is the newly appointed gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Her third color of Super Saiyan Blue is comparable to mine. You two should stop being brave. Vegeta finally sensed Caulifla appearing behind him at this moment, and turned his head mechanically in a hurry. What, are you only reacting now? Caulifla smiled lightly. You. When did you appear behind me? Vegeta was startled, and hurriedly jumped back, putting some distance away from Caulifla. Take out your strongest transformation, Prince of the 7th Universe Saiyan. Caulifla smiled. Vegeta fell silent. This is my strongest transformation. What else do you want me to show? Well, judging by your expression, I'm afraid this is already your strongest transformation. I'm really disappointed. Caulifla shook her head. Vegeta felt a trace of inexplicable sadness at that time. Is my Super Saiyan blue color despised by her? In that case, let me let you know the gap between you and me. Caulifla smiled, and with a flash of her figure, she quickly appeared directly opposite Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes widened, and without the slightest hesitation, he slapped Caulifla. Boom! Caulifla moved faster, and an uppercut passed, hitting Vegeta's chest at that time. PFF'd. Blood gushed out of Vegeta's mouth, and he flew to a higher altitude. Slap! Vegeta fell from the sky without even humming. Vegeta has passed out. There is no comparison between Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan Blue 2. No matter how hard Vegeta tried, he couldn't be Caulifla's opponent. You know, the strength of Caulifla's Super Saiyan Blue color 2 is already comparable to that of Champa. Vegeta fell softly to the ground, already unconscious. Vegeta. Bulma hurried forward, showing concern on his face. Don't worry, he just passed out and his life is not in danger. Caulifla said. I'll treat you with good food and drink. Are you so rude? Bulma asked Caulifla angrily. This person is too violent. He wants to bully people from our 6th universe. If I don't teach him a lesson, will he be worthy of my title of Gods of Destruction? Caulifla snorted. Gods of Destruction. Bulma froze for a moment, then looked at Caulifla carefully. Immediately afterwards, Bulma looked at Beerus next to him. Sure enough, Caulifla's clothing style was not much different from that of Beerus. Bulma was a little confused. Isn't the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe a big fat cat? This is what Vegeta and Goku said. I never heard it was a woman. Master Beerus, is what she said true? Bulma hurriedly asked Beerus. Yes, Caulifla is indeed the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe, there is no doubt about it. Beerus nodded. Master Beerus, the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe beat up the people of our universe. The Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, will not give us back, is it fair? Bulma asked darkly. Beerus, get some justice. Do you still want me to be beaten? HMPH, it's because that idiot Vegeta didn't listen to advice from the beginning to the end, and he deserved the beating. Beerus snorted. He took the initiative to deal with Gabe of the 6th universe before he finished listening to the words, as Gods of Destruction, even destroying him is not an exaggeration. Ha ha ha, Master Beerus is right. Caulifla laughed. Beerus. Beerus rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth in hatred. If I wasn't afraid of your Supreme Kai, do you think I would say something like this with no conscience? Bulma didn't dare to say anything, for fear of being destroyed. Okay, let him sleep for a while, and tell him what happened when he wakes up. Beerus suggested to Bulma, and what I want to say is that, as his wife, you should be at the critical moment instead of letting him mess around. You should know that this Gabe has nothing to do with the future one. Bulma hung his head, speechless. Gabe, what's going on? Son Goku stepped forward and asked. I've long felt that something was wrong with Gabe in the Trunks era. This is the real you, right? Yes, Mr. Goku. Gabe nodded. The me you mentioned was swapped by the first universe King Kai Zamasu. Swapped bodies. Son Goku scratched his head. The thing is like this, Mr. Goku. Whis said, telling Son Goku all the ins and outs of the matter. Only then did Son Goku suddenly realize. It turned out to be like this. I just said there was something wrong with that Gabe. Son Goku finally understood. Okay, it's time for us to go over and deal with the things they haven't resolved. Feng Yang got up and announced to the people present. Are you the prince of the 6th universe Saiyan? Son Goku was stunned for a moment, looking at Feng Yang and asked. Yes, it's me. Feng Yang nodded. Your clothes, have you become Supreme Kai? Son Goku asked curiously. Yes. Feng Yang smiled slightly. What are you guys going to do? To the plane of Trunks? Son Goku asked. You're right. Feng Yang nodded. The other Zamasu is immortal. It seems difficult to deal with it. Let's talk about it after I learn the magic seal wave. Son Goku suggested. Is the immortal body amazing? If one destroys the past, even the immortal body will be finished. Feng Yang smiled. Ziyao, Caulifla, let's go 3. Is His Royal Highness not taking me? Gabe was taken aback. You don't have to go, I will take you to practice after I come back, Feng Yang said. Yes, Your Highness, Gabe responded quickly. Come on, take my hand. Feng Yang greeted Ziyao and Caulifla. Ziyao and Caulifla immediately stepped forward and took Feng Yang's hand. Vados, we'll be back soon, Feng Yang said to Vados. Okay, Sunshine, Vados replied. Shua. In just an instant, Feng Yang disappeared with Ziyao and Caulifla. The space is also distorted and deformed for a while. Huh, how did they get there? Son Goku asked curiously. Supreme Kai can go to some parallel time and space through the space-time ring, Vados explained with a smile. It's really nerve-wracking, I also want to follow along to see. Son Goku smiled wryly. Also, do you want to learn my magic wave? I'm afraid it won't be necessary. Whis smiled. Future. Trunks was being rubbed on the ground by Heigabe holding his head down. Trunks had a smile on his face. Xiao Wu was holding a rifle at the side, her expression became unusually dignified. What are you laughing at? Trunks. Heigabe was furious. Do you think you have let Son Goku escape? As he spoke, Heigabe grabbed Trunks' head and slammed it on the ground. Trunks felt dizzy in his brain, and blood spurted out of his mouth. No matter what plans you have, you can't do anything in front of me. I've become extremely powerful, Heigabe snorted, grabbed Trunks' head again, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! Trunks' head had another intimate contact with the earth. Stop! Stop! Xiao Wu was startled and angry. She took the butt of the gun and smashed it on Heigabe's head. The harm is not high, but the insult is extremely strong. Heigabe frowned and stared. Xiao Wu flew upside down at that time, fell to the ground all of a sudden, almost passed out. Trunks was furious, and 2 balls of energy sprayed out from his hands, hitting Heigabe directly. Heigabe let go of Trunks immediately. Trunks backed away quickly, and as soon as he put his hands next to his cheeks, he was about to release Solar Flare. However, the solar flare of Trunks has not been released yet, but a sword is flying towards this side. Trunks was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. Clang! The long sword pierced into a distant building. Trunks turned his head and saw that it was the guy named Zamasu who made the shot. Trunks, do you think we will suffer from the same move? Zamasu smiled lightly. You are still the same as before. Heigabe smiled, but now you have reached the end of the road, right? Son Goku and your father left you here, you are like a lost dog embarrassed. I know that I have no hope. But even if you kill me, someone will come to take care of you one day. Trunks said out of breath. Oh, so you are ready to die. Heigabe smiled and said, then I will kill you slowly as you wish, so that you can feel the pleasure of death. Snapped. Heigabe waved his hands forward, and a mass of pink energy quickly covered Trunks' body. Trunks was fixed in the air, and it was very difficult to move. Heigabe controlled Trunks' body, hitting him back and forth, left and right. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Heigabe controlled Trunks' body and directly pushed down a tall building. Trunks screamed in pain. Boom! Trunks fell to the ground, feeling like his life was coming to an end. Okay, Trunks, I'll send you to the underworld to report right now, Heigabe said, and an energy bomb emerged from it. Trunks tenaciously got up from the ground. Go to hell, Trunks! Heigabe shouted, and was about to drop the energy bomb in his hand. Shua! Just at this time, Feng Yang brought Xiao and Caulifla to the scene. Heigabe was taken aback for a moment, and the bullet in his hand also temporarily stopped. You are. Heigabe's eyes widened, and he carefully looked at Feng Yang's attire. Are you Supreme Kai? What's the situation? Zamasu also immediately flew to Heigabe's side. I remember him, he seems to be Prince Saiyan from the 6th universe. Heigabe mused. Looking at his outfit, he looks like a Supreme Kai. Zamasu mused. That's right, I remember he wasn't Supreme Kai before. Heigabe frowned. Look at that other woman, how does her outfit look like Gods of Destruction? Marth turned his head to look at Caulifla. It feels a little bit wrong, Heigabe said in a deep voice. Xiao, heal this person lying on the ground. Feng Yang told Xiao, you are my follower now, and Supreme Kai's follower has the ability to heal. Do I have this ability? Xiao was taken aback. Yes, you can try it. Feng Yang smiled. Okay, I'll try. Xiao nodded, and pointed her hands at Trunks' body in the air. Snapped. A mass of healing flames quickly covered Trunks' body. Trunks' injured body also recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. You, who the hell are you? Heigabe shouted angrily. Didn't you see it? Feng Yang smiled. We are Supreme Kai and gods of destruction from the 6th universe and Supreme Kai's followers. This is impossible. Isn't the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe Fuo? Gods of destruction, I remember that guy Champa. Heigabe shouted. It's also thanks to you killing Gevas that we became the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe and the gods of destruction. Feng Yang said with a smile. Do you think I should thank you properly? Zamasu. Black Gabe. The two were a little confused. I killed Supreme Kai from the 10th universe. What does it have to do with your 6th universe? Forget about Supreme Kai gods of destruction, what are you doing here? Black Gabe asked. What else can I do? Of course I came here to destroy you. Feng Yang smiled. Gabe is my subject, you dare to exchange bodies with him secretly, I won't beat you out of the shit. How do I explain to my people? Ha 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 ha, it's up to you. Heigabe laughed wildly. I'm going to entangle that gods of destruction, and you destroy that Supreme Kai as quickly as possible. Zamasu suggested in a low voice, so that gods of destruction will also disappear. Quote. Black Gabe nodded slightly. This is indeed a very good way. Call out. Without the slightest hesitation, Zamasu immediately flew in the direction of Caulifla. Heigabe burst out with pink energy, raising his own energy to the extreme. The opponent is Supreme Kai and gods of destruction. We must strike first. As long as this Supreme Kai is destroyed, gods of destruction will disappear along with it. Although Heigabe is very clear, these two people should have just been promoted to Supreme Kai and gods of destruction not long ago. But Heigabe didn't dare to be careless. Seeing Heigabe approaching at high speed, Feng Yang also immediately burst out with powerful destructive energy. The next moment, Feng Yang had already activated his ego in invisible form. Snapped. Feng Yang raised a finger and easily blocked Heigabe's attacking fist. What? Heigabe was stunned. You actually blocked my attack with one finger. Feng Yang smiled contemptuously. The other side. Zamasu also flew towards Caulifla at high speed. Snapped. Zamasu's hand knife was also released, and directly stabbed towards Caulifla's heart. Okay. Snapped. Caliph stretched out two fingers, and easily clamped the opponent's hand knife. Zamasu was stunned. Black Gabe and Zamasu were stunned together. The two of them never expected such consequences. What? Is this your attack? Caulifla smiled lightly. That's impossible. Zamasu was taken aback. Boom. Caulifla kicked over and kicked Zamasu high into the air at that time. Destroy. Feng Yang didn't have any hesitation, and directly hit Heigabe with a destructive move. Snapped. Heigabe clearly felt that his body was dissipating rapidly, and it might turn into nothingness at any time. Heigabe showed a look of horror and unwillingness. At the same time, Heigabe was a little confused. What's the situation? Aren't you Supreme Kai? How can you, a Supreme Kai, use the trick of destruction? This is obviously a trick used by gods of destruction. I know. Heigabe suddenly realized, you are gods of destruction, she is Supreme Kai. You changed your clothes. You are so shameless. There are so many words, people are almost disappearing, and they can still say so many words. Feng Yang sighed for a while. I got it right, Heigabe exclaimed. No, you're wrong, I'm Supreme Kai, I really don't lie to you. Feng Yang smiled. I don't believe it, Heigabe said loudly. There's no after that. Heigabe turned into nothingness and has completely disappeared. Never mind what Super Saiyan 4 Pink. Under Feng Yang's destruction, he was also beaten into nothingness. Moreover, Feng Yang only used the form of self-extreme intention, and didn't even activate the second and third. What? He's dead. Zamasu's expression changed again and again. Are you alone? It seems that you can't make any big waves. Caulifla's voice suddenly sounded behind Zamasu. Zamasu turned his head mechanically, and saw Caulifla, who had turned into Super Saiyan Blue. Not good. Zamasu panicked. Supreme Kai is so powerful, this gods of destruction can't be against the sky. Shua. Without the slightest hesitation, Zamasu hastily cast instant transmission, only to disappear on the spot in a flash. Caulifla flinched, snapped. Zamasu moved and quickly appeared beside Xiao. Zamasu grabbed Xiao's arm, took her to perform instant transmission together, and disappeared quickly. Hey, Xiao, don't let me underestimate you. Caulifla shouted loudly. Xiao. Feng Yang didn't go after him. Feng Yang also wanted to take this opportunity to exercise Xiao. If you can't even deal with such a Zamasu, it's useless to train her for so long. Shua. In just a split second, Zamasu brought Xiao to appear on a distant planet. You woman, you better be honest with me, if you don't obey, I will kill you. Zamasu snorted. Why do you think you have the ability to kill me? Xiao sneered. You, what are you talking about? You are a follower of Supreme Kai, do you think you can escape from me? Zamasu smiled. Are you also Supreme Kai's follower? Xiao smiled, then let's see who is stronger. Boom. As Xiao said, she changed suddenly, and a blue light appeared on her body. Super Saiyan blue color. What, you will become like this too? Zamasu was stunned for 2 seconds. Boom. Xiao struck out quickly, and hit Zamasu's chest with a heavy punch on the spot. Puff. Zamasu spurted blood from his mouth, and his face turned pale. With your little strength, you still want to take me as a hostage. Is this princess so easy to provoke? Xiao's face was cold, and she kicked Zamasu high into the sky. Zamasu grinned in pain. I know you are immortal, so that's fine, I will make your life worse than death. Xiao smiled lightly and raised her jade hand upwards. A blue lightning flashed in front of Zamasu in an instant. PFF'd. Lightning directly penetrated Zamasu's body. Zamasu screamed in pain. Shish. Xiao pointed at Zamasu continuously with her fingers. In just a short while, there were hundreds of holes in Masi's body. Zamasu was in agony. I'm still angry, you should recover now. Xiao snorted. Zamasu clenched his fist tightly, and immediately recovered his body through his powerful recovery ability. Only, Zamasu just recovered less than half. Boom. A powerful blue flame rose into the air, directly swallowing his body below the waist. What? Zamasu cried out heart-piercingly. Zamasu was furious, but Nio was helpless. Why are the two women brought by Prince Saiyan of this 6th universe so powerful? I am not their opponent at all. Bang bang bang. In the next minute, Xiao launched a fierce attack on Zamasu. Zamasu even has the heart to die. This woman's attack was too ruthless, and she deliberately used some places with weaker nerves to attack. Zamasu felt as if he had been molested. It hurts so much. And at this moment, Mars suddenly felt. My own immortal body is really terrible. It is true that this body is immortal, but the pain is so painful that life is worse than death. Now Zamasu just wants to die. Boom. With a flash of flame from Xiao's fingers, Zamasu was cut in half from top to bottom. Boom. Xiao waved her hand forward, directly blasting the other half of Zamasu's body to pieces. Then, Xiao didn't rush to attack anymore, just quietly waiting for Zamasu's body to recover. Zamasu. Zamasu knew that if he recovered, he would definitely be crushed by him immediately. Recover quickly, what are you doing looking at me with one eye? Xiao said coldly. Zamasu had no intention of recovering. Then, I'll cut you into pieces. Zahbj, Yao said, dancing with both hands at Zamasu. Zamasu was quickly dismembered by Xiao. Xiao is actually very upset now. I am the future princess, the empress of the palace. As a result, the woman Caulifla became gods of destruction. And I can only be a follower of Supreme Kai. After a few years, His Royal Highness has become Supreme Kai enough, then I can inherit His Highness's position and become Supreme Kai. And at that time, Caulifla had been gods of destruction for many years, right? Xiao was really upset in her heart. This sense of gap made her feel helpless for a while. It was also Zamasu's bad luck, he insisted on provoking Xiao. Earth. Seeing Feng Yang and Caulifla dealt with Hijabe in a few clicks, Trunks and Xiao Wu's pupils were filled with endless shock. The two of them didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Under Xiao's treatment just now, Trunks has fully recovered from his injuries. 2. Are you two from the 6th universe? Thank you so much. Trunks quickly thanked you. I also thank you very much. Xiao Wu thanked Trunks together. It's just a small matter. Caulifla smiled. Let me introduce to you, this is Prince Feng Yang, the master of our 6th universe Saiyan. What? Saiyan's prince? Trunks froze for a moment. Are you Vegeta's son? Caulifla said, I remember that Vegeta is also Saiyan's prince, so you can be considered a little prince. Ahem. Trunks smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly replied, well, I'm not a prince, I'm just an ordinary earthling. Okay, stop chatting, although we killed 2 Zamasu, there will be more Zamasu coming. Feng Yang said. Hey, what do you mean? Caulifla asked in surprise. Trunks was also taken aback, wondering what Feng Yang meant when he said that. Zamasu has already passed the time machine, allowing him to come to this era in the past 1 hour or 2 hours or even a few minutes, which is equivalent to making thousands of copies of himself. Feng Yang said, of course, the same is true for Hey Gabe reason. Gabe. Caulifla scratched her head. It's the name of Gabe being controlled, Trunks and others are called this in this era. Feng Yang explained. Understood. Caulifla nodded. What, have you copied yourself thousands of times? Trunks' face also changed again and again. They are coming, Feng Yang said. A certain planet. Ziyao also felt a large amount of aura appearing on the distant Earth. How is this going? Ziyao frowned. Ha 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 ha, you are dead, I let the future and past me come into this era. There are at least 1500 immortal me and more than 1500 Super Saiyan 5th me. Zamasu gradually recovered his own body and complexion became ferocious. Even if you are powerful, you are definitely not our opponents. What? Ziyao's face changed slightly. After Son Goku and Vegeta left this era through the time machine, my other self and I have already started planning and implementing it. Zamasu sneered. I knew they would go back to rescue soldiers, so I had to give myself one guarantee. Even if you torture me, it's useless, there are thousands of others waiting for you. Puff puff puff. Ziyao waved her hands quickly, chopping Zamasu into pieces again. Snapped. Ziyao released an energy light ball, and quickly put these fragments in the energy light ball. You woman, let me go. Zamasu yelled angrily. Ziyao ignored it. Shua. Ziyao cast instant transmission, and returned to Feng Yang's side in just an instant. Your Highness, this is Zamasu. Ziyao handed the light ball in her hand to Feng Yang. What, you know instant transmission? Zamasu was stunned. You take it first, don't worry about killing him. Feng Yang pondered. Yes. Ziyao was taken aback. No rush to kill him. What does His Royal Highness mean? I'm going to scare him to death. Feng Yang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Ziyao, question mark. What does it mean? Trunks and Xiao Wu also showed a look of bewilderment. How to scare him to death? Can Zamasu be scared to death? Wow, Saiyan's prince, isn't he? I tell you, you're dead. Do you know how many people you're about to face? Zamasu laughed wildly. Snapped. While talking, a combined Zamasu flew over from a distance and landed directly opposite Feng Yang. He has changed, Xiao Wu exclaimed. It feels like he has become the common ground between Zamasu and Black Gabe. Trunks also said inexplicably. HMPH, it's no big deal, he was combined through the Patara earring. Caulifla explained, after combining, they will become a powerful warrior. That's right, what Gods of Destruction said is right, I did fit together through the earrings. Fusion Zamasu said with a smile, I sensed the other 2 encounters from a long distance away. And I was also the first to come to this era, so I immediately chose fit. Quote. You should wait for your companion. Caulifla said with a smile. There's no need for that, let me get rid of one first. Said the combined Zamasu, who had already become the 4th of Super Saiyan, with pink flames bursting out from his body. Even the fit Zamasu's hair turned pink as well. Combined Zamasu raised all the energy up, and quickly roared towards Feng Yang. You idiot, he is the most powerful existence. Zamasu couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted from the side. Fit Zamasu. Fit Zamasu hastily came to a sudden stop halfway. You, what did you say? The combined Zamasu was taken aback. I said, he is the real Gods of Destruction, this guy is too cunning, the 2 of them changed their clothes, let us mistakenly think he is Supreme Kai. Destroyed, another. One of me was easily destroyed by him. Fit Zamasu. Fit Zamasu's complexion changed again and again. Saiyan is really shameless. Fusion Zamasu said angrily, he used such despicable means to attack us. Did you 2 make a mistake, when did we switch identities? Caulifla shook her head. I am really gods of destruction, and our highness is Supreme Kai, this Zi Yao. It is a follower of Supreme Kai, and can also be called a servant of Supreme Kai. You don't need to introduce me alone. Zi Yao's face darkened. Do you think I'll believe it? Zamasu didn't believe it, shouting loudly inside the ball of light. Although Zamasu's body has been broken into pieces, it doesn't mean he can't speak. Why did you keep winking at me just now? Didn't you tell me to attack this Saiyan prince? The combined Zamasu asked. I gave you winks to tell you not to attack him. Zamasu smiled wryly. Okay, you guys are too boring, let me destroy this fit guy. Feng Yang sighed. Shua. In just a split second, Feng Yang appeared directly opposite to the combined Mossy. Destroy. Feng Yang directly sprayed the destructive energy, and hit the combined Zamasu at that time. Immediately, the combined Zamasu was collapsing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body turned into nothingness. In a few seconds, the combined Zamasu just disappeared. Even a fit Zamasu is not enough for Feng Yang. Zamasu inside the ball of light was completely frightened, and his face was extremely ugly. Zamasu never thought that this prince would be so powerful. We underestimated him. They are here, don't do anything for a while, let me deal with them. Feng Yang said to Xiao and Caulifla. Won't you leave us too? Caulifla was taken aback. Okay, then I'll leave 2 or 3 for you to play with. Feng Yang nodded without objecting. I want to, can I keep them at home? Caulifla asked. Xiao couldn't even be dealt with. You actually want to take it home and keep it for fun. Are you going to treat them like dogs? Just leave one for me, I think this fit Zamasu is interesting. Xiao said. Okay, then read one together. Feng Yang nodded. Trunks, Xiao Wu. The two were shocked again. After the fusion, Zamasu was killed so easily. And they have to raise a few fit Zamasu to play. I feel that the mentality of these raised Zamasu should collapse, right? Swish swish swish. Just then, above the city's tall buildings, more and more amalgamated Zamasu emerged. These combined Zamasu, densely packed in a surrounding shape, surrounded Feng Yang and others in the center. Let him go. Zamasu shouted loudly to Feng Yang and others. The number of these combined Zamasu has reached as many as 1,500. With so many people shouting together, the entire earth shook. So many people. Trunks was dumbfounded. The situation is quite spectacular. Caulifla smiled. Okay, the hunt begins. Feng Yang grinned, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and there was a slight arc around his mouth. Boom. The next moment, more and more powerful destructive energy suddenly surged from Feng Yang's body. Chila. Feng Yang's body was bursting with purple-red flames, and purple arcs wrapped around his body. In an instant, Feng Yang's hair continued to extend backwards, and soon it grew to reach his waist. At the same time, the destructive energy on Feng Yang's body spread out desperately. Kyla. In the sky, streaks of purple lightning appeared. The lightning was densely covered in the sky, and it might fall at any time. The entire sky has been dyed purple. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Xiao and Caulifla saw Feng Yang's transformation for the first time. When Feng Yang and Beerus were fighting before, although he also used this transformation, it only recovered in a flash. Because Beerus is so insensitive, Feng Yang returned to normal after knocking Beerus unconscious. Now in this other time and space, Feng Yang decided to try his best to unleash his destructive power. After practicing for so long, I have never fully released the destructive energy. Now that he has come to another time and space, there is nothing to worry about. Boom. The entire void is violently vibrating, twisting, and deforming. Catch. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the void. Feng Yang hastily recovered the destructive energy a little. Why is this sky so weak? A little release of destructive energy can shatter the space. Feng Yang shook his head helplessly, a little disappointed in his expression. Looking at all the combined Zamasu present, everyone was shocked. What's the situation? Who the hell is this guy? How could there be such a powerful destructive energy? How dare you say you're just a Supreme Kai? Who are you lying to? Be careful, there will be thunder soon. Feng Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and suddenly shouted at the many combined horses present. It was only then that many combined Zamasu realized it suddenly, and looked up at the sky in unison. Sure enough, the sky was already densely covered with purple lightning. This level of density, people with trypophobia will feel very uncomfortable. It seemed that the entire sky was entangled with these purple-red lightnings, which might fall at any time. Many fit Zamasu, each one was scared silly. Quote exclamation mark quote. Feng Yang spat out a word. Boom. The next moment, these purple-red lightnings fell from the sky and smashed towards the many combined Zamasu below. These purple-red lightnings seem to have eyes. No matter how fast these combined Zamasu run, they will immediately catch up and hit them. Crack, crack, crack. However, any combined Zamasu that was hit by the purple-red lightning turned into nothingness in an instant, and died immediately before even the soul escaped. Master Grand Priest, we are going to create a very good universe for you. Help us. Many surviving Zamasu shouted loudly, showing despair on their faces. Kyla Kyla. But soon, these Zamasu also fuchsia lightnings turned into nothingness. Less than 5 seconds, none of the fit Zamasu present was spared, and all were struck by purple lightning. All the combined Zamasu have turned into nothingness, and the dead can no longer die. No, not dead, is gone, completely disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Caulifla was sluggish for a long time, and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. The same is true for Ziyao, who can fit a duck egg in her small mouth. Trunks and Xiao Wu's jaws almost dropped. What a destructive force this is. In just a moment, more than 1,500 combined Zamasu just disappeared. The sky gradually became calm. Feng Yang's body also returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yang turned his head and glanced at Zamasu, who was trapped in the light ball. Zamasu trembled with fear. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Zamasu directly chose to blow himself up. Zamasu was scared to death. I was scared to death alive. This guy is a monster. It's just horrible. Ziyao, Caulifla, Xiao Wu, Trunks. The 4 of them froze completely. Zamasu was really scared to death. He was so scared that he blew himself up. It's the first time I've seen such a death. The scene was deathly quiet. Temple of Zeno. Grand Priest also immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the Earth of the 7th universe. Grand Priest's face turned black. These Zamasu, what do you mean? You guys going to make me a great universe? The wonderful universe you said is to wipe out all human beings. A universe without humans, what am I going to do? The Grand Priest sighed. In another time and space, what did I say to this Zamasu? But immediately afterwards, Grand Priest's expression changed, and at the same time, he sensed a very powerful destructive energy. Crack, crack. The space in many places in the universe was shattered by the powerful destructive energy. The Grand Priest was stunned. Grand Priest, what happened? Asked the Lord. A very powerful destructive energy appeared just now, and the entire universe was almost shattered by him. Grand Priest said in a deep voice. Is that Zamasu guy? Zeno asked quickly. I'm going to erase him right now. No, just erase the entire universe, and then we'll rebuild the universe. No, not Zamasu. All Zamasu disappeared in less than 5 seconds. Grand Priest shook his head. Who is so powerful? Zeno was a little stunned. It seems to be Supreme Kai from another time and space. Grand Priest said. Supreme Kai from another time and space. Zeno was taken aback. Ha ha ha, Grand Priest, you were really interesting. Did you say something wrong? What you want to talk about is the destruction of another time and space, right? No, I'm not wrong, Master Zeno. The other party is indeed a Supreme Kai. Grand Priest said. Zeno froze. There was a silence. As the Supreme Kai from another time and space stronger than gods of destruction? Quan Wangqi asked strangely. That's right. Grand Priest nodded. I'm going to take a look. Zeno said hastily. Okay, Master Zeno is fine in the past, although the destructive energy in that Supreme Kai is very strong, but he is not an evil person. Master Zeno does not need to worry. Grand Priest thought for a while and did not object. Aren't you going? Zeno was taken aback, looking at Grand Priest and asked. Crack, crack. The two are talking. Cracks appeared in the sky above the temple of Zeno. Zeno, even the temple is affected. Zeno wiped his sweat. Yeah, I have to stay and repair the space that was shattered by him. Grand Priest smiled wryly. This kid, I should have gone there earlier to erase those Zamasu, instead of watching the fun here. Zeno said. Then let the 2 guards accompany Mr. Zeno to see him. Grand Priest suggested, the best way is to keep him, stay in our time and space, it will be more beneficial to the development of our time and space. Great benefit. That's a good idea. Zeno's eyes lit up, thinking that Grand Priest was right. If such a talent can stay in this time and space, then our time and space will definitely move towards glory again. In this case, you two don't have to go with me. Zeno ordered to the 2 guards. Master Zeno, what if there is danger? The 2 guards were a little worried. There will be no danger, I trust him. Zeno smiled. The 2 guards immediately looked at Grand Priest, still a little worried. Don't worry, he is not some evil god, you two stay here and help me repair the shattered space together. The great god suggested directly. Yes, Lord Grand Priest. The 2 guards saluted immediately. Hey, Grand Priest, I'll be right back. Zeno waved his hand. Master Zeno, it is best to convince him to stay in our time and space, for example, let him become the great gods of destruction of all universes. Grand Priest smiled. I think, in the time and space he is in, I don't know that he has such a powerful destructive energy, so he is just a supreme Kai. In fact, he is more suitable to be gods of destruction, suitable to be the leader of all gods of destruction in the universe, that is, the big gods of destruction. Well, I see, I will personally invite him, I believe he will come back with me. Zeno nodded and waved goodbye to Grand Priest. Okay, Master Zeno, we are waiting for your good news. Grand Priest replied. Shua. Zeno disappeared in an instant. 7th Universe, Earth. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Trunks hastily stepped forward to thank him. It's nothing, it's just a matter of little effort. Feng Yang smiled. Trunks wiped his sweat silently. You are so right. For you, it seems that this is really a piece of cake. Feng Yang, did you agree to leave us too for fun? Caulifla suddenly came to her senses and found that all the Zamasu had disappeared. Ah, one accidentally forgot. Feng Yang smiled. Caulifla, Zi Yao. Besides, what's so interesting about a guy like that? Feng Yang shook his head. Wouldn't it be nice to go back and raise a dog? Ha ha ha, that's true. Caulifla laughed. Zi Yao pursed her lips and said nothing. Peace has been restored in your time and space, do you two want to stay? Feng Yang said to Trunks and Xiao Wu. Thank you again, Your Highness, for your generosity. Trunks bowed again, and nodded, yes, Xiao Wu and I plan to stay and rebuild the earth. Alright, since you guys decided to stay, I'll show you a way out. Feng Yang said, as far as I know, the Namek of the 6th universe still exists, and there is a Dragon Ball on it. You can go to the 6th universe's Namek collects the Dragon Ball and restores the earth here. 6th universe, Namek. Trunks' eyes lit up. But, how do we get to that planet? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Shua. At the moment when the voices of both parties just fell, Zeno cast instant transmission and appeared on the scene in an instant. Trunks was taken aback, thinking it was Zamasu showing up again. Xiao Wu also showed nervousness on her face, and tightly held the rifle in her hand. You, who are you? Trunks yelled. Zeno gave Trunks a blank look and ignored him. Immediately afterwards, Zeno turned his head to look at Feng Yang. Feng Yang also looked at Zeno without blinking. This guy actually came here automatically. According to the serious plot, he should be summoned by Son Goku using the button. In this way, Zeno should have known about what happened on Earth long ago. In short, Zamasu will either be wiped out by me, or will be wiped out by Zeno himself. Ah, Zeno has the potential to drop all universes. Of course, Feng Yang can't control that much. This is what happened in this time and space, and it has nothing to do with my time and space. Are you that Supreme Kai? Zeno looked at Feng Yang and asked. Yeah, did you feel it? Feng Yang nodded and replied with a smile. Well, Grand Priest sensed it. Zeno nodded. He said you destroyed all the Zamasu. As expected of Grand Priest, my presence can be sensed from such a long distance. Feng Yang smiled. You have shattered many parts of the universe. If the Grand Priest still can't sense it, then there is a problem. But then again, why are you Supreme Kai? Shouldn't you be gods of destruction? Asked curiously. My Supreme Kai is only temporary, and I don't intend to stay forever. Feng Yang smiled. Why? Zeno was a little surprised. Because I don't like being too restrained, I like to live freely. Feng Yang said. That's great, you stay in our time and space, I'll arrange a big gods of destruction for you, and you will be in charge of all gods of destruction, how about it? Zeno proposed. Feng Yang was taken aback. The grand gods of destruction will not be controlled by others, and sit on an equal footing with the grand priest, and you don't need to salute when you see me. Zeno said. Feng Yang was a little moved. Originally, I planned to erase the entire universe, and then rebuild the entire universe with grand priest. Zeno said, you wiped out all the Zamasu, and I suddenly felt that these universes can be saved again. Feng Yang remained silent. Think about it carefully and stay as the gods of destruction. Zeno made another invitation, you can also let your family and friends from that era come to our era. What you said makes sense. I'm really moved. Feng Yang nodded. Don't say but, Zeno said. Feng Yang, that, I have to go back first, I will seriously consider the matter of the gods of destruction. Feng Yang said. Well, I'm waiting for your good news and hope you come back as soon as possible. Zeno nodded. By the way, would Master Zeno want to go back with me? Feng Yang proposed. Zeno froze for a moment. It's not impossible to go back with him. By the way, communicate with me over there. I want this person. I want him to stay in our time and space. Yes, I think it will work. Zeno didn't object, and immediately took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Wind Resistance. What? Feng Yang was taken aback. This is the internship token of the great gods of destruction. From today onwards, you will be the intern gods of destruction in our time and space. Zeno was afraid that Feng Yang would run away, so he simply gave him the token of the great gods of destruction up. Feng Yang, are you rushing ducks to the shelves? I haven't agreed yet. Ahem, please tell me first, what are the benefits of becoming the great gods of destruction? Apart from being able to command these 12 gods of destruction, Feng Yang asked. Zeno was speechless. What more benefits do you want? Aren't these benefits? You can do what you want in all universes. Zeno said, you can get what you want. I don't have any other big hobbies, I just like beautiful women. Feng Yang said. 520. It's easy to say, there are so many beauties in the universe, you can ask the gods of destruction in the universe to collect them for you. Zeno suggested. Feng Yang's eyes sparkled brightly. This method is not bad. You beat anyone who disagrees with you. Zeno grinned. Feng Yang nodded vigorously. Ziyao silently wiped her sweat aside. Your Highness, how many beauties are you planning to have? Do you want to activate the gods of destruction of the whole universe for you to collect? Ha ha ha, Feng Yang, will you really become an embroidery needle? Caulifla laughed. Feng Yang's face darkened, and he gave Caulifla a hard look. Caulifla hastily covered her mouth and secretly laughed. Whether it's an embroidery needle or not, you'll know soon. Feng Yang said. I didn't say anything just now, it was Ziyao who said it. Caulifla quickly transferred her hatred to Ziyao. Ziyao, how shameless. This is. Trunks didn't know Zeno, so he asked Ziyao in a low voice. He is Lord Zeno, the greatest god in the universe. Ziyao explained. What? The greatest god in the universe? Trunks was stunned. Xiao Wu's expression also changed again and again. It's really ugly. Trunks smiled wryly. Since he is the greatest god in the universe, why didn't he deal with Zamasu's matter? Xiao Wu was a little puzzled. I heard Master Zeno said that he plans to save more and then erase all universes. Ziyao said. Erase? What do you mean? Trunks asked puzzled. It means that all universes will disappear and not exist at all. Ziyao replied. Trunks was dumbfounded. Xiao Wu was also frightened out of her wits. So, it's a happy deal. Zeno held out his hand to Feng Yang. Okay, let's go this way first. Feng Yang nodded, and held hands with Zeno. Yeah, Zeno grinned. Great, in our time and space, the great gods of destruction will be born. Wait a minute, aren't all the gods of destruction in the universe already dead? Trunks asked a bit strangely, can you revive them? Trunks, don't ask such stupid questions, it's still easy to revive them. Feng Yang smiled. Yes, as long as you use the Super Dragon Ball, you can revive all the gods of destruction. Quan Tian nodded. Then, let's go back to our time first. Feng Yang suggested. Okay, I'll take a look with you and convince the Grand Priest and me of that era. Zeno replied. Come on, take my hand. Gang Yang said. Zeno immediately grabbed Feng Yang's hand. Xiao and Caulifla also quickly stepped forward, grabbing Feng Yang's arms from left to right. Trunks and Xiao Wu followed up, trying to grab Feng Yang. What are you two doing back home? Hurry up and find Dragon Ball to restore this Earth to normal. Feng Yang scolded. Shua. After Feng Yang said these words, he activated the space-time ring immediately, and it disappeared in an instant. Trunks and Xiao Wu were messed up in the wind. You tell us how to get to the 6th universe. Or send us to the 6th universe. We can't get through. Trunks and Xiao Wu looked at each other, showing helplessness on their faces. Main time and space. 7th universe, Earth. Bulma, how long have they been away? Son Goku asked Bulma. It's been about 20 minutes. Bulma looked at his watch and replied. HMPH, maybe they were beaten badly. Vegeta snorted aside. After Feng Yang and the others left, Vegeta was awakened by Bulma. Vegeta is very upset now. I actually got a woman knocked out. At the same time, Vegeta also felt incomparably jealous. How could that woman have such a powerful transformation? I cannot be reconciled. I don't think so, they will definitely beat those two Zamasu. Son Goku smiled. Cut. Vegeta snorted and gave Son Goku a sideways look. Vegeta, the two of us have to practice hard. Son Goku laughed, otherwise we will be thrown far away by Saiyan from the 6th universe. Are you so happy? Vegeta said angrily. Recognizing the gap with them, we have better motivation. Son Goku said with a smile. Vegeta is too lazy to talk to Son Goku. Oh, Mr. Goku is right. There is indeed a big gap between the two of you and Saiyan from the 6th universe. Whis nodded in acknowledgement, not to mention Prince Feng Yang and Caliph. It's Miss La, that Miss Xiao, I'm afraid the two of you will hardly be her opponents. What? Vegeta's expression changed again and again. Haha, I knew it. Son Goku nodded. You can see that, Whis, Vados smiled. Yes, sister, you people in the universe really hide. If you don't look carefully, even I can hardly see it. Whis sighed. Hee. Vados chuckled. Shua. At this moment, Feng Yang brought Zeno, Xiao and Caulifla back to this era. Feng Yang is back. Son Goku immediately turned his head to look over there, scratching his head in confusion. Huh? Isn't that Xiaochuan? What? Xiaochuan? Vegeta's eyes widened. Do you ever call Zeno that? Beerus was even more taken aback, spit out what he had eaten in a hurry, and quickly stepped forward to kneel down. Whis and Vados also flew up, bowing to Zeno. I don't know what Master Zeno is doing here. Beerus trembled with fear. Why is Master Zeno here? Do you already know what is going to happen in the future? Hey, the environment here is not bad. Zeno ignored Beerus, but looked around and sighed a little. It's okay. Feng Yang nodded, but the environment of our planet Shadara is better than here. We must visit your planet sometime. Zeno replied. After Beerus finished what he just said, he didn't dare to speak anymore. Master Zeno didn't say a word, I'd better just kneel down obediently. Hey, Feng Yang, let me take you to the temple now. The Lord Quan suggested. Alright, I haven't been to the temple yet, so I just went to have a look. Feng Yang didn't object. Are you two going too? Zeno turned to ask Xiao and Caulifla. Go. Xiao and Caulifla replied in unison. Then let's go together. Zeno nodded. You guys take care of me. Add me too. Son Goku's eyes lit up. He flew up and grabbed Zeno. Zeno, who are you? Zeno looked at Son Goku and asked. I'm Son Goku, and I'm good friends with the other you. Son Goku chuckled. I don't know. Zeno shook his head. It's up to you if you want to go. Shua. Immediately afterwards, Zeno no longer hesitated, immediately led Feng Yang and others to cast instant transmission, and disappeared in place. Seeing Zeno leave just like that, Beerus's hanging heart was relieved. Beerus sat down on the ground, wiping the cold sweat off his face. It's terrible. Whis, what's going on? Why did Master Zeno come here suddenly? Beerus asked inexplicably. This Master Zeno seems to have come from the time and space of Mr. Trunks. Whis replied. What? Master Zeno from the time and space of Trunks? Beerus was stunned. Mr. Goku can see it. Master Beerus didn't react. Whis smiled. That guy without Goku is so nervous. I was scared, so I didn't see it. Beerus shook his head. What did that Kakarot guy do? Vegeta asked, a little puzzled. HMPH, if Goku keeps doing this, something will happen one day. Beerus sighed helplessly. By the way, let's not talk about Zeno, what about Trunks? Why didn't you come back? Bulma asked quickly. What happened to Zamasu? Was he defeated? Since Master Feng Yang and Master Zeno are together, there is a great possibility that the time and space where Mr. Trunks is in the future has been erased. Whis sighed. Yes, Whis is right, this is probably the worst outcome. Vados nodded. What did you say? Vegeta's face changed color. Bulma's complexion was even paler, and she shivered with fright, feeling a bad premonition. So, what happens to the Trunks? Bulma murmured. If all the universes in the entire time and space disappear, then all the humans on it will also disappear together. Whis said. Bulma rolled his eyes and passed out at that moment. Vegeta supported Bulma by the side. The color is also getting worse. However, what Whis said is only the worst outcome. I will ask you in detail after Lord Feng Yang returns. Vados comforted, maybe there will be another turning point. Bulma, did you hear that? It should be fine, Vegeta said to Bulma. Bulma nodded feebly. Temple of Zeno. Outside, Zeno appeared outside the hall with Feng Yang, Son Goku and others. Master Zeno, I promised to find a good friend for Master Zeno of this era, do you want to become good friends with him? Son Goku suggested. Good friend, future Zeno was taken aback. Yes, Master Zeno of our era has always wanted to find a good friend to play with, so I think you are the best candidate, the two of you will definitely have a good time together. Rise. Son Goku chuckled. I'll see. Future Zeno nodded. Oh, isn't this Master Zeno? At this time, the Grand Priest had already appeared outside, and saluted the future Zeno. Grand Priest. Future Zeno nodded at Grand Priest. Please come with me. Grand Priest smiled. I believe the future Master Zeno should also be familiar with the temple. Well, I'm familiar with it. Future Zeno replied. Under the leadership of the Grand Priest, everyone walked towards the Zeno temple together. Grand Priest also took a special look at Feng Yang. But I didn't look too much, just glanced twice. Feng Yang could sense Grand Priest's eyes. Feng Yang didn't say much. Since the Grand Priest didn't talk to me, what can I say? Hey, Feng Yang is here too. Play football together, Zeno asked excitedly. Let's not play today, Goku brought you a new friend. Gang Yang smiled. Friend, Zeno was slightly taken aback. Hey, according to the agreement, I brought you a good friend. Son Goku said to Shao Quan with a smile. To Zeno, you look at me, I look at you, it feels like looking in a mirror. Hi, Shao Chuan waved to the future Zeno. Hi, future Zeno made the same gesture. Let's go play, Shao Chuan suggested. Well, let's play, future Zeno nodded. Immediately afterwards, the two Zeno ran out to play hand in hand. Hehehe, quality, Son Goku hehe baiho, finally finished a mind. This is Prince Saiyan Feng Yang from the 6th universe, right? Grand Priest looked at Feng Yang with a smile and asked. Ah, it's me. Gang Yang nodded. I've heard about you a long time ago. It is said that you molested my daughter when you were free. Is there such a thing? Grand Priest asked with a straight face. Master Grand Priest, we are true love. Feng Yang replied. Grand Priest didn't know how to pick it up at the time. Are you true love? Who are you lying to? Really, it is possible that Grand Priest will become my father-in-law in the future. Feng Yang said plausibly. Grand Priest's face darkened even more. Who gave you your confidence? You actually want to be my son-in-law? I don't agree. Grand Priest said. Also, you are Supreme Kai, right? Supreme Kai is not polite when he sees me. Do you think it is polite? Ah, Zeno said in the future, I am equal to you. Feng Yang replied. Grand Priest froze for a moment. Look, what is this? Feng Yang said, taking out the big gods of destruction token given to him by Zeno in the future. Grand Priest took a closer look, shock written all over his face. Isn't this the token of the great gods of destruction? Lord Zeno actually made this kid a gods of destruction. The corner of Grand Priest's mouth twitched. Master Zeno in the future means that, let me go to their time and space to be the god of the great gods of destruction. Feng Yang lowered his voice. Quote, But I like our time and space, I don't really want to go. Feng Yang pondered, Master Zeno in the future is really embarrassing for me. The Grand Priest fell silent. Let you be a big gods of destruction, you still don't want to go. What do you mean? Grand Priest is worthy of being a Grand Priest, and soon figured out what Feng Yang meant. Do you mean that you want to stay in this time and space as the great gods of destruction? Grand Priest smiled. Yeah, Master Grand Priest still understands me, that's exactly what I mean. Feng Yang nodded vigorously. You're really being rude. Grand Priest sighed. They're all from my own family, there's nothing to be polite about. Feng Yang replied. Who is your family? Grand Priest's face darkened. I believe that in the near future, we will definitely become a family. Feng Yang said, I also want to build a chat group for our family, and I even thought of the name of the group, it's called Blind Date and Love Family People. Grand Priest. Feng Yang, our time and space are different from Master Zeno's in the future. Grand Priest said with a straight face. Oh, how should I say it? Feng Yang asked with a smile. Is there no gods of destruction in that time and space in the future? So it is normal to be a big gods of destruction. You will be responsible for managing all universes, and those universes do not need other gods of destruction to exist. Grand Priest explained, simply put, all universes are planned into one universe, which may be more convenient to manage. Is that so? Looking for a job shouldn't be exhausting. Feng Yang sighed. So, our time and space don't need big gods of destruction. Grand Priest smiled. Then there is no other way. No matter how tired I am at work, I still have to go to the future time and space. Feng Yang pondered, by the way, when I leave, I will take our Shadara planet there. Grand Priest doesn't object, right? Grand Priest, are you going to take a planet with you? Do you play like this? Also, there is a beautiful star in our 6th universe, and I will take that planet with me too. Gang Yang continued. Grand Priest didn't want to talk anymore. It is not enough for you to bring one planet over, you have to bring another planet over. Because I found out that in the time and space in the future, the planet Sadara and the beauty star no longer existed, so I brought them over later. Feng Yang said seriously. Grand Priest didn't answer. Also, I am Supreme Kai from the 6th universe, Caulifla is gods of destruction from our 6th universe, Xiao is Supreme Kai's follower, and their other identities are mine wife. Feng Yang added, so, they also want to go to the future time and space with me. If you calculate it this way, there will be a universe with a gods of destruction and a Supreme Kai. When the time comes, you can find it yourself. Just ignore it. I've already greeted you about this matter, so don't blame me for taking them away without saying anything. Quote. Grand Priest's face darkened again. Grand Priest, your face has turned into coal balls. Feng Yang said. Grand Priest took a deep breath. This kid, I will give you a good meal if I find a chance. Have you ever talked to me like that? The Grand Priest was silent for a long time. Ahem, actually, in our time and space, it's okay for you to want to be the great gods of destruction. The great god said heavily. How to say? Feng Yang nodded. As long as you defeat all the gods of destruction within the specified time, you can become the great gods of destruction in this time and space, and be responsible for managing all the gods of destruction, and your status is equal to mine. Grand Priest said. How long is the stipulated time? Feng Yang asked. Grand Priest held out 3 fingers. What, 3 minutes? Feng Yang exclaimed. It's too late to regret it now. Grand Priest smiled slightly. 3 minutes? Feng Yang asked. I can give you a little preferential treatment, 5 minutes is fine. Grand Priest smiled. Xiaomian, I can't cure you anymore. It's not appropriate. Feng Yang showed a look of perplexity. It's nothing, as long as you practice hard, I think with your talent, it shouldn't be a big problem to defeat 12 universe gods of destruction within 5 minutes. No, for now, your gods of destruction Madam Destruction may release water, so let's revive Rumshi after a while. Grand Priest smiled and replied. No, I didn't mean that. Feng Yang shook his head. So, what do you mean? Grand Priest asked with a smile. I think the time is too long, 3 minutes is really too long to solve the battle. Feng Yang shook his head and sighed, give me 3 seconds. Grand Priest fell silent and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you serious? Grand Priest asked. Otherwise, Feng Yang smiled slightly. That's what you said, don't regret it when the time comes. Grand Priest said, as long as you defeat 12 universe gods of destruction within 3 seconds, you will be the great gods of destruction of our time and space, and you can do what you want in all the universes. Of course, the premise is that these abandoned universes cannot be destroyed or destroyed innocently. You can rest assured about this, I am a very kind person, and I have never destroyed a planet. Feng Yang assured. Grand Priest nodded slightly. There is nothing wrong with what Feng Yang said. The Grand Priest also knew that although Feng Yang was very powerful from birth to now, he had never destroyed a planet or killed an innocent person. To put it bluntly, Grand Priest still admires Feng Yang very much. Otherwise, it would not have proposed to make him the gods of destruction. Besides, in the future Zeno agreed, which also proves that Feng Yang's character is not bad. Just a little color. Other than that there is nothing wrong with it. Actually, Master Grand Priest, my goal is to challenge you, and I will defeat you one day. Feng Yang added. This goal may be very far away. Grand Priest smiled, maybe in about 100 million years, you may be even with me. Ha ha ha, maybe. Gang Yang laughed. Feng Yang and the Grand Priest are chatting here. Ziyao and Caulifla stayed silently by the side without interjecting. The 2 guards were also listening nearby with their ears up. When the 2 guards heard the words of the great gods of destruction, their faces couldn't help being filled with shock. The god realm is about to change. Will there really be a great gods of destruction in our time and space? What, isn't the future Grand Priest very sad? The future Grand Priest and the future Zeno finally picked a big gods of destruction, but we cut it off. I don't know if Master Zeno will go back in the future. Far away, the 2 Zeno are also having fun. It's so interesting, Zeno said. Interesting. Future Zeno nodded vigorously. Let's keep playing, Zeno suggested. Keep playing, future Zeno replied, scratching his head again. What's wrong with you? Zeno asked. It seems that I forgot to say something. Future Zeno pondered. Then let's talk about it when we think about it. It's not a big deal anyway, Zeno said. You're right, it's fun here. Future Zeno nodded approvingly. Then, the 2 Zeno played happily again. Played for a while. Future Zeno has long since forgotten about returning to the future. How fun it is here. There is another self with me. Why should I go back? No, I'm going to forget about my going back. Poor future Grand Priest, just looking forward to Master Zeno's return. However, the future Grand Priest waited a long time for the future Zeno to return. Future Grand Priest is really speechless. Master Zeno went to persuade Feng Yang to stay, but ended up persuading himself. What is this called? Future Grand Priest wants to cry. Then, I see that the 2 Master Zeno are having a good time, so it's time for us to leave. Feng Yang offered to leave. Okay, the Grand Priest made no objection. When will the thing that challenges all gods of destruction start? Feng Yang asked before leaving. If this future Master Zeno is willing to stay and never return to the future time and space, we can start the matter of the great gods of destruction. Grand Priest showed a smile on his face. Feng Yang, as expected of a Grand Priest, this scheming. I am far inferior. Feng Yang sighed. Grand Priest smiled smugly. Feng Yang didn't say anything more. In fact, Feng Yang does not want to go to the future time and space. How good it is to stay in your own time and space. The future is a mess. What are you doing in that time and space? So what if you become the great gods of destruction? I just want to be a local emperor. Feng Yang is really not very interested in positions like gods of destruction. Of course, if someone wants to invite me to take the post, then I will just play around. And the gods of the great gods of destruction do not need to share their lives with others. This is completely different from other gods of destruction. What's more, after Feng Yang becomes a great gods of destruction, he will avoid some gods of destruction to challenge himself in the future. Hit them in one go. Let them know how great I am. In this way, after many years in the future, they will still be respectful to me, and it will save me from going to Liwei again. Goodbye, Lord Grand Priest. Ziyao bowed politely. Goodbye. Caulifla waved her hand. Feng Yang's figure gradually became unreal. Wait for me, wait for me. Son Goku hurried over. You wait for me. I have to go back. Son Goku hurried forward and grabbed Feng Yang's arm. Shua. The next moment, Feng Yang left the scene with everyone. Grand Priest. Hands, with a faint smile on his face. The two Zeno played for a while. In the future, Zeno suddenly found that there were a lot of people missing. Grand Priest, where is Feng Yang? Future Zeno asked. Mr. Feng Yang saw Master Zeno having so much fun, so he went back first. Grand Priest smiled. Well, it's fun here, it feels like my own home. Future Zeno said. This was originally your home. Zeno said from the side. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded. Future Zeno waved his hands excitedly, completely treating this place as his own home. The two Zeno play happily together again. By the way, Feng Yang's football game is very interesting. Next time I have a chance, I will ask him to call more people to play football with us. Zeno said to the future Zeno. Well, I have a chance to try it. Future Zeno nodded with some anticipation. The matter of Zamasu came to an end. After Feng Yang returned to Earth, he bid farewell to the people of the 7th universe with Vados and the others and returned to the 6th universe. After returning, Feng Yang saw that the time was almost ripe, so he transferred Supreme Kai's god position to Zi Yao. It is worth mentioning that after Feng Yang passed on the throne of the king of the world to Zi Yao, his lifespan will still be kept for 10 million years. Feng Yang is just the equivalent of early retirement, and he knows all the skills of Supreme Kai. So whether it is Supreme Kai or not is no different for Feng Yang now. Simple cultivation of Zi Yao and Caulifla is also a good choice. In addition, Feng Yang will also accompany his parents in his spare time and teach them how to perform higher-level transformations. Just Super Saiyan blue color, the king and queen feel that it is not enough. The two want to become stronger. Time passed day by day. 7th universe, Earth. Son Goku and Vegeta and others resumed their normal lives. Son Goku helps the family with some chores to supplement the family income. In order to let Son Goku work well, Bulma specially gave Son Goku a very luxurious truck. Son Goku uses these trucks to pull goods to make money. It's hard to imagine someone like Son Goku being a truck driver. Today, Son Goku just pulled a truck, humming a little tune, and driving on a small road in the country. After seeing Son Goku's truck, many people also showed envy and surprise on their faces. That's the latest maglev truck. It's very rare in this area. After Son Goku traveled for a certain distance, he suddenly found that someone's car in front had fallen into a ditch. The man got out of the car and waved to Son Goku. Son Goku stopped the car, stuck his head out and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Yes." The man nodded. "Can I trouble you to take me to the nearest garage?" "Okay, of course, there's no problem." Son Goku got off the car and readily agreed. In the grass below, the faces of the two gangsters with guns were full of excitement and anticipation. "Look, it's a rare maglev truck in this generation," God said. "We are so lucky," replied the younger brother. The two jumped out of the grass and pointed their guns at Son Goku. "Hey, leave your truck, you can go." The boss laughed. The younger brother also let out a sneer. What are you talking about?" Son Goku asked in confusion. "We are robbers, your truck belongs to us." The boss laughed. "A robber?" Son Goku was taken aback. "I don't want to take bad guys to some garage." "Who said you're going to the garage? That guy is also with us. We're here to steal your truck." The boss reprimanded. "Hurry up and take out the keys, are you an idiot?" "Understood, you were trying to steal my truck." Son Goku suddenly realized. "You finally understand." The boss is almost crying. It still feels quite strenuous to snatch something from an idiot. "Boss, look quickly, this is the most advanced maglev truck." The younger brother looked at the truck carefully and said in surprise. "Oh, it's really great. This one can be sold at a high price." The boss nodded in satisfaction. "Today is really a good day, ha ha ha." Another younger brother laughed. Son Goku laughed along with him. The robber trio immediately turned to look at Son Goku. "What are you laughing at? Is there anything funny?" the boss asked with a dark face. "I promised to work hard on this truck, and Bulma specially gave it to me. I can't give it to you." Son Goku said seriously, "You should leave quickly. You haven't figured out the situation yet, you idiot." The boss snorted. Since you are disobedient, then I will teach you a lesson. As he spoke, the boss punched Son Goku with his fist. Snapped. Son Goku caught the boss's fist with just one finger. The boss was stunned. The two younger brothers also stared wide-eyed, showing disbelief on their faces. Boom. Son Goku flicked his finger lightly. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the robber boss flew out at that time and fell to the ground. The two younger brothers panicked at the time, their faces changed again and again, and they hurriedly picked up the pistols in their hands. You fool! What did you do to our boss? The pistols in their hands were aimed at Son Goku's body. Bang bang bang. The two shot. Son Goku dodged easily, and appeared behind a younger brother in a flash, and knocked him out with a palm. The other boy lost his mind and hurriedly aimed his gun at Son Goku's body. Son Goku swung his big hand forward, grabbed the pistol, and squeezed his pistol to pieces. The younger brother is completely stupid. This is a monster. The younger brother was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, his face pale. Stop messing around and go to work, Son Goku reprimanded. Brother, this is our job. I don't seem to be qualified to say anything about others. Son Goku scratched his head. I won't lose to you, you go to die. The younger brother was furious, took out a pistol from his pocket again, and shot at Son Goku. Son Goku caught all the bullets with ease. The younger brother was completely dumbfounded. Are you a monster? The little brother ran away in a hurry. Son Goku did not go after him, but let the robbers flee from here. Just leave his companion alone, there is really nothing to do with him. Son Goku scratched his head, and then muttered, I haven't practiced for a long time, and my body feels a little rusty. I have been working for so long, you should go back and practice hard. Son Goku caught the two robbers and drove the car to the police station. The police gave Son Goku a sum of money as a reward. With this money, Chi-Chi should be able to let me practice. Son Goku grinned, with anticipation on his face. If we don't practice, when will we be able to defeat the 6th Universe Saiyan? I'm afraid we will be dumped by him forever in the back. Talking to himself, Son Goku took out a communicator. Use this to call Mr. Whis. Son Goku smiled and called Whis immediately. However, there was no movement on Whis' side. 7th Universe, Planet Beerus. Vegeta is chasing Whis and launching a fierce attack. Whis easily dodges all of Vegeta's punches. Not bad, Mr. Vegeta, there are fewer unnecessary movements than before. Whis smiled. Beerus sat on a big tree and yawned, feeling sleepy again. Hey, Vegeta strikes again. Whis' body suddenly became unreal. Shua. Whis disappeared in place. Whis is doing something like an afterimage punch. Vegeta looked calm, sensing the movement around him. At this moment, Whis suddenly appeared behind Vegeta. Whis waved his palm and patted Vegeta's nape. Vegeta didn't care about Whis behind him. Vegeta punched straight ahead. Whis caught Vegeta's fist with his hand, with a faint smile on his face. That's right, I let you see through. Whis nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Vegeta has grown a lot during this time. HMPH, you don't need to praise me. Vegeta snorted and launched a fierce attack on Whis again. What's the matter with that guy? Seems pretty motivated. Beerus sighed. Because during the battle with Zamasu, he was overwhelmed by Prince Saiyan of the 6th Universe. The prophecy fish explained on the side, they are both princes of Saiyan, so there is still a big gap. HMPH, don't say he was crushed by Feng Yang's strength, I was crushed by him too. Beerus sighed helplessly. Has Lord Beerus been defeated by the newly appointed Supreme Kai? The prophecy fish was taken aback, and looked at Beerus strangely. Beerus hastily shut up. Oops, one accidentally slipped his mouth. Not many people know about it. Only a few angels and Champa guys know. In addition, people in the 6th universe also know a lot. But people in the 6th universe know it. They rarely come to the 7th universe. Master Beerus, what did you just say? Asked the prophecy fish. It's nothing, you don't need to worry about these things, you'd better mind your own business. Beerus snorted, and immediately changed the subject. This guy Whis knows how to play with him, this kind of fighting method is simply too weak. The prophecy fish did not speak, but took a deep look at Beerus. Lord Beerus just said that he lost to the Supreme Kai from the 6th universe. Is that Supreme Kai so powerful? He is said to be the prince of the 6th universe Saiyan. I can't, I've reached my limit, I have to go to sleep and catch up. Beerus yawned, jumped down from the tree, and walked towards the castle, saying, you didn't it mean that Son Goku or Vegeta will become Super Saiyan God? And they will become my strong enemy. The real strong enemy is the Saiyan of the 6th universe. The 2 Saiyans of our 7th universe are so disappointing to me. It's true, they will really become stronger. The prophecy fish said seriously. Beerus glanced back at the prophecy fish. There was a brief silence. You said those 2 guys would be my formidable enemies? Beerus asked. Yes. Prophecy fish nodded. Beerus squeezed his chin and thought about it. The Saiyan of the 6th universe is so powerful. To say that Saiyan of the 7th universe is not strong. Is it possible? They just haven't lived up to their potential yet. How about I try this Vegeta first? Hurry up and beat him up while you can beat him. Otherwise, when you can't beat it, you can only catch your eyes blind. Beerus stepped towards the direction where Whis and Beerus were fighting. Hello, Vegeta, Beerus greeted. Vegeta immediately stopped fighting and looked back at Beerus. You seem to have grown a lot. Beerus snorted. Oh, isn't Master Beerus going to rest? Whis asked. I changed my mind. Beerus smiled, looked at Vegeta, showing a faint fighting spirit. How about Vegeta, do you want to fight with me? Vegeta was taken aback for a moment, unable to recover. Oh, this is really rare, isn't this very good, Mr. Vegeta? Whis smiled. Vegeta thought about it carefully, and this was indeed a very good choice. Understood, I will not be polite. Vegeta nodded in agreement. The 2 quickly stood on the ground. Whis and Prophecy Fish watched the battle from a distance. What did you say to Lord Beerus? Whis asked. I said Goku and Vegeta would be his rivals. The Prophecy Fish told the truth. No wonder. Whis smiled. By the way, Whis, Lord Beerus slipped his tongue just now, saying that he lost to Prince Saiyan of the 6th universe, is it true or not? Prophecy Fish asked Gossip. You didn't predict it. Whis smiled. The Prophecy Fish doesn't want to talk anymore. I don't know how to answer what you said. I can't predict everything. But I predicted another thing. The predictive fish said. What? Whis asked. A new god is about to be born in the universe, and that is the great gods of destruction. The Prophecy Fish's expression became unusually dignified. The great gods of destruction is the supreme god responsible for managing all gods of destruction, and it is also the same as the Grand Priest. God, is there such a thing? Whis was taken aback. I'm thinking now, what kind of person can become this great gods of destruction? Prophecy Fish pondered. Maybe it's Saiyan Prince Feng Yang from the 6th universe. Whis said. How is it possible? He is a supreme Kai. The Prophecy Fish shook his head. Prophecy Fish, you should change your career, because. Don't prophesy anymore. Whis laughed. What do you mean? The Prophecy Fish was taken aback. You don't need to care about these details. Whis giggled and didn't say anything more. Far away, Vegeta and Beerus are also ready for battle. Speaking of which, it's been years since I fought you. Beerus smiled. I won't be bullied by you like last time. Vegeta snorted. Boom. Blue flames suddenly emerged from Vegeta's body, and it has turned into Super Saiyan blue color. It's Super Saiyan blue, it's nothing special. Beerus smiled. Just let the horse come here. Call out. Vegeta roared in Beerus' direction. Boom. Vegeta threw a powerful punch at Beerus. Snapped. Beerus raised his hand, palm just blocking Vegeta's fist. Not bad, the explosive power in a split second is really strong, and it made my hands go numb. Beerus commented with a smile, it's just Super Saiyan blue color. If you can become the second color of Super Saiyan blue, maybe it can also work for me. Quote. Boom. The slap that Beerus said was slapped, and Vegeta was sent flying at that time. Vegeta rolled several somersaults in the air, finally stopped, and immediately flew into the sky. Boom. Vegeta condensed energy bombs with both hands, and a blue energy bomb hit Beerus. Boom. Beerus waved his hand lightly and sent the energy bomb flying. Shua. Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Beerus. Vegeta hit with a punch. Beerus dodges easily, dodging Vegeta's attack after attack. Vegeta fought for a long time, but there was no effect. His face was not very good looking, and he yelled again and rushed towards Beerus. Boom. Beerus directly used his own tail to whip Vegeta into the grave. Vegeta plunged headlong into the distant lake, submerged. HMPH. Beerus showed a smug look on his face. I didn't expect bullying Saiyan to be quite interesting. At that time, I was bullied by the Prince of the 6th Universe Saiyan, and now I am bullying the Prince of the 7th Universe Saiyan. I still feel very fulfilled. Oh, I didn't expect to defeat Vegeta so easily. Whis smiled. The prophetic fish did not speak. The next moment, I saw Vegeta gradually floating up from the blue lake water, with blue light blooming on his body, forming a sharp echo with the blue lake water of the car. What, do you want to continue? Beerus smiled slightly. Vegeta took a deep breath, and the blue flame on his body dissipated all of a sudden. The blue light on Mr. Vegeta's body is gone, and all the blue energy has been restrained into the body, and his strength has also been greatly improved. Whis smiled and said, "This method is good. I don't know how you came up with it, but there is such a thing. A useful method." Vegeta rolled his eyes. "You have the nerve to say so. Isn't that what you taught me? Are you learning and selling now?" HMPH, Whis, you are enough. Vegeta hummed. It's interesting, you don't study the transformation of the second color of Super Saiyan Blue, but do this kind of boring Super Saiyan Blue color introverted, do you think it makes sense? Beerus smiled slightly. You should pay more attention to the 6th universe the Saiyans learn to learn. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Vegeta was immediately ready to fight. Beerus didn't show any politeness either, and roared towards Vegeta's direction. Boom! Beerus threw a powerful punch at Vegeta. Vegeta lightly raised his hand, blocking Beerus' attack. Beerus flew past again. Vegeta dodges again. Snapped. Vegeta punched Beerus backwards. It's stronger than before, but how long can you last like this? Beerus smiled. Vegeta's face showed endless confidence. Bang bang bang. Vegeta and Beerus had a fierce confrontation. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The figures of the two kept changing, they hit the ground from the air, and then returned to the high altitude from the ground. Mr. Vegeta has really mastered the Super Saiyan Blue color now. Whis commented, in this way, the gap between him and Mr. Goku should be narrowed. What about Saiyan from the 6th universe? Asked the prophecy fish. Oh, there is still a big gap between this. Whis said. Really, Saiyan from the 6th universe is so powerful. The prophecy fish sighed. Yes, Saiyan of the 6th universe, especially Saiyan's prince, defeated Lord Beerus. Whis said. What, is Master Beerus really defeated by him? Isn't that Prince Supreme Kai? The prophecy fish lost his voice. It doesn't matter anymore. Whis said. Prophecy fish. You don't matter every time it comes to the crunch time. Is Beerus serious about fighting? Asked the prophetic fish. No, he's just playing. Whis replied, but I think it's better for him to be more serious. If he gets hit, it will be troublesome if he gets angry. Don't let such a thing happen, he will mess up when he gets angry. The prophecy fish also said. Hey, the two were talking when Vegeta punched Beerus directly in the face. Vegeta's fist made close contact with Beerus' face. Whis and the predicted fish were dumbfounded. I really want to come here. Beerus stared at Vegeta with his eyes wide open. But at this time, Vegeta showed a proud face. Hit. The prophecy fish sighed. He hit it. Whis sighed. Beerus never expected to be slapped in the face by this guy. But this guy still laughs so cheaply. Beerus got angry and grabbed Vegeta's wrist. Vegeta's face changed color. Don't get carried away, Beerus said coldly. Beerus stepped up. Vegeta clearly felt the sharp pain in his wrist. Whis, quickly open a protective cover before Beerus gets mad. The prophecy fish said to Whis quickly. Okay. Whis felt that there was nothing wrong with what the prophecy fish said, and with a little move of his right hand, he planned to conjure up the scepter. However, the scepter did not appear in Whis' hands. Whis was stunned at that moment. Where's my scepter? Where did I put the scepter? Whis was a little puzzled. Angel's scepter is usually placed in his own hidden space, which is equivalent to receiving it in his own body. If you put it outside, you have to find it yourself. Of course, if you let go of the induction, you can also contact the scepter. Hey, why did you lose the chain at a critical moment? The prophecy fish felt that the whole person was not well. Boom, accompanied by a loud bang. A corner of Gods of Destruction had already been beaten to pieces by Beerus. With a finger, Whis simply propped up a protective shield, protecting himself and the predicted fish. Oh, it really is messing around again. Whis sighed. In a big pit in the distance, Beerus held Vegeta's head down like this, and pressed it into the big pit. I showed mercy to you, and you started to get carried away. Ha, Beerus sneered. Vegeta was in so much pain that he felt bad all over. Why is there such a big gap between me and this guy? You are still a million years too early to become my great rival. Beerus snorted and shouted condescendingly, but I agree that you can make such great progress in a short period of time. If you look at other universes, you already a backup to gods of destruction. After finishing speaking, Beerus jumped onto the big pit. Whis, fix it, Beerus ordered. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded without objecting. Whis quickly landed beside Vegeta. Vegeta also climbed up from the ground with a look of unwillingness. Don't be so unwilling, Mr. Vegeta. Whis smiled, you have done a good job. I'm no match for him at all. Vegeta said dejectedly. That can't be helped. After all, he is the Lord Gods of destruction of this universe. Whis persuaded. But, I heard that Prince Saiyan of the 6th universe seems to have defeated Beerus. Is this true or false? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked more and more unwillingly. Oh my god, who did you hear about such an important matter? Whis was stunned and asked. When Feng Yang came over before, I was knocked out. I heard it when I was in a faint. Although I don't know if it's true or not, but judging by your expression, it doesn't seem fake. Vegeta held tightly. Hold your fist. Oh, that's true. Whis sighed. He and I are both princes of Saiyan. How can he defeat Master Beerus? But I will be rubbed on the ground by Master Beerus. Vegeta was so unwilling. They are all princes of Saiyan, why are you so good? I am also the Prince of Saiyan. I am the strongest one. I can't beat Kakarot, but I can't even beat Prince Saiyan from the 6th universe. Mr. Vegeta, it is certain that Prince Feng Yang has received systematic training. Whis persuaded, and he comprehended the power of gods of destruction a long time ago. What? The power of gods of destruction? Vegeta was taken aback. Yes, that's right. Whis nodded. Did your sister teach him? Vegeta asked. I'm not sure about that, it should be. Whis replied. What he comprehended was the power of gods of destruction. Vegeta muttered. Yeah, Whis nodded. Then, what should I do? Vegeta sighed helplessly, and couldn't find his own way of cultivation. Vegeta remembers the woman from the 6th universe Saiyan, who seems to practice Super Saiyan blue color too. Ahea is also very strong. What should I do? Vegeta didn't know what to do for a moment. Mr. Vegeta, let's hone what I'm talking about. Whis smiled, as long as you can master the real ultimate intention of freedom, you will definitely not lose to Feng Yang. At the end of Whis' words, he was a little less confident. Is it really impossible to lose to Prince Feng Yang? Forget it, take it as a comfort to comfort him. Really, Vegeta believed it. Come on, Whis nodded, you have to let your body judge and act on its own. In fact, it is very difficult to do so. Even Master Beerus has not been able to do it to the extreme. Confirm again, if you really cultivate the freedom you mentioned to the extreme, will you be able to defeat that Feng Yang? Vegeta asked again. Yes, Whis nodded. If you really cultivate the extreme intention of freedom to the extreme, of course you can defeat Feng Yang. Because Grand Priest Sama has already practiced freedom to the extreme. Whis was secretly happy. That is to say, there are many ways to cultivate, and there are many ways to transform, it depends on which route I take. Vegeta pondered. Yes, that's right, it's like adding points to the game's skill tree. There are only so many points. How to add points to reach the strongest state is up to you. Whis nodded. Vegeta, anyway, I want to reach this level better than Kakarot first. Vegeta pondered, I don't want to follow behind him all the time, and then find a way to surpass that guy named Feng Yang. Yes, confidence is a good thing. Whis replied. Vegeta nodded again. Then, start increasing the training time tomorrow. Whis suggested. No, we'll talk about the training later. Vegeta shook his head. Please send me back, I'm going back to Earth. Hey, what's the matter? Whis was taken aback. I can't come here to practice for the time being. Vegeta said. For now, Whis was taken aback again. Whis, I found your scepter, and there are still calls. The prophecy fish flew up with Whis' scepter. Oh, who is contacting me? Whis turned to look at the scepter in his hand. Hello, who is it? Whis asked. Finally contacted me. Son Goku and others were in a hurry to urinate, and said excitedly, Mr. Whis is me, I am Goku. Oh, it's Mr. Goku, what's the matter? Whis asked. It's been so long, I want to practice with you. Son Goku said. No problem, what souvenirs do you plan to bring this time? Whis asked with some expectation. This time it's a delicious snack. Son Goku chuckled. Okay, then I must try it. Whis didn't object. By the way, I want to call Vegeta too. Can you pick me up at Bulma's house later? Son Goku suggested. Shall we meet in Bulma's courtyard in an hour? Oops, Mr. Vegeta is already here. Whis smiled. What? Vegeta is too much. He ran to practice alone. Son Goku lost his voice. It's really shameless. Then I will join your cultivation team as soon as possible. But Mr. Vegeta is already planning to go back. Whis explained. Huh, why? Son Goku was puzzled. Yes, Mr. Vegeta, why? Whis asked curiously. I'm going to give birth soon, Vegeta said. Huh, did you give birth? Son Goku couldn't understand. I've been waiting for a long time. Goku, have you come to visit me? Bulma came out with a big belly, and greeted Son Goku. Bulma, what's wrong with your stomach? Did you eat too much? Son Goku was surprised. What, didn't you come to visit me? Bulma scolded angrily. Didn't I tell you that? I'm already pregnant with my second child. Son Goku scratched his head with a confused look on his face. You seem to have said it. I forgot. Really, this kind of thing can be forgotten. Bulma shook his head and sighed helplessly. It's not my child. It's normal that I can't remember. Son Goku chuckled. After Vegeta heard Son Goku's words on the Beerus planet, his face turned green. Kakarot, what do you mean? But then again, Bulma is going to have a baby, not Vegeta, Son Goku said. What are you talking about? Bulma didn't want to talk to Son Goku anymore. An hour later, Whis brought Vegeta down from the sky and landed in the yard of Bulma's house. Hi, Mr. Whis, you're here. Son Goku waved his hand. I've been waiting for a long time, let's go back quickly. Whis greeted. Vegeta, why did you come back? Son Goku still didn't quite understand. Didn't you see? Vegeta snorted. Bulma is about to give birth, how can I leave here to practice at this time? It's not you who gave birth, so it doesn't matter. Son Goku said. You idiot, if you go out to practice at this time, you will definitely be resented. Vegeta said. What does it matter? Son Goku said, I was not at home when Gohan and Goten were born. Vegeta, you're not a bad person, but you're pretty bad as a father and husband. Vegeta sighed. What do you mean? Son Goku couldn't understand. Is it because of the sophistication of people on Earth? I don't really understand. Whis shook his head. You Angel don't seem to have any children. Vegeta asked. Oh, it seems to be like this. Whis nodded. It's time for us to set off, jail Kongsheng. Vegeta, I will definitely become very powerful all of a sudden, I don't care about you. Son Goku prodded Vegeta. It doesn't matter, you can go now. Vegeta was unmoved. I will also surpass Prince Feng Yang of the 6th Universe Saiyan as soon as possible. Son Goku said again. Then do your best. Vegeta snorted. Both of you are princes, you can't lose too much to him, Vegeta. Son Goku chuckled. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to go, go. Vegeta shouted angrily. Call out. The next moment, Son Goku disappeared immediately under the leadership of Whis. 6th Universe, Gods of Destruction Realm. Gabe is practicing seriously here. Gabe punched and kicked the air. Near Gabe's location, Feng Yang, Vados, Caulifla, and Ziyao were also watching silently. Perhaps we should find Mr. Gabe a partner to better improve his strength. Vados muttered. But who is suitable? Caulifla asked. He is too weak, Ziyao and I can easily defeat him. We don't want to play with him. Vados thought about it too. Both Caulifla and Ziyao can easily defeat Gabe, let alone Prince Feng Yang. If Prince Feng Yang makes a move, will Rubei still have to be seconded? By the way, bring Hit here, let Hit accompany Gabe to practice. Feng Yang suggested. Mr. Heater, that is indeed a good choice. Vados nodded. Then, I'll take Shi over. Ziyao said. Thank you. Vados said. It's nothing. After Ziyao finished speaking, she cast instant transmission and left. Now, Yang has given up the position of Supreme Kai to Ziyao. Ziyao has also become the real Supreme Kai. The reason why Ziyao became Supreme Kai, Feng Yang also has another purpose. That is, after Ziyao becomes Supreme Kai, she will share the ecology with Caulifla. Don't you two deal with each other very much? Don't you two often have conflicts? This will allow the two of you to fall in love with each other. After all, life is shared. Feng Yang hopes that the two can help each other and go to their own bed together. No, Ritong is moving towards the future. Accidentally revealed his thoughts. I just like one on the left, and one on the right. I feel excited just thinking about it. Hey, Feng Yang, you are drooling, what are you thinking? Caulifla said. Feng Yang quickly lay down on Vado's body, rubbing his saliva on her clothes. Feng Yang, you. Vados was truly speechless. Why are you so shameless? Vados sighed. Caulifla secretly laughed at the side. You're still laughing. Vados tapped Caulifla on the head with a scepter. A large lump immediately swelled up on Caulifla's head. It hurts, it hurts. Caulifla held the big bump on her head, screaming in pain. This is your punishment for laughing at me, Vados said. It's really strange. How strong are you angels? I can't always avoid your attacks. Caulifla sighed. Ho ho. Vados smiled smugly. No, I want to challenge you, I want to know the gap between me and you. Caulifla pointed at Vados, blue light emerged from his body, and blue lightning wrapped around his whole body. Meanwhile, Caulifla's hair is stretched back and soon grows past her waist. The third color of Super Saiyan Blue. Are you sure? Ba smiled. Of course, I need to know the gap between me and you. Caulifla said, my state is comparable to fighting Beerus. It has been several months since I fought Beerus last time. It has almost stabilized, at least it can persist for more than 5 minutes. Then, just attack me. Vados smiled confidently and waved at Caulifla. Feng Yang didn't stop it. Feng Yang also wanted to see how big the gap was between Caulifla and Vados. Gabe had already sensed Caulifla's powerful energy, and immediately stopped practicing, and appeared beside Feng Yang. Gabe still maintains the form of Super Saiyan 4 and has not returned to normal. Your Highness, can Caulifla defeat Vados? Rube asked curiously. I can't beat it. Feng Yang shook his head. Ah, Caulifla has already become the third color of Super Saiyan Blue, isn't she her opponent? Gabe was stunned. At this point, Caulifla and Vados are ready to fight. Call out. Caulifla flew in the direction of Vados. When she was about to approach Vados, Caulifla flickered and disappeared on the spot. In just a split second, Caulifla appeared right above Vados. Caulifla waved her hand down, and a wave of blessed energy quickly covered Vados' body. It's just that Vados moved faster, and with a slight lift of his hand, a protective shield emerged, blocking all attacks. Shua. Caulifla moved again, and appeared behind Vados again. Caulifla punched her fist. Vados didn't even take it to see. Zizi directly let her avoid the attack. Hey hey. Caulifla's fist hit Vados like raindrops. Vados dodges easily, dodging all attacks. Caulifla didn't hit Vados for a long time. 5 minutes passed quickly. Snapped. The blue flame on Caulifla's body dissipated all of a sudden, and returned to normal. Hoo-hoo. Caulifla gasped heavily, feeling a burst of exhaustion. It's so hard for me. After beating for so long, she didn't even touch her body. Is this the ultimate intention? Caulifla sighed. Yes, the ultimate skill of automatic body dodging. Vados smiled. In your current state, it is too easy for me to hit you. Shua. Saying that, Vados quickly appeared beside Caulifla. Not good. Caulifla turned pale with shock. Boom. Vados slapped it lightly, hitting Caulifla on the back of the neck. Caulifla fainted softly at that moment. Feng Yang stepped forward and hugged Caulifla. Vados, if you want to be the main wife, you should tell me earlier, and you don't need to be so harsh. Feng Yang said. Vados, what did you say? Does this have anything to do with the main house? Who said I'm going to be the real wife? Vados sighed helplessly. How about we try it? Feng Yang smiled. Forget it. Vados shook his head. When your energy is released, cracks will appear in the entire universe. That's true. Feng Yang nodded thoughtfully. This is really embarrassing for me. If I want to explode with all my strength, I'm afraid I will destroy all the universes. Actually, you can restrain those destructive energies into your body and prevent them from exploding. Vados suggested. In this way, your strength will be improved, and only you will be improved. I've thought about your question a long time ago, but I also thought of another plan. Feng Yang grinned, looked at Vados and said. Another solution. What? Vados asked. I won't tell you for now. Feng Yang said. Vados. In the middle of talking, the most shameless person is you. Shua. At this time, Ziyao finally brought Hit back. At the same time, Ziyao also brought Kale over from the planet Shadara. Feng Yang also woke up Caulifla. Caulifla rubbed his head vigorously. Caulifla was both surprised and delighted. Sister. Kale burst into tears. I thought my sister didn't want me anymore. Since my sister became gods of destruction, the chances for us to meet have become less and less. How about it, from now on, if you have nothing to do, you can live with me and stay with me? Caulifla suggested. Really, sister? Kale was surprised and delighted. That's the decision. Caulifla smiled. As she spoke, Caulifla turned her head to look at Ziyao again. Thank you. Caulifla thanked. Ha, you're welcome. Ziyao snorted. Hit, go and cut it with Gabe now. Caulifla ordered Hit. Yes, Hit dared not disobey, and immediately saluted. The next moment, Gabe and Hit had a fierce confrontation in the Gods of Destruction world. Feng Yang and others continued to watch the battle. But then again, Your Highness. Vados said to Feng Yang, why do you have to work so hard to train Mr. Gabe? Did you forget? Feng Yang smiled. Master Zeno said that there might be a universe-wide martial arts tournament. Didn't you make preparations earlier? I'm afraid Lord Zeno has forgotten it long ago. Vados said with a smile. He just said it casually at that time. Master Zeno may have forgotten, but there is one person who hasn't. Feng Yang smiled slightly. You mean yourself. Vados curled his lips. Are you ready to put gold on your face again? No, I'm talking about Son Goku. Feng Yang said. Mr. Son Goku. Vados was taken aback. This Son Goku is a fighting fanatic, and he likes to fight with people who are stronger than himself. Feng Yang explained with a smile. I think Son Goku may ask Mr. Zeno to hold this kind of martial arts conference in the whole universe to host such a grand event. What you said seems to make sense. Vados nodded, but even if that's the case, it's not a big deal to lose. You don't know that, do you? Feng Yang said, I have been to the time and space of Trunks in the future, and found that the universes in his time and space are too chaotic. In our current time and space, the situation of each universe is basically the same as that of Trunks' time and space. There is not much difference between the various universes, it is better than them. What are you trying to say? Vados asked. What I want to say is, if these universes don't improve, what do you think will happen? Like, Feng Yang asked. Oops, then Master Zeno will erase these universes. Vados suddenly realized. You're so smart. Feng Yang smiled. But what does that have to do with raising Gabe? Vados was still confused. I think that it is possible to keep some universes through the competition, or let some universes disappear. Feng Yang said. If you really want to keep the universe through a competition, His Royal Highness can also participate in the competition. You can even defeat Master Beerus. Who do you think can still be your opponent? In this way, our universe will definitely be preserved, proposed Vados. Don't rely on me for everything, people should also work hard for their own survival. Feng Yang said. Vados. So, what about your parents? According to you, if you lose, your parents will also disappear together. Vados asked, and your people? I will make a request to Lord Zeno, let them keep my Shadara planet and my beauty star. Feng Yang said seriously. Vados fell silent. Do you even want to keep beauty stars? You are good enough. 7th Universe, Gods of Destruction Realm. Son Goku practiced with Whis for a while, then took out the snacks and gave them to Whis, Beerus and the prophecy fish. Of course Son Goku also ate a lot. The dim sum this time is good, you have a heart. Beerus said full of praise. It's delicious, right? Son Goku chuckled. This is really a top-notch delicacy. Whis grinned happily from ear to ear. After eating, Son Goku stretched himself, ready to start practicing. Mr. Goku, don't need to be so anxious, the food should be changed to taste better. Whis smiled. I've been focusing on going to work recently, and I feel my body has become sluggish. Son Goku sighed. Whis, did you also feel this way when you were fighting me just now? Indeed. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. HMPH, I also saw the discussion between you and Whis. Beerus said, now your physical response is indeed not as good as before, it can't be compared with Vegeta. I feel the same way. Son Goku responded, and said to Whis, Whis, can you teach me more powerful moves? It seems that it is very difficult for me to surpass Feng Yang. You don't want to surpass Feng Yang. Beerus shook his head. How do you hear that Master Beerus means? Master Beerus is not Feng Yang's opponent either. Son Goku asked. Cut, how is it possible? Beerus replied insincerely. Ha ha ha, I won't be right. Son Goku chuckled. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll take care of you. Beerus said with a cold face. How strong is that Feng Yang guy? It feels hard to surpass him. Son Goku sighed. Mr. Goku, let's lay the foundation well, and try to find a way to master the real free spirit as soon as possible. Whis suggested. Will Feng Yang be able to defeat Feng Yang by mastering the true Jizzy Ji? Son Goku asked. Yes, as long as you cultivate your freedom to the extreme, you will definitely be able to defeat Mr. Feng Yang. Whis nodded. I'm talking about practicing to the extreme. He has cultivated to the level of Grand Priest. This kind of words can only be experienced by yourself slowly. Don't blame me if you can't beat it then. In short, let me continue to hone my foundation. Son Goku scratched his head, showing distress on his face. Okay, I'm full, you guys continue talking, I'm going to bed. Beerus waved his hand, turned and left. If he continued, Feng Yang might be pulled out again. At that time, maybe I accidentally talked about the fact that I was defeated by Feng Yang. It's so embarrassing. I'd better keep a low profile. It is more appropriate to run away quickly. Wait a minute, Master Beerus. Son Goku said hastily, consider the agreement with Master Zeno before you go to bed. What agreement? Beerus was taken aback. The martial arts tournament of the whole universe. Son Goku said. You better forget about that. Beerus shook his head. But I think it will be very interesting. The strongest people in the universe compete with each other. Son Goku said, so the 6th universe will also participate in the competition. Even if you practice, you must have a goal of 3 zeros. Alright, or you can call the people from the 6th universe over, and let's try another match. HMPH, are you free as a member of the 6th universe? You should give up your mind, I'm going to sleep. Beerus said, ignored Son Goku, and walked straight towards the castle. Son Goku. Son Goku immediately took out a communicator from his pocket. Hee, I suddenly remembered that I still have a communication button to meet Master Zeno. Since Master Beerus refuses to help, I'll go find Master Zeno. Son Goku hee case. Beerus' face went black at that moment. Idiot, don't get involved with Master Zeno anymore. Beerus gritted his teeth. Why? I just want to ask him to hold a martial arts tournament. Son Goku asked in puzzlement. I don't suggest you do that either, I don't know what will happen. Whis shook his head. Will something scary appear? Son Goku asked naively. No, the really scary one is Master Zeno, don't you know yet? Beerus said in a deep voice. Master Zeno, what's so scary about him? I think he's pretty cute. Son Goku said. Idiot, don't push your limits. I advise you to be careful. Beerus said with a cold face, although Mr. Zeno is a pure and noble existence, his purity is what makes him terrible. Don't forget, he has the ability to destroy the universe, Whis also added on the side. It's okay, it's just a martial arts tournament. Son Goku looked indifferent, and I'm still Zeno's friend. Are you an idiot? Beerus shuddered with rage. These 2 buttons. Press the blue button to call Master Zeno over. Press the red button and I can go to Master Zeno in an instant, which one should I use? Son Goku hesitated. Don't press it, don't do it. Cold sweat broke out on Beerus' face. Hey, Son Goku smiled and pressed the red button. Shua, Son Goku suddenly disappeared in place. Beerus was shaking with fear. This guy is an idiot. Are you in the rhythm of dying? Oh, he's gone. Whis sighed helplessly for a week. That idiot, I have a feeling, Something bad is going to happen. Beerus paled for a moment. Hey, where did Goku go? The prophecy fish asked a little strangely. Why did my time to go to the toilet disappear? He used that button to meet Master Zeno, Whis explained. Really, he really is not afraid of anything. Yu wiped his sweat. This is the worst case scenario. Beerus held his head, feeling bad all over. Which idiot made him meet Master Zeno in the first place? It seems that Master Beerus and Master Champa met at the martial arts tournament. Whis said with a smile. That's the idiot Champa. Beerus gritted his teeth with hatred. It wasn't that idiot who wanted to hold some martial arts tournament with us, so how could something like this happen? 10th Universe, Gods of Destruction Realm. Achoo. Champa sneezed. I feel like someone is scolding me, it must be that fool Beerus. Champa said. Why are you so sure? Cassie was stunned and asked. Who else could it be? Champa snorted. It shouldn't be the people from our 6th universe. The people from our 6th universe are still very easygoing. Kes, you actually said that you people in the 6th universe are very easygoing. You didn't say that when you were beaten. Lord Champa, you are now the gods of destruction of the 10th universe. Kessie corrected. Don't talk about your 6th universe anymore. Yeah, I forgot without realizing it. Champa scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. But then again, does Lord Champa want to go back to the 6th universe? Kessie asked. Don't go back. Don't go back. The 10th universe is my home. Champa said with a firm expression. Really? Kes smiled. Really? Champa nodded. Okay, I'm still thinking about letting Lord Champa go back. Kessie smiled. Champa, you said it earlier. Champa was a little anxious. You still say you don't want to go back to the 6th universe? Kessie smiled. Can I go back? Champa was taken aback and asked. Master Grand Priest wants the disappeared Master Rumsshi to come back. I guess it will be this time. Master Rumsshi should be back soon. Kessie said. What? Master Grand Priest wants Master Rumsshi back? Champa's eyes widened. Yes. Kessie nodded. Why? What do I do when he comes back? Champa asked. Master Champa is going back to the 6th universe. Kessie asked with a smile. Champa. There was a silence. You mean, let me go back to the 6th universe as gods of destruction? Champa's face turned black. Do you think Feng Yang will agree? This is going to be difficult. Kessie sighed. Master Rumsshi is back. There will be an extra gods of destruction in these universes. Master Supreme Kai is easier to say. Master Supreme Kai originally wanted retire early. After co-authoring and talking for a long time, you made a mistake on the 10th universe side, and instead gave me a buy in gods of destruction. Champa's teeth itch with hatred. Hey, if Master Champa wants to continue to be the gods of destruction in the 10th universe, it's not a bad idea. We can only let Master Rumsshi retire early. Kessie smiled. That's it. I haven't been gods of destruction enough yet. Champa snorted. Temple of Zeno. 2 Zeno are playing chess. I eat. Zeno took the pawn and ate the future Zeno's 7th universe. Ah, that's terrible, future Zeno said, but there are still 5 universes on my side. Quote. I also have 5 universes on my side. Zeno also said. Future Zeno was silent for a while. Isn't there too much universe? Future Zeno asked. In our time and space, a series of problems appeared because of too many songs. Really, if you say that, it will indeed be troublesome. Zeno nodded. If you can't, just reduce some universes. Future Zeno suggested. Let's reduce it. Zeno nodded, then turned his head and asked Grand Priest, what is the current human level of the 12 universes? The first universe is still the existence with the highest level at present. Grand Priest replied, the 12th universe is also growing rapidly, and the human level has reached the 2nd place, the latter universes have no special changes. If you look at the whole level, there is indeed an overall downward trend across all universes. There is no growth at all. It seems that there is no need to keep 12 universes. Zeno pondered. In our time and space, we plan to erase all universes and build a new universe. Future Zeno said, the appearance of Feng Yang temporarily dispelled that universe. But, it is very troublesome for us to observe all the universes here. Zeno replied, your idea in the future time and space seems very meaningful. So, less universes? Grand Priest asked. Yeah, just leave 4. Zeno suggested, erasure all the low-level universes. Understood, then I will call the guide angels back now. Grand Priest nodded in agreement. Just when Grand Priest took out his scepter and was about to get in touch with all the angels. The Grand Priest is also Son Goku, who suddenly sensed the appearance outside the temple. Oh, a guest is here, Master Zeno, please wait a moment. Grand Priest said. Who? Zeno asked. Who is it? Future Zeno also asked. Soon, Grand Priest took Son Goku in. Hi, everyone. Son Goku waved hello. Oh, it's Goku. As for smiling, it seems that you get along well. Son Goku laughed. Yes, he doesn't even want to go back. Zeno pointed to the future Zeno. Future Zenos. Yes, I really don't want to go back. Let the Grand Priest over there handle it by himself, those universes are too much of a headache. Future Zeno nodded and decided not to go back again. By the way, Goku, what are you doing here? Did you come to play with me? Zeno asked. Didn't you bring Feng Yang here? No, this. Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. He came here as if he had a wish. Grand Priest said. What is your wish, Goku? Zeno asked. Although I don't know which one of you is the Xiaochuan I know. But we made an appointment before to hold a martial arts tournament for the whole universe. Son Goku said, how did you think about that matter? I'm a little anxious. Quote. I forgot. Zeno said. I knew it. Son Goku smiled. If those universes are eliminated, the conference cannot be held. Future Zeno asked from the side. Said a word. Yes. Zeno nodded. What do you mean? Son Goku was taken aback. Nothing. Please don't care about these details. Grand Priest smiled. Then let's hold it right away. Zeno suggested. You were really refreshing. Son Goku felt that the surprise came too fast. When do you plan to start? Grand Priest, what do you think? The Supreme King asked Grand Priest for his opinion. Well, each universe also needs preparation time, so let's tentatively set it after 40 hours. Grand Priest suggested. 40 hours, so fast. Son Goku exclaimed, okay, I see, I'll go back and prepare now. Please wait a moment. Grand Priest said, now call the gods, including all gods of destruction, and tell them about this, you just wait here. Time is running out. Son Goku looked anxious. Soon, Grand Priest smiled, and immediately took out the scepter. Son Goku was taken aback. The appearance of this scepter is quite similar to that of Whis. Does he have it too? Guides angels, I am Grand Priest, please answer. Grand Priest shouted at the crystal ball on the scepter. Immediately, the voice of the Grand Priest spread to the ears of all angels in the universe. Sixth universe, gods of destruction realm. Oh, it's the Grand Priest. Vados muttered. Feng Yang leaned over and looked in the crystal ball of the scepter. Ahem. You can't see this, only us angel can see it. Vados smiled. Hi, Master Grand Priest, long time no see, how are you? Feng Yang greeted. Vados showed a question mark on his face. You. Can you see? Vados was stunned. I can't see it, Feng Yang replied. Vados wiped his sweat. You can't see, why are you still greeting Lord Grand Priest? Vados was speechless. Didn't you just say that it was Grand Priest's voice? Feng Yang smiled. Vados fell silent. The Grand Priest was also speechless at the Temple of Zeno. At that moment, I felt as if you really saw me. Your expression is too real. It's a pity that you don't want to be an actor. Okay, everyone has received it. Grand Priest ignored Feng Yang, but said to all the angels. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.